My name is Silver, and I had just arrived at the mansion my brothers had forced on me. The brothel called the Lord's Pleasure. We have reached our destination, Master Remus, Hendrix said as the carriage stopped in front of the huge iron gates. I looked out of the carriage window and asked, I suppose you will not be coming inside? He shook his head. I am sorry, Master Remus, but I have urgent business in Redfawn. I must return as soon as possible. Thank you for your company. The journey would have been boring without you, I said politely. It was my honor to travel with you, Master Remus. Please accept my sincere apologies for not being more helpful, the old man said sadly. What happened was beyond our control, Hendrix. I sighed as I stepped down from the carriage. The door shut behind me with a thud, and the carriage left quickly without even slowing down. I watched it go with a small smile, then turned toward the grand mansion standing in the middle of the garden. This place was my brother's gift to me. The mansion was a beautiful 3-story building, designed in a style very close to the old Baroque buildings from Earth. It was rich, elegant, and full of detail, the kind of beauty that immediately caught the eye. I had strongly opposed this project, but my father had refused to listen. He believed it was a good risk and thought the city would grow enough to make it profitable. I did not believe that at all. In my mind, it would take a miracle for this city to survive the coming years. While I was looking at the mansion, the front door opened. A beautiful woman in a black dress stepped outside. Even though she moved quickly, she did it with such grace that she looked like she was gliding across the ground. I am sorry, Master Silver, I was unable to greet you when you arrived, she said as she opened the iron gates. This was Carla Salt, the woman my father had chosen to run the business and handle its duties. She was stunning. As she walked toward me, I could not help staring. Her fiery red hair fell over her shoulders, and her sharp amethyst eyes gave her a powerful look. She had a mature, elegant beauty that made me think she was around 30 years old. Her face was delicate, soft in a way that did not match her work. Just one look told me she had no trouble attracting men. You should have kept the guards, Carla, I said as we walked inside together. With the kind of place this is, we do not want any accidents. I had never wanted this place. If I had been given the choice, I would have sold everything and gone somewhere else. But my siblings had interfered with the inheritance, and because of that, I ended up with this estate. They had forced my future in this direction, and now I had no choice but to run this business. Those bastards would pay for what they did to me. Still, I had to admit the business had potential. With the right money, upgrades, and expansion, it could become very successful. Now I was determined to make that happen. I wanted to prove to my siblings that giving this place to me had been a mistake. With my knowledge and hard work, I could turn it into something great. I still remember the way they mocked me as I left. They had called me a whoremaster. Fine, I would show them what a whoremaster could do. Carla answered, security in the city has improved because many new people are arriving every day. The city guards now patrol the roads almost every hour. Even so, contact the mercenary guild and hire some guards, I ordered. After seeing my father murdered in front of me, I knew I could not live without security. Even 2 months later, the nightmare of that day still came back to me. It will be done, she said. We reached the front of the mansion. Up close, it looked even more beautiful. Once the work was finished, it would become even more impressive. Workers were moving around the building quickly and neatly. On Earth, people would have needed advanced tools to work this fast, but here they did it with simple tools, using the power of classes and skills. It had been 3 years since I came to this world, and I still found those things amazing. Only the final touch-ups remain, Carla said. They will be finished before we open at the end of the week. I nodded and walked with her toward the front door. The door was large, and the mermaids carved into it looked so real that they almost seemed ready to jump out. I could not imagine how much skill it took to make something like that with only wood or stone. It was truly a masterpiece. Only a level 25 artisan, at least, could have made something this detailed. Carla smiled in a seductive way as she opened the door. Master Silver, welcome to the Lord's Pleasure. We entered the hall. It was decorated with gold and red, a design my father had chosen. To be honest, it was a little too flashy for my taste, but I only looked at the hall for a moment before turning my attention to the main attraction. Beautiful women stood before me, from 16 years old to 45. Some looked nervous, some smiled seductively, some were trying very hard to hide their feelings. They felt like dreams come to life. It took all my willpower not to be affected by the skills trying to charm me. Master Silver, I present the women who will be serving at the Lord's Pleasure, Carla said. I only nodded, because I did not trust myself to speak properly in front of them. This was a brothel, the cruel inheritance my siblings had chained me to. Through witchcraft, they had tied it to me so I could never simply walk away. It had cost a huge amount of money, more than this place was worth. To them, that was a small price to pay because it had worked exactly as they wanted. Usually this kind of trick would not work. A month ago I had turned 18, or rather, this body had. I was actually 10 years older than that. And when I turned 18, I finally received the class I had been waiting for all these years, my base class. I had expected to get the merchant class. Because of my background and everything I had worked for, it was almost certain. But my siblings had other plans. They manipulated things so that I ended up with something completely different. My class was Nur Merchant. It was a mixed class, a combination of a pimp class and a merchant class. It was not a true merchant class, not like a normal merchant or trader. That meant I would not receive the inheritance my father had left for me. My father had left something valuable in his will, but there was one condition. I had to have a pure merchant class to claim it. That condition was meant for me. All my siblings already had their own classes when he was alive. So the rule only trapped me, and because I did not receive a pure merchant class, I was left with this brothel. I had no choice but to accept it because it was the only way to level up my class. The class screen appeared before me as I wished. Class, Nur Merchant LV, 1. Charisma, 05. Intelligence, 08. Vitality, 05. Skill, Trusty Presence. Worthy Goods. Attribute Points, 01. A person could have many classes, but only one base class could not be rejected. Only the base class gave attribute points when it leveled up. I might not have been lucky with my class, but I had received useful skill. It was strong and practical. One was passive and the other was active. I was already using worthy goods on these women and their reactions were good. Master Silver, would you like me to introduce the girls to you? Carla asked. No, I will look around the establishment first, I replied. I noticed surprise on the women's faces, but they quickly controlled themselves. As you wish, Carla said, giving me her polite professional smile, though it still carried a faint seductiveness. The whole building was made exactly as the old master ordered, she said as she guided me through the mansion. The Nielsen Company did an excellent job bringing his vision to life. I already knew the plans. I had been there when he met the construction guild and gave them many suggestions. We had not listened to all of them. All the rooms are soundproof and made as comfortably as possible so the clients can enjoy themselves. There is also, she continued. Carla's explanation was very detailed, so I did not need to ask many questions. I had already read the reports she had sent to Redfawn, and they were very clear. The architecture workers were still busy, and every time we passed them, I could see them sneaking glances at Carla. She really was impossible to ignore. She was not the most beautiful woman here, but she was the most seductive. Even though I had known her for less than an hour, I could tell she knew how to use every advantage she had. The old man had made many mistakes, but he had chosen well when he made her responsible for this place. Soon we reached the back garden and walked toward a middle-aged man in a black suit who was speaking with a few others. When he saw us, he quickly sent them away and turned toward us with a smile. I noticed he kept looking at Carla, though not always at her eyes. Master Silver, this is Architect Lloyd. He is in charge of construction here, Carla said. Mr. Silver, it is nice to meet you. I hope you like the work of our company, he said, finally moving his eyes toward me. It is exactly as my late father wanted, I replied, and his smile widened. I am glad to hear that, he said. Looking back at the mansion, as you can see, we are almost finished. We will complete everything within 3 days, which will give you enough time to open by the end of the week. I only smiled. Mr. Lloyd, I would like to meet your boss tomorrow morning if possible, I said. That surprised both him and Carla. May I ask what for, Mr. Silver? He asked, now watching me closely. Yes. I want to discuss some modifications I would like to make to the establishment, I answered. The worry in his eyes disappeared. I will inform head architect Davidson as soon as possible, he said with a smile. I spoke with him a little longer, then walked back into the mansion, ready to begin my own plans. Carla opened the office door, and we walked inside. The office was located in the tower of the left wing of the mansion, and was quite spacious, comparable in size to my uncle's corner office in the firm. The best feature of the office was its view. The window offered a clear view of the garden and gate, and from my seat, I could easily observe who was entering and exiting the establishment. I took my seat behind the desk while Carla sat opposite me. The table was neatly organized, with all the necessary files in place. I took the first file and began to read it. Even after my father passed away, Carla continued to send me reports, and I had read them all in advance of my arrival. The information in the files was consistent and without any discrepancies. Thanks to their clear and organized presentation, it took me only a little over an hour to review the files. "Carla, bring the girls to my office. I need to talk to them about something," I said, putting down the files. She clearly had questions and wanted to ask me but refrained as she eased her expressions. "Yes, Master Silver," she replied. As she turned toward the door, I could not help but steal a glance at her, her black dress hugging her tightly, accentuating her hourglass figure and drawing the eye to her round bottom. After she left, I retrieved the proposal I had made for the girls from my bag. When I first received this class 1 month ago, I was angry and felt as if my world had crumbled. It wasn't even the first time that month I felt powerless. Weeks before, I witnessed my father murdered in front of me, decapitated. I doubt the image of his head falling and the blood showering me will ever fade. It took me over a week to soothe myself and rationally consider the future, and I realized that things were not as bleak as they had initially appeared. There are a few issues with my condition, the most significant of which is my base class. It is a permanent fixture in my life. I cannot choose another nor reject it. While modifications are possible, they only allow it to merge with other classes or evolve into a more advanced form. The second issue is just as challenging, if not more so, than my permanent class, because my survival depends on it. The city, Grelthaven, is named after the prince who founded it. Built within the past 2 years, it is the creation of the fourth prince. It was established in the newly conquered region of Renwall, taken from the kingdom of Thieves. Those bastards have vowed to recapture it. The Renwall territory is massive, equivalent to the size of a kingdom. However, it is a barren wasteland where nothing grows except for small green pockets. Despite its inhospitable environment, it is immensely valuable due to its strategic location. This newly acquired region sits dangerously close to the merchant states of Western Zenid powers that have long clashed with the Empire in wars both military and economic. Until recently, conflict with them had been an ongoing struggle, shifting from bloodshed to trade warfare and back again. But that isn't the worst of it. By claiming this land, the Empire gained more than just contested territory. It gained a new, far more terrifying neighbor. To the west lies Navar, a necromantic kingdom ruled by 3 supreme undead. An undead empire that does not sleep, does not tire, and does not forget. Their undead tides are nightmares given form. The dead know no mercy. In their assaults there is no hesitation, no remorse. They butcher indiscriminately, sparing neither women nor children. 3 years ago, the Renwall region was ravaged by one such horde from Navar, leaving it a wasteland of corpses and ruin. That devastation was the only reason the Empire managed to seize it from Thebes in a single decisive strike. But another, even more significant problem looms not just over this city, not just over me, but over every soul in the Empire. The Emperor's days are numbered. He has ruled for a century and a half, but time spares no man, not even him. If the whispers in the court hold any truth, he will not live beyond the next 5 years, and when he dies, the Empire will shake. The Crown Prince was incapable of suppressing his siblings, who were also competing for the throne, including the fourth prince who had constructed this city. Should a conflict erupt within the Empire between its own people and princes, many opportunistic factions would not hesitate to take advantage. Despite the concerns of the city and the Empire, there is a reason that the fourth prince built this city at significant risk. The city is in a prime location along the banks of the Trollmouth River, which flows through several merchant states. The Emperor had sent his ambassadors to these merchant states to improve relations and resolve the trade war. The trade war will not be resolved overnight. Even merchants have limits. However, tensions will ease somewhat, which is beneficial for both parties. Merchants always want to trade, and the Emperor wants to have one less enemy, especially in the upcoming period. Nevertheless, the slight improvement in relations will significantly benefit this city because there are 2 ways into the Empire, one by sea and the other by the river. If my assumption is correct, then the first merchant state to normalize relations will be Meldhorn, a merchant state also along the Trollmouth River. The merchant states are incredibly wealthy, and even if trade from one city-state flowed into Grelthaven, it would change the city dramatically. The fourth prince is counting on this, and so am I. I have big aspirations, and a prosperous city would greatly aid me in achieving those ambitions. I made a few adjustments to the proposal and put it back in the drawer. The proposal is for tomorrow. Today, they will be given a choice. I placed a stack of papers on the left side of the desk and coin purses on the right side. The papers were the contracts of all the girls, including Carla's. A few minutes later, the door opened, and Carla entered, followed by the stunning women of the establishment. Within a few seconds, the spacious office was filled to capacity as all 44 women crowded in, their eyes fixed on me, filled with questions. This time, however, the women didn't greet me with inviting smiles or try to use their charms to influence me. I was grateful for this change, as I wasn't sure I would have been able to resist their allure again. My father is dead, and with him his way of doing business, I said slowly as I moved my gaze between them. This establishment is now mine and will work under different rules. I could see the younger ones quivering, and I felt guilty. The one thing I opposed the most about my father's business was the age of some of the girls. I had argued with my father about this. I told him it was immoral to employ girls so young. He never listened. He only saw the business they brought in. Morals were for the pious. But before that, you all have a choice to make, I said, motioning my hands toward the papers and pouches. I offer you two choices, I declared. The first is freedom. If you wish to leave, I will burn your contract before your eyes and grant you 1,000 crowns as severance to begin your new life. As the words left my lips, disbelief flickered across their faces. They might have imagined many things, but not this. No one with a sane mind would do that. The second choice is to stay. You will sign a new contract, which I will tell you will be much better than this one, I declared, offering them a life-altering decision. Is this some sort of prank, Master Silver? Asked the woman with bright yellow eyes, her tone revealing her growing frustration. Because I can tell you, it is not funny. She is Margox. Carla did not introduce me to them, but I could identify them. My father had kept a detailed record of their information, and in it were their sketches. Even if I did not see the sketch, I would still recognize her, as among all the girls, only she has platinum blonde hair. She's also one of the highest earners in her last brothel. No, Margox, it is not a joke, I replied, and I could see a flash of surprise appearing in her eyes as I said her name. So we are free to go if we want, and you will even give us 1,000 crowns as a farewell? Asked Tara, a raven-haired young woman. Yes, you are right, Tara, I affirmed. What will be the conditions in the new contract? Asked Margox, who recovered from her earlier surprise. Tomorrow I will provide the contracts for you to read and decide on. However, at that time, you will not be given the benefit of severance pay should you decide to leave. I replied with a smile, and I could see some did not like that. Can we have time to think about it? Asked Margox, her voice more melodious than ever. I was inclined to agree right away and even opened my mouth slightly but quickly closed it, realizing what was happening. My old man used to use his skills on me, and they were far more potent than the skills of these women. Even though Margox's skill had a much more refined quality to it. That is why it took me a moment to comprehend what was happening. I smoothly closed my eyes and let a small smile appear on my face. My father used to get sadistic pleasure in using his skills on me. He called it training, and in a way it was. My willpower was honed to the point where I could withstand these skills for a period of time. It also didn't hurt that my profession on Earth gave me experience in keeping my emotions under control. Of course, you all have until tomorrow morning to decide. I replied, and I could see many of them releasing the breath they had been holding. Thank you, Master Silver, said Margox. To that I just nodded. I will expect your answers by 8 a.m. tomorrow, I said, and they nodded and left the room one by one, leaving only Carla behind. Many of them might take you up on your offer, especially with severance pay, Carla said. Then I will wish them luck in their new life, I replied, which seemed to stump her momentarily. The offer is not only for them, but also for you. I will even increase the severance pay, I said, to which she smiled, and this time her smile seemed natural, not the business smile, which always had a hint of allure. I will give you my answer now, Master Silver. I am not leaving, she replied, and it was my turn to be surprised as I did not think she would answer so quickly. Well then, take a seat. We have a lot of work to do, I said. She smiled and took a seat across from me. There are many things I have to do, especially before I meet the people from the construction guild. There will be massive changes. From the establishment's appearance to its business model, I even plan to change the name. Lord's pleasure seemed too tacky for me. Oh look, she has finally descended, and she looks tired, hollered a woman in her early 30s as Carla came down the stairs to the basement floor where the girls lived. Nearly all of them were seated in the small common room, half sitting on the laps of others, talking and laughing. It was the only place they could do such things. Oh shush, Ine, be polite to Madame Carla, or she will not tell you all the juicy things she has done with Master Silver, said another woman in a totally serious voice, but everyone could sense the teasing, and even Carla rolled her eyes. Carla came down and sat on the only empty chair there was. It was kept for her. It is a chair for the madam, and as was the custom, nobody sits on the madam's chair. My dear friends, I was working, not wrestling under the sheets, she said as she laid back in her chair. The whole afternoon and evening, asked Ine. Yes, the whole afternoon and evening, she replied, but nobody seemed to believe it. He had thousands of questions. Now I know how Madame Charline had felt when he asked her all those questions, she added, massaging her head. Madame Charline was her old boss back in Redfawn. About a year ago, he invited her and asked many of these questions. She still remembers how annoyed she had been when she returned. She said she would rather fuck 100 men in a day than answer more of the boss's son's stupid questions. What sort of questions did he ask? Asked one of the younger girls named Lyra. All sorts. From embarrassing to serious. He even gave me the list of questions that you all will also have to answer, at least those who choose to stay, she said, and pulled out a stack of papers, but nobody looked at them. She had said the words that had been hanging on everyone's mind since the morning, the critical choice they have to make. Were you able to find out anything, Carla? Asked Margox, to which she shook her head. No, he had been very tight-lipped about it, she replied, and silence descended for a few seconds. What do you think about his offer? Do you think it is the truth or some cruel joke? Asked the woman, Renee. She did not answer the question immediately, as she was also unsure about it, but in the end, she decided to listen to her heart as it was the only thing that gave her the proper counsel. I think it is true. As far as I can tell, his offer does not conceal any deception, she replied, and she could see many women relieved by her words. Though I would suggest not taking the offer, she said, and the whole room quieted down. It is freedom, Carla. You might not value it, but we do. And we are even getting 1,000 crowns, which will be enough for us to last a year if we are frugal in spending, said Lola angrily, voicing the thoughts of many other women. Exactly, she affirmed, and the women's gazes became confused at her answer. You will get 1,000 crowns when you leave, and with a little bit of savings that you have, you all will be able to live 1 year, 2 at most. But then what? She asked as she looked at all the girls. Nearly all of us have a base class related to prostitution, which easily blocks us from working at any other place. Even the skanky bars will not take us. As for returning to families, most of us know how that will end, she said, and a mirthless smile appeared on the faces of a few girls. Half of them don't have families, and those who do have them did not have a good experience. Many of them were sold into prostitution by their own families or sold themselves into prostitution for their families. Many of them had gained freedom and returned to their families, but they did not receive the welcome they hoped to get. Forget an opened armed embrace. They did not even get to step into the boundary of their homes before being thrown out. It is said that once one becomes a prostitute, they are a prostitute for life. There is no escaping that fate. It is not far from the truth. Those who left the business always came back to it. Carla herself had done that a few years ago when she served her contract, but returned to the life shortly after. Her condition was not bad at all, but she found how hard it was for a whore to live outside, and compared to life, the whorehouse, the den of exploitation, felt easy, familiar, and comfortable. I will be taking the offer. With my savings, I will be able to live at least a year without worry, said Lola. I am sure, at that time, I will be able to find something useful for myself to do. Then I will wish you good luck and offer you a suggestion if you are willing to listen, replied Carla. She had known Lola for more than a decade, and she was someone she was proud to call a friend. I hope you will read the new contract before you make a decision to leave, she advised. Do you know something about the new contract? Asked Lola, whose eyes lit up hearing the suggestion. No, I do not. But I feel like you all should only decide after reading the contract, she said, and could see disappointment clouding the eyes of many women. You're asking us to walk away from 1,000 crowns, Carla, said Lola softly. Yes, replied Carla. Carla did not say anything further. She had told them what she knew and felt. The decision is now theirs to make. I climbed the stairway and stepped into my office from the small room down below where I had slept the night before. Although I had already rented a house in the city, exhaustion had kept me from returning there. After a refreshing shower and a breakfast Carla had brought earlier, I felt ready to face the day. The day promised to be even busier than yesterday, but a mix of excitement and nervous energy coursed through me. For the first time since arriving in this world, I had complete independence to act as I pleased, free from anyone's control. I just hoped I knew what I was doing. Architect Davidson, the head architect from the Nielsen, will meet with you at 10, informed Carla. I nodded and gazed out the window at the establishment's gate, where 2 guards now stood. The girls would soon be making their decisions and giving me their answers. I hoped enough of them would choose to stay to review the new contract. I was confident that once they read it, they would accept my offer. My father would no doubt ridicule me. He would call my business style sentimental foolishness, and he would be right. My conscience did not leave me when I came into this world. Those values still mean something to me. If I am forced into this industry, I will impose my standards upon it. The conversation with Carla provided me with the context I desperately needed. While my father had given me cursory knowledge, it was not enough to make drastic changes. She is not the first person I have asked these questions. I have also asked them to the madam and other prostitutes from the brothel the family owns in Redfern City. I did that a year ago when my father informed me that he was planning a brothel in the 4th Prince's new city. I spent the next few hours reviewing Carla's answers, and soon it was time. I placed the contracts and coin purses back to my left and right. Carla opened the door and led the women in, who filed in neatly behind her. Have you all made your decisions? I asked the girls. Several nodded and I looked at each of them directly. When you're ready, tell me your decision. No one spoke momentarily, and I thought no one decided to leave. Finally, Lola spoke up. I want to go, she said. My heart ached at her words. She is one of the top earners and the one close to reaching LV 20. It is painful to see her wanting to leave, but I have given them a choice. Now I would be able to work on business without guilt. I need it to work my best. Me too, me also. I also want to leave. 4 others spoke up one by one, a pair of 16-year-old girls, a 21-year-old, and a 40-year-old. Just to be certain, I said, meeting their gazes. Lola, Sapphire, Jordana, Venar, and Rupa, have you all made your final decision? My tone was firm, ensuring they grasped the weight of their choice. If you leave, there will be no returning to my employ. Is this truly what you want? I'm certain of my decision, Master Silver, said Lola firmly, and the others nodded in agreement. It was clear they had made their decision. I nodded understandingly and retrieved their contracts from the pile, holding them up for the girls to inspect. Once they were satisfied, I reached for the small fire stone nearby. Wordlessly, I took each girl's contract and held it briefly against the fire stone, watching as the paper disintegrated into ash within seconds. After reducing the contracts to ashes, I retrieved my purse and withdrew 50 gleaming violet coins from inside. They glinted in the light, starkly contrasting the burnt scraps of paper on the table. I counted out 10 imperials, knowing that each was equivalent to roughly 100 crowns. After dividing the coins into 5 equal groups, I placed each group into small leather pouches. I handed over the 5 small leather pouches containing their severance pay. This should help you get started on the next phase of your lives, I said, hoping the coins would ease their transition. Sapphire's voice trembled as she expressed her gratitude. I can't thank you enough, Master Silver. I shook my head. There's no need to thank me. You all deserve this. I gestured to the pouches. Make sure to use your severance pay wisely, I reminded the group as they nodded in agreement. With that, they bowed and left the office. I watched them go, feeling a mixture of sadness and relief that they were moving on. Well, it seems like the rest of you will make a choice after seeing your new contracts, I said, bringing some laughter to the girls' faces. "This is the new contract. I hope the terms are to your liking," I said as I handed out several copies of the 3-page document. They wasted no time in picking them up, their eyes scanning the pages with eager curiosity. I had personally crafted the contract, an effortless task, for a fully fledged lawyer like myself. I was a lawyer in my past life. I studied the law here in this world and passed all the qualifications to practice. As they read through the pages, I noticed their expressions shift to shock, their hushed whispers filling the room. "The contract is only for 5 years, in a murmured disbelief lacing her voice. "We keep 10% of everything we earn, and we get to keep the gifts we receive," Margox added, astonished. "1 day off for every 6 days worked," Sam finished, her tone a mix of surprise and cautious excitement. Voices filled with a mix of emotions echoed through the room. As the documents were passed around, it took some time for the murmurs to fade, but even then they stared at me with uncertain expressions, as if struggling to believe what they were reading. "Everything written in the contract is true," I assured them. "Yes, the term is now 5 years instead of the previous 10. Yes, you will receive a 10% share of everything you earn, and the gifts given to the patron will belong to you. You will also get 1 day off each week, and other benefits outlined in the contract." I explained the essential parts of the contract individually, and their eyes widened even more with each point. A few in the back had even fainted as I reviewed the details. "It all seems like a dream. The conditions are too good to be true," whispered Margox as she even tried to pinch herself. "It's not a dream, Margox," I replied. "I wanted to offer more, but I am already walking on the fine line here, bending the rules as much as possible. Offering a more significant share would invite trouble, especially from the other brothel owners in the entertainment district. The conventions had to be adhered to, or the consequences would be dire. My father had taught me that well. Conventions can be changed or broken, but to do so, one needs to be powerful enough to bear the consequences, and I am far from it. However, I hope that one day I will be. My brothel will not be a standard one, but something more. When my father planned to open the brothel here a year ago, I made a detailed plan for him. I had shown that old man my plan, but instead of taking it rationally, he hit me and called me an utter idiot. I hope he is watching from beyond, because I want him to see how his creation, this brothel that his very children had bestowed upon me, becomes an empire. So, does anyone want to leave?" I asked, and the looks I received from them said everything that was on their minds. I couldn't help but feel embarrassed by it. "Master Silver, where do we need to sign?" asked Ine as she placed the contract on the table. "On all 3 pages with your signature and thumbprint," I said as I forwarded the quill, thumbprint pad, and a double copy of the contract. "One will be for them, while the other will be for me." Although the old man rejected many of my suggestions, he was not dumb. He had accepted some of my proposals, such as offering literacy classes for all employees regardless of their job duties. He reluctantly praised me after seeing the positive change it brought within a year of its implementation. Nina took the quill and moved to sign the contract. Just as her quill touched the paper, I felt a familiar sensation that I had only experienced once before, about a month ago. Class obtained, lawyer. Lawyer LV, 1. Skill obtained, contract. As a lawyer, I have studied and practiced for many years. Here, in this world, I had passed all the qualifications. Now that I have used that knowledge, I got the class. It is easy to gain the class, but I have filled all the conditions to get it. I have not only obtained the class, but also acquired a highly valuable skill in contract negotiation. This skill is incredibly valuable, even more so than the 2 skills that came with my base class. While the skill is impressive, it is a double-edged sword. I must adhere to the terms if I apply it to a contract. The agreement will not be something I can simply discard like a piece of paper. Despite its potential drawbacks, the benefits of this skill outweigh any risks, and it instantly applied to the contract that Ina was signing. When I applied the skill, Ina stopped as she sensed it, looked at me with surprise, and then a genuine smile bloomed across her face. A hint of respect appeared on her face, because she now knew that everything I said was true. Breaking the contract will result in suffering backlash, which will be more intense for me since I have a lower level than them. Soon, Ina finished signing the contract. I took 1 copy and gave the other to her. After Renee, it was Margox's turn. The moment she touched the contract, she also sensed the skill's presence, and shock appeared on her face. It took a few seconds for her to calm down and sign. With shaking hands, but then a soft, genuine smile appeared on her face. The women signed the contract one by one until everyone except for the 5 teenage girls, and Carla had signed. "Master Silver, what about our contracts?" asked Ruby. She's one of 5 girls who are below 18 and unclassed. "Miss Ruby, you and the others have a different contract," I said, handing her the contract papers. "The 16-year-olds will be given a different contract." They took the contract and began to read. Carla and the others also read with them, and surprise couldn't help but appear on their faces. I said, "You will not work until you turn 18, and if you do not want to work in the trade after that, you will be given a choice to serve your contract term in other capacities." I added, "You all also have a choice to leave. I will release you from your contract as I did with others. If they decide to go, I will release them from the contract and even provide them with severance." "We will sign, the contract is more than fair," said Ruby, like the others. The teen's face showed an evident surprise as she signed. Unlike the others, it took her a while to gain control over her emotions and finish signing the contract. After her, the other 4 teens quickly signed the contract. "Now, you have officially become employees of the establishment. I hope you all will help me take this business to the heights it deserves to be," I told them. "We will do our best, Master Silver," they said in unison. "Thank you all," I said before my expression turned serious. "And don't forget to write all the answers to the questions I sent with Carla. I will need them by tomorrow morning," I said strictly. "You will have them by tomorrow, Master Silver," said Margox, and she left with the girls. Soon, only Carla and I were left inside the office. "You know, Master Silver, if you had offered even 1% of what they make, without all the other benefits, they would have still signed it with beaming smiles on their faces," said Carla as she sat across from me. "I know," I replied somberly. "Even in the most upscale brothels, the workers typically receive mere pennies while their employers make a fortune." "So why did you offer so much?" she asked, and I could sense her genuine curiosity. "They deserve that much and more," I replied. But it was evident that she didn't believe me. "It is an exploitative business, Miss Carla. It exploits them physically, mentally, and financially. It turns them into nothing more than dispensers of men's lust," I said, and I could see raw emotions flicker in her eyes for a moment before she regained control. "Carla is different from other girls. While they may have been sold or forced into the trade, she was born into it and has experienced every aspect of it. I will not say the establishment will not have that, but it will be much more, and sex will be only an aspect of it but not the whole part. And for it, I want them to be happy, safe, and satisfied. You might not believe me, but happier employees generally work better and bring in more profits," I said. My words brought a small, genuine smile to her face. "So where's my contract?" she asked after regaining control over her emotions. "Here it is. I hope you will like it," I said as I slid a contract out of the drawer. "It is a little bigger than what you have offered the other girls," she said, her voice becoming mellower like honey and filled with sensuousness. "Your responsibilities are greater, so you deserve a bigger contract," I replied with a straight face without falling into her trap. It took her a while to finish reading, but she finally put the contract down. "I am only getting a 1% commission, which is much less than what you are offering the other girls," she said, seductively arching her brow. "It is 1% of what all that the girls will make," I replied with a smile. "Which is kind of low compared to my previous salary." "Master Silver," she stated. While my father had planned on giving pennies to the girls, he had provided Carla with a very good salary, which, as she said, would be higher than 1% of what the other girls would make. However, that was before I took over. "No, it is not low. I think you will make at least twice than your current salary," I said. Surprise couldn't help but appear on her face, and it took her a little longer to regain her composure. "You're planning on earning 400,000 to 500,000 crowns a month, Master Silver, and I must say that's a gross overestimation for this small city," she remarked. "The establishment will not earn you that much, even if all the girls work to death," she said seriously. "No, it will earn more," I replied simply, with confidence brimming in every word. She looked up from the contract and stared directly into my eyes for several seconds before turning back to the contract. "Since you're so confident, I'll believe you and sign this contract," she said, and I once again activated my contract skill. She sensed it but was not surprised. She had likely already guessed from the girl's reaction earlier. The moment she signed on to the last page, my mind buzzed, and surprise couldn't help but appear on my face. My base skill had finally leveled up after a month. Soutenor Merchant LV. 2. Fuck the pain, I said as I massaged my head. It is not easy to utilize the contract skills on so many people, nearly all of whom are level 10 plus. Had not shown it in front of the girls, but now that Carla had left the office, I could finally massage my head. The pain would have been greater if not for the advancement of my base class, which relieved some of the pain. I had messaged my head for a minute before finally opening the class window. Class Soutenor Merchant LV 02. Lawyer 01. Charisma, Intelligence, Vitality, Skills 1. Trusty Presence 2. Worthy Goods 3. Contract, Attribute Points. Since receiving my base class a month ago, I have yet to use the attribute point I had earned. Many times, I had been tempted especially to invest it in vitality after witnessing my father's brutal murder, but I had held back. That incident had left me with an unnatural fear of assassins, a shadow that lingered in my mind. But I needed to think rationally. Attribute points were crucial, influencing everything from enhancing skills to strengthening both body and mind. Charisma boosted charm and charm-related abilities. Intelligence increased thought speed, and vitality, the most valued attribute, enhanced healing power and even slowed aging. Every choice mattered, and I couldn't afford to waste it. There are also attributes like strength and mana. The strength attribute could be gained after getting any type of fighter class or the classes that are physical in nature, like the girls' classes, while the mana attribute is related to the spellcasters. But getting it is hard, near impossible for someone like me who does not have any mage talent. I have 2 attribute points, and now I plan to spend them. The wise choices are intelligence and charisma, as all 3 of my skills require both. I have enough intelligence, so after thinking for a moment, I decided to spend my attribute points on charisma, bringing it to 7. Class Soutenor Merchant LV 2. Lawyer 01. Charisma, Intelligence, Vitality, Skills 4. Trusty Presence 5. Worthy Goods 6. Contract, Attribute Points. I immediately felt the change. I felt the headache decrease considerably and the power of my skills increase, sensing that a smile couldn't help but appear on my face. While vitality and strength project hard power, and over 75% of people spend their points on them, those with charisma and intelligence rule over them. While part of me wanted to invest in vitality, I chose charisma because it will aid me the most. I have an important meeting with the head architect, and this little advancement will significantly help me when negotiating. There was about an hour before they arrived for a meeting, and I couldn't help but feel excited and nervous about it. I had big ideas for the establishment. I had worked on them since my father decided to open a brothel here, but he did not listen. Now, since it belongs to me, I will apply all those ideas. I hope the money I have is enough. Nearly an hour passed when I saw the carriage of Nielsen, stopping in front of the establishment's gates. A few seconds later, 3 people walked inside, 2 men and 1 woman. While I could not see the woman's face from a distance, I still recognized her. I did not think she would come, I said with surprise, but nevertheless I am happy. I would be ecstatic if she brought that thing. Click. A few minutes later the door opened, and Carla walked inside, leading 3 people in. A middle-aged man, an older man in his 60s, and a woman who looked about the same age as Carla. The middle-aged man was the architect, Lloyd. Beside him was a bald, older man who looked in his mid-60s. He should be head architect Davidson, though my eyes are on the woman leading them. Mage Valentina, I did not think you would grace this small establishment of mine, I said to a beautiful woman who came with Carla. She is Valentina Alar, a powerful mage who looks to be in her early 30s. She's also a beautiful woman with bright amber eyes and gorgeous blonde hair with a hint of silver. If one looked at her enough, they would be easily able to identify that she had some elf blood in her. It is good that her features are not prominently elvish. Otherwise, it would be hard for her to live in the Empire, which had followed ultra-humanist principles ever since the current emperor ascended the throne. How can I not? When I heard you had taken over the establishment, I couldn't help but come, she said and sat on the seat before me. She is head of the Nielsen in Grelthaven, a prominent business firm not as big as the House of Silver, but still considerably big. It is pretty confusing that, despite her power, she chose this small city. My father had few opinions about it, and so did I. I met her once, about a year ago. She had brought many designs of the establishment to show to my father. I wish she had brought that tool. It would have made things much easier. I am glad, I said with a smile. So what changes do you want to bring to this fine establishment of yours? She asked with curiosity burning in her eyes. Many, I am sure. You have remembered some of my ideas which my late father had so graciously turned down, I said with a smile. It's good that I have brought this thing then. It will make things a lot easier, she said, pulling out a thick black roll like a blueprint and rolling it out on the table. I expected she might bring this thing, and had already cleared the space for it. Soon the thick parchment rolled on the table, and one could see delicate metallic runes covering its every surface. This thing is Heavencraft parchment. It cost more than the mansion we are sitting in. She pressed her index finger on the parchment, and all the runes lit up before the holographic projection appeared. It is the symbol of their firm. She touched on a few runes, and soon a holographic projection of the manor appeared in front of it, not just the manor, but the whole estate. Watching the projection, I couldn't help but marvel at it. Holographic technology was still in a nascent phase on Earth. It would have taken at least 2 decades before it would have appeared in the hands of the general populace, but here it has been available for thousands of years. Let's begin, said Mage Valentina, with voice becoming all business. We will start from the outside, I said, and I opened the file on my desk and took out the page from it. As I said, I had a plan. I want to change the gate and crest on it, I added and handed her the sketch. Are you planning to change your business's name? Master Silver, she asked as she put down the sketch. Yes, the name Lord's Pleasure feels over the top, I replied, to which she smiled. Another reason is that the old name is too limiting. I do not want my business to be limited. The gate in the projection disappeared, and a new one appeared in its place. She quickly moved her hand across the runes, and the shape of the gate began to change until it became just as I drew on the sketch before a crest started to form in its center. Good, now we just have to change the color of it, I said, and she quickly changed the gate and crest to the color I needed. Perfect, I praised. Now let's move the lamps by the gate. I need them a little bigger but theorelite gentler, I said. We have a few designs in the requirement you mentioned. Please look, said Valentina, and projection of hundreds of lamps appeared. This one I selected, and a moment later the lamps by the changes appeared and let out light. Their light covered the same area, but their glow was not glaring to the eyes. Do you want to change the color of light, Master Silver? She asked. I told her which color I wanted the lights in, and when the lamp colors changed, they began to cast even more beautiful lights. Very good, now let's move to the garden, I said, flipping the file's pages. I thought you liked the garden, she asked. I do, but it could become even better with some small changes, I replied. The plot is big, 15,000 square feet, with over 70% being the garden. I want to be beautiful, accent the mansion that is the main attraction. I want to change the Fasag flare, flower trees on the walkway to Eliran moonflower. Trees, I added. The Eliran moonflower tree is an elvish tree, kind of similar to cherry blossoms on Earth but magical. These trees absorb sunlight and radiate it at night. The gentle lights this tree releases are too beautiful. Beautiful, Carla whispered as Eliran moonflower trees appeared on the wide walkway. The real thing would be even more beautiful. Master Silver, do you still want a fountain in front of the mansion? Asked Mage Valentina. She seemed to remember my argument with my father, where he also shot down my idea about the fountain. Of course, I replied. Soon, a projection of tens of fountains appeared. Each one was so beautiful that I wanted to choose every one of them, but I had to choose one, and I did after looking around for minutes. This one I selected, pointing at the mermaid fountain, and a few seconds later, a mermaid fountain appeared in front of the mansion and began releasing the water in a way that would be physically impossible on the Earth. It looks wonderful, I said, and turned to the mansion where I wanted to make the most significant and most important changes. Mage Valentina, I hope you will be patient with me. There are several color combinations I have to try before deciding, I said to her. Of course, she agreed, and we began to try different color schemes. I have many written down in my diary. Some of them look quite bad and some quite good, better than I had imagined. If I had a big budget and time, I would have done more than change the color of the mansion. Though the mansion is currently beautiful, many other changes could still be made to it, and I will make them in the future. It looked beautiful, beyond beautiful. Carla breathed out in shock as we finalized the details, while I could only sigh. I have not only changed the color, but ended up making several small outer changes to the mansion. I did not want to make them, but I couldn't hold myself back, and the woman didn't help with her suggestions. These damned bastards, they were going to loot me blind. I cursed at them. But I was not angry at them as the mansion looked beautiful, more beautiful than I had imagined it in my dreams. Now let's move toward the interior, I said before I made any more changes to the exterior, although I still wanted to. I had already done more than I had initially planned, and they would cost me a lot. A second later, the interior appeared, and it was just like reality, down to the furniture, which is not surprising considering everything is from their guild. I want to overhaul the first floor completely, erase everything on the first floor, I said to her, which surprised everyone. Even the rooms, she asked. Yes, rooms too, I said, and a few seconds later the whole floor became blank. I nodded, opened the folder, took out my sketches, and placed them neatly on the table. When Carla saw them, a stunned shock flashed across her face. The exterior changes were striking, but were nothing compared to the transformation I intended for the interior. The changes I had planned extended beyond the building. They would reshape the establishment's entire business model. I hope you will be able to materialize them into reality, I told Mage Valentina. She smiled, and for the next 1.5 hours we spent on the interior. We had made so many of them. Even girls that had living here wouldn't recognize the mansion to be same after seeing them. It isn't only the 3 floors I had changed, but also the basement where the girls live. Honestly, I wanted to make more significant changes to the basement and provide more amenities to the ladies, but the budget did not allow me to do that. Still, I did what I could. It would make their life a little more comfortable. Master Silver, do you have any other changes you want to make? Asked Mage Valentina. No, I am done, I replied, despite wanting to nod. I hope you will be a little gentle with the cost, I said to her, to which she smiled. We always charge fairly, Master Silver. She replied with a smile, and I wanted to snort at that. But I controlled my emotions and kept a smile on my face as I waited for her to butcher me with the cost. It would be 5,430 imperials, but I will give you discount. You only need to pay us 540 imperials, she said with a beautiful smile. I knew the cost would be high, but I did not expect it to go this high. The cost 540,000 crowns. In imperials 5,400. It is too much, Mage Valentina. Please state the fair price, I said. 5,400 imperials is the right price, Master Silver, she replied, and her smile became even more beautiful. I felt her bargaining skill, and it is powerful. The compulsion to agree with her price was so strong that I even opened my mouth to agree before closing it forcefully. How about 5,000 imperials? It is a fair price, I said with gritted teeth and a fake smile. You must be joking, Master Silver. If we agree to it, we will be suffering the loss, she replied. How about 5,250 imperials, she offered, and the power of her skill increased further. 5,100 imperials, I said with gritted teeth. The fake smile had already disappeared from my face under the pressure of her skill. 5,200 imperials, she countered, increasing the power of her skill so I began to sweat from all over my body. I have done many negotiations on the earth. It was a part of the occupation, and I had done them here too, but that was training my father gave me where he would bombard me with his skills. What I am doing now is a real thing, and it is fucking hard, more brutal than any bargaining I have ever done. 5,150 imperials. This is my final offer, or I will find someone else to make the changes, I threatened. And by the time my tongue let out the last word, my voice was barely audible. 5,150 imperials it is. It's nice doing business with you, Master Silver. She agreed with a bright smile. She shook my sweaty hand, and all I could do was put a straining smile on my face. The price we agreed on is fair. I have done the research, and if I had done it with the other firm, it would have cost the same or even more. I hope you will be finished with the adjustment before the city's inauguration, I said. And I could see head architect Davidson opening his mouth, but stopping himself after seeing the look on Mage Valentina's face. It will be tough with nearly all the projects having the same deadline, but since it is you, Master Silver, we will finish it before the inauguration, she said, and when I heard that, a smile couldn't help but appear on my face. I had feared that her firm might be unable to accomplish it and would have to cancel some changes, but we didn't have to. Thank you, I said, feeling genuinely grateful. I know how many projects are going on around the city. All of them want to be finished in a month, when the fourth prince will formally inaugurate the city. We finalized the small details in the next few minutes, such as the payment plan. Now that we have finalized all the details, let's sign the contract, she said, tacking out the paper and the small wand. A moment later, a couple of thin red lights came out of the wand and began to carve the letters across the paper. Quite a skillful use of the heat beam spell, not everybody could use this spell with her level of precision, where one of the heat lines needs to be thin enough and move fast enough with such precise control that they will not burn the paper and form a clear text. The incredible thing is that she handles the 7 heat lines at once. No common mage could achieve such a feat. My father had said she is at least a LV 25 mage, which is quite a high level, as the spellcaster classes are notoriously hard to level up. It's not surprising considering they are one of the most powerful classes in the world. Soon, she had finished printing the contract and slid it toward me. As I touched the contract, I knew she had activated her contract skill, and I added mine to that. I read the contract carefully, assessing every line for loopholes. There are many, but they are familiar and could be exploited by both sides if things go wrong. So after seeing everything was fine, I signed the contract and slid it toward her. The moment she touched the contract, she arched her brow at me before signing the contract. "It's nice doing business with you, Master Silver," she said as she raised her hands for a shake. "Likewise, Mage Valentina," I replied as I shook her hand. "Davidson, Chief, why did you accept the priority on this small project? We have many big projects here and are pressed hard to finish them before the inauguration," asked the head architect Davidson as the carriage began to roll. "We should take care of our big clients, Davidson," Valentina replied without turning from the window. "House of Silver is a big client, but he is just a bastard of that house, who had been plotted against and thrown here to the outskirts of the empire," stated Old Man. "I am not talking about the House of Silver," she said as she finally turned, her words clearly surprising the 2 old men sitting in front of her. "You can't be meaning him. I don't want to badmouth him, but I don't see any big client potential in him," replied the old man. Valentina did not say anything. She just smiled and looked back at the window while remembering the first time she had seen him. Click. A few minutes later, the door opened, and Carla walked in after dropping them off at the door. "What do you think about the changes?" I asked as she sat across me. "They are good," she replied. "Your real thoughts," I said and gave her a look. "They are risky," she replied. "You have removed all the business rooms from the first floor. That left us with only 26 rooms for the business. Which isn't enough with the number of girls we have," she added. There was a hint of anger on her beautiful face. It is clear she was angry. "We will not be selling just sex, Carla. The rooms we have are more than sufficient," I said. "Master Remus, we will be running a brothel. It means selling sex. It does not mix well with the other things. You have also postponed the day of opening to the inauguration, which is over a month away. It will make us lose the rich patrons our city. Most important, a chance to create reputation by the inauguration," she replied. Her voice was a little pointed, but I did not mind it. I like that she is comfortable enough to speak what she feels is right. "What do you think about my plans on the first floor?" I asked, ignoring what she had said. "Unwise, you shouldn't have taken out all the business rooms on the first floor," she admonishment, with a hint of admonishment in her melodious voice. "About that, Carla, you are very wrong," I said, looking directly into her beautiful green eyes. "Sex is the greatest of desires and it can mix with everything," I replied. "Ask any advertiser on earth, and they will bet their soul on it. Sex sells, and advertisers use it to sell everything. I am running a brothel, so selling sex is natural. But it will be only part of what I will sell through my establishment. What I am trying to sell is obvious: desires. The whole day passed, and more people from the Nielsen came by the evening. They emptied the entire rooms of furniture and started breaking rooms on the first floor. I could hear the sound and feel the vibrations of it. The night came and I slept late. There was too much work. When I woke up the next day, it was already 8, and it took me another hour to shower and have breakfast before I stepped into my office. Carla was already sitting there, and in front of us were piles of paper. Besides them was a letter with a familiar seal. The seal of the House of Heart, a powerful mercantile house, like the House of Silver. "That came for you an hour ago," she said, motioning toward the letter. I nodded, tore the envelope, and brought out the letter. "Enjoying the story? Show your support by reading it on the official site. This is an invitation to the party from Damon Hart, the acting head of the Merchant Guild. It is tomorrow, and I will be attending. These events are great for making connections." I read the invitation before putting it into the drawer and turning to the piles of paper that were in front of me. "I hope the ladies have answered all the questions," I asked. "Yes, it took some of them a whole day, but they did finish answering every one of your questions," she said, and forwarded the first pile toward me. "I understand some of the questions you have asked, but some of them are really strange," she added, and looked at me for the answers, but all she got from me was a smile. "Data is very important. On Earth, it is a precious commodity, and organizations pay millions for it." "You will understand later," I said. "Now let's begin," I said as I took out a huge piece of paper, which had neat lines drawn on it. The computer would have made things a lot easier and faster, I thought as I looked at the paper in my hand. Each big spreadsheet will have data of 10 people leaving Carla. The establishment has 38 girls whose data will be filled on 4 big pages. "Who is first?" I asked. "Margok Swan," Carla replied as she opened the first file from the stack. "Age?" I asked. 45, she replied. "What is the common age of clients she receives?" I asked. 16 to 35, she replied. "How long do they last with the enhancements from her skills?" I asked. 10 minutes to an hour, depending upon the level and the age of the client, Carla replied, and I noted it on the spreadsheet. "How many skills does she use on the clients?" I asked one question after another and noted down their answers. There are 56 questions there, and it asks everything from the positions their clients use during sex to their interests, hobbies, or talents she has. There are even questions like their classes, but those are optional. These questions are carefully crafted to give me a complete idea about each person. Time passed as I continued to enter the information into my spreadsheet. It was a tiring job, and when I finished at 8 in the evening, I wanted to close my eyes and sleep, but I could not. I still had to do some things before I could sleep. Finally, Carla said and yawned seductively in her chair. She was tired and so was I, but I was also happy. I now only have to analyze the data, which should be finished by midnight. Tomorrow, I could start working on the girls, as they are not currently capable of working on the business model I have in mind. I have to say, some of the data the ladies provided is quite startling, I said, looking at the long pages in front of me. Yes, I truly did not expect some of them would write about their fantasies, and some of which have caught me even off guard, she replied with a slight laugh. I have not only asked about their fantasies, but also the fantasies of their clients. Whether it's here or on Earth, people have fantasies, and I would make huge money by selling those fantasies to them. The things you have read here are personal to the girls. They should not leave Etha's room, I said seriously. I have signed a contract, my lips are sealed. Carla replied, and I smiled before focusing back on the work. An hour later, I ate dinner and toured the establishment as I had in the afternoon. Again, I was surprised by the progress these people had made. Even with all the advanced tools and machines, it would have been quite challenging to make such progress back on Earth, with similar numbers. When I returned, I resumed my work and stopped when I finished late, at midnight, before sleeping. The following day, I walked into my office, and aside from the newspapers, there was nothing else on my desk. "Good morning, Master Remus," she said. "Good morning, Carla," I replied as I sat down, taking out a page from the drawer and sliding it toward her. "I need people in these fields who are specialized in teaching," I said. She took the paper, but soon a shock couldn't help but appear on her face. Are these for the girls?" she asked hesitantly. "Yes," I replied. "The new business model I have in mind requires changes not only in the building, but also in the women. I am going to hire teachers to teach them the required skills and knowledge they do not have. It will be expensive, but I am willing to pay the price. Do you have any suggestions or want to add anything?" I asked Carla, who was still staring at the paper. "No, you seem to have thought of everything," she replied as she placed the paper down. "With your requirement of them being level 20 and above, these teachers are going to cost us a lot. Many of them wouldn't be available in the city," she added. "I have already mentioned the budget there. It should be enough for a month," I replied. "I have already written what I am willing to pay for each teacher, and I am not holding back on it. I did not receive anything other than the establishment as inheritance, but I did receive 5,000 imperials from the House of Silver. Every direct descendant receives this amount after receiving their class. I got 3,000 imperials selling everything I owned. There are also around 1,000 imperials in the operating expense account of the establishment, so I have 9,000 imperials. I have already spent 5,000 on renovation. There are now less than 4,000 crown have remained, and I hope it will be enough for the other changes I have in mind. The girls would be grateful for this opportunity. Many of them had the desire to learn of these things but never did get a chance in their lives," she said. "I hope they learn with enthusiasm," I replied. "I hope they learn well because their, mine, and the establishment's future depends on it." "They will," she added with confidence. "I look really good." I sighed as I looked in the mirror, as much as it pained me to admit it. I had average looks on earth, but now I am handsome. I am not handsome enough to turn heads on the street, but I am still attractive, and that is a big thing for me, considering I was once described as average. I have raven black hair and silvery gray eyes that will captivate a soul if looked at my eyes long enough, and well-defined features, especially the jawline, which is to die for, and now that I have donned the black suit, it has made me even more handsome. After satiating my vanity for a few more minutes, I walked out of my room into the living room, where two middle-aged men were sitting. "Gentlemen, let's go," I said to the two mercenaries and left the house. This is the first time I have come to this rented house. It is not a small house, but when one looks at the sprawling mansions around it, it does feel small. This is the most expensive part of the city. Renting the house here cost me a lot, which I would not have done if not for maintaining appearances. "Thank you, Rogers," I said as the middle-aged man opened the carriage door and I stepped inside. Soon the carriage begins to move, with mercenaries riding on both sides. They are not only for a show but are also quite powerful. They will protect me if there is danger. However, if an assassin at the level that killed my father had attacked, they would be children with clay sticks. Forget defending me. They would be unable to protect themselves even for a second before they find their heads flying in the air. The carriage only drove for a few minutes before it slowed down in front of a sprawling mansion that was even bigger than my establishment. Right now, it is lighted from all sides, making the mansion look even more beautiful. The carriage stopped, and the door opened. I nodded my thanks to Rogers and walked toward the entrance. 12 powerful guards stood at the entrance, and 2 Arin lions, big as horses, were on either side of the gates. These beasts are dangerous and hard to tame. Only a high-level tamer could train them, and they had to start when they were cubs. Seeing that, I couldn't help but remember my father. He was a trainer, a competitive dog trainer. As long as I can remember, our house has always been filled with dogs. I shook my head from my melancholic thoughts and turned to the guards. I smoothly removed the invitation from my jacket, flashed it to the guard, and walked through the gates without stopping. The guards looked but did not stop me. Soon, I reached the mansion door where a slightly plump man in his late 50s was standing with a violet-haired woman in her early 40s, who was quite hot, especially with a light pink gown that highlighted every part of her body. "Guildmaster Hart, Madam Hart, thank you for inviting me to this wonderful party," I greeted as I appeared in front of the hosts. "Young Silver, please enjoy the party," said Damon Hart with a voice that was sweet as honey and soothing to the mind. It is clear that he is using the skills. "I will," I said, and was led by staff into the ballroom, which was already filled with guests. I looked around and saw a few familiar faces. I recognized most of them from the information docket I had from the Grey Guild. It had information on nearly all the merchants along with their sketches. There are also a few familiar faces that I knew personally. I walked inside the banquet hall and on the way, took a glass of champagne from the waiter who stopped in front of me. "Remus, my dear brother, I didn't think Guild Master Hart would invite you here," said the voice behind me. It stiffened me for a moment. The blazing anger appeared in my eyes before I quickly controlled my emotions and turned back slowly toward the man whom I hated the most in the world. "My brother." "Edwin, why did you think that?" I asked the person who devised the plan to use the witchcraft to bond me with the brothel. "The wretched bastard who stole my future and inheritance. He is about a decade older than me and has a stocky build like our father's, compared to my lean build. He has average height and face. The only noticeable thing he has is a silvery gray eye like mine, the hereditary feature of the House of Silver. Your business, of course." "Dear brother, inviting a whoremaster would dim this grand levee of its glow," he said with a smile and did not lower his voice, making few people close to us here. I did not get angry at all. I had gotten quite used to his instigations that no words coming from his mouth bother me. It was already a surprise that he had not used the word bastard yet. "I think our host is wise enough to know who to invite or who to not," I replied with a smile, which I could tell had made him even angrier. Old Remus was quick to react to instigations and always ended up making a fool of himself. After I came, everything had changed. And that was a mistake I made. I should have taken some traits of old Remus, at least in front of him, which wouldn't have made him take those drastic steps against me. "Snored. The whoremaster like you is not even worthy of taking a single step here. The only reason you got the invitation is that you are a silver," he said mockingly. "Oh, that I know," I acknowledged with a smile and drank to that, again making him glare at me even more intensely. "Edwin, since you have come here, it means," I said, bringing the vital topic to the table. "Yes, of course I had succeeded," he replied, looking at me with a smile that was full of pride. "Ever since the Empire conquered the region of Renwell from Thebes, my father and the house have been trying to buy a title within the territory, which was quite challenging for the merchants. The Empire was extremely strict about who should receive the titles, but the times were changing. The Emperor was in his last years, and the princes had already started gathering power and allies. So the rules have loosened a lot. But the cost has gone up significantly, so much so that even my father bled dry from it, and wouldn't have been successful if he had not received help from the house. Still, getting it is worth it as it is the quickest gateway to getting a ruling class, one of the world's most powerful classes. I am not interested in ruling classes, especially noble ruling classes. They involve more trouble than I am willing to endure. In this second chance I have gotten, I wish to live a long and peaceful life." "Where did you get the territory?" I asked, to which he shook his head lightly. "I don't know. I will know when His Imperial Highness will come here for the inauguration," he replied, "the day which is over a month away." "Well, it's nice meeting you, Edwin," I said and walked away, leaving him dumbfounded like always. It is pretty easy to do that, as he is still confused between my old personality and the new. I could feel him staring daggers at my back, but he did not follow after me. I smiled and drank the glass whole before sitting at the table. I had arrived on time, which was early, but I did it intentionally. This is the first big party in the city. All the rich merchants and powerful guests who have arrived in the city are going to be at this party, which would be great for making connections. Time passed by and more guests kept arriving. I did not get up from my seat, just watched people with a light smile on my face. I had already gotten enough attention. Many people glanced at me as I mingled around. I sat there for around half an hour before two people came to me and sat across from me. The older man looked to be in his mid-50s with gray hair and a gemmed cane in his hand, while the young man beside him looked to be in his early 20s and was clearly quite bored. This older man is an acquaintance of my father's. I met him a few times when he held a meeting with my father. "Mr. Harwood, I did not know you would be here in Grelthaven," I said with a smile and turned to the young man beside him. "And this must be your youngest son," I added. The young man nodded at me before focusing on the plate in front of him. "Yes, this is my youngest, Aiden," he replied and introduced his son, who now shifted his gaze at the ass of a hot woman standing not far away from us. Seeing that, an apparent irritation couldn't help but flash on the man's face. "Iden, this is Remus Silver," introduced the man, and it instantly attracted the young man's attention. "Remus Silver, aren't you the one who only got the brothel in inheritance?" asked the young man, his eyes flashing with clear interest. "Yes, that is me," I replied with a smile. "It is opening at the end of this week, right? I will definitely visit. I just hope you have good whores," he asked, not caring one bit about the seething anger in his father's eyes. "No, I have postponed the opening to the inauguration day," I replied. I wanted to invite him, but seeing the look on his father, I did not. "A shame," he replied and focused back on the guests. Soon, he found another woman to stare at. Seeing his son's behavior, the old man shook his head exasperatedly before turning to me. "It is a devious thing your siblings had done to you, Remus. Your father had spoken highly of you and was planning to give you the big responsibility after you got your class," he said. "I received the class a little late, if I had received it. When I was 15, or even at 16 or 17, I would have still been in better condition, considering my father had been alive then and like he did with all the children. I had already accepted my fate, Mr. Harwood. There is no need to dwell on it further," I replied with a mirthless smile while looking at Edwin from the corner of my eyes, who happily mingled with the crowd. "Mr. Harwood, my father had said you were holding back on investing in Grelthaven, so what changed?" I asked, changing the subject. "The rapidly changing condition in Mayhurst Island may me divert my investments to a less volatile market," he sighed. "Yes, conditions there are rapidly changing. I heard that my house is also rapidly pulling back all the investments they have made there," I stated. "Mayhurst Island is one of the biggest islands in the world. It is strategically located southwest of the Zenid continent. It has 6 kingdoms on it, well 5 now. The forces of the Lich are much greater than anyone had anticipated," I said and sighed, and the old man couldn't help but nod soberly. Vrisalud had already swallowed Kingdom Ejulia and captured half a territory of Brarod Kingdom. "Now the undead horde is attacking Calgar and others," said the old man, pausing for a second. "Till now, only the orcs of Calgar Dominion seem to be the only ones putting successful defense against them," he added, worried. "War is bad for business, unless one is in the business of war. I have read the papers, and the condition is awful there. The undead horde is not keen on taking any prisoners. They are turning nearly everyone into the undead, increasing their forces by the day. The undead horde is dangerous. Our neighbor Navar is one of the most powerful necromantic kingdoms in the world. It releases hordes on neighbors every few years, pillaging and ravaging cities of its people and wealth. This is the sole reason why, despite its prime location and great future, very few people want to come here. When Navar releases its undead horde, it will be tough to defend against them. The Empire will have big problems against them as, unlike other neighbors, we do not have much experience fighting against the undead on a large scale." I talked with Harwood for a few minutes before mingling with other familiar guests. "I am very good at this. It is a skill I had to learn when I joined the law firm." Time passed when I saw another familiar person coming, Mage Valentina. She was wearing a beautiful blue halter gown, and she was not alone. Besides her was a tall woman with radiant sun-kissed skin. She had a pretty face and firm body that even the black gown she was wearing could not hide. She is definitely a warrior, and one who is confident in her abilities. This is clear from the way she walks in the room. They quickly drew the attention of many. Nielsen Guild has a strong presence in Grelthaven, managing hundreds of projects. Moreover, Mage Valentina is a formidable spellcaster, one worth staying on good terms with in such a perilous place. Another half an hour later, the ballroom had been filled with guests, and our host had taken the stage. "Thank you all for coming to my humble home," he said. There was no microphone or artifact, but his voice had reached us all. He started his speech with some boasting, hints, and a few words about prosperity and growth. I have to say, despite all his skills, he is a very bad speaker. I am sure his hot wife would have done better than he is. Sing right now, making everybody utterly bored. But everyone had smiled and clapped when they needed to. This man is undoubtedly one of the most powerful men in the city, and his position would become permanent after the prince arrives for the inauguration. To the growth and glory of the Grelthaven, he toasted as he finished his speech, and everyone raised their glasses in return. The mingling began again, and I moved from one person to another, talking, laughing, making connections, and letting my presence known. It is not something I enjoy, but I am good at it. And it is a necessity, especially considering the business I am in. These are the clientele I will be targeting. Remus, it is nice to see you again, said Mage Valentina as she stopped beside me. Likewise, Mage Valentina, I replied with a smile and turned to the woman beside her. And this is, I asked, motioning toward the women, Lena Glass. Valentina and I were roommates in the academy. She introduced herself as she shook my hand in a firm handshake. A mage then, I said. And she just smiled. She did not look like a mage, but looks can be deceiving. Not to mention there are hundreds of archetypes of spellcaster class, and some require considerable physical power. I hope you are satisfied with the speed of renovations, Remus, asked Valentina. More than satisfied with such speed, I am confident your guild will finish it on time or even a few days before, I said, and to that she smiled. I talked with them for a few minutes before they went to mingle with other people, while I watched them from behind. They are good, I said internally, the way they are acting. Nobody would doubt they are good friends, but they are more than that. They are in a relationship. I hope they will be able to keep the secret because once it is revealed, there will be hell to pay. The church and the empire had stringent laws against it. The banquet lasted until midnight. I stayed to the end and talked to nearly everyone invited, including the host, before leaving with a satisfied smile. T.H. Feb 2025. 2 days have passed since the party, and everything is going well. The Nielsen, in particular, is doing an excellent and fast job. Yesterday, they spread a cloth over the building, blocking the view so that people from outside couldn't see the changes. Thankfully, they had created a small hole in the cloth through which I could see from the window. I watched through the window as one of the gates opened. The man, who looked to be in his early 40s, walked inside hesitantly, guided by one of the mercenaries standing at the gate. I looked out for a few seconds before returning to work, which gave me a slight headache. There is a pressing financial issue. I thought nearly 9,000 Imperials would be enough to implement my plans. But when I looked at the list in front of me, this did not seem to be the case. Only after coming here did I realize I needed to expand the list of things I needed to do, and the money I had was not enough. Unfortunately, I can't postpone them. These things are essential. I need them before the establishment opens. Click. I was working on the list when the door opened. Carla walked inside, sporting her usual faint, seductive smile, which promised 1,000 delights. They have arrived, she said. I nodded and followed her out of my office. As I walked out of the corner tower, I saw workers everywhere, working on the changes I had asked their guild to make. There were not only simple workers, but also artisans doing the delicate work. It was mesmerizing to watch them work, and if I had time, I would have watched them for hours. Soon we reached the first floor, which had completely transformed. Nearly all the rooms had been destroyed, and a vast hall had been created. Currently, no one is working in the hall, but 8 people are sitting there. Some looked fine, while others looked visibly uncomfortable, which is understandable considering this is not where they usually come to work. Please sit, all of you, I said to them as they stood up as I appeared. There are 6 women and 3 men, all of various ages, from the early 30s to the late 70s. They are all teachers I am hiring for the girls. They all belong to different fields and teach the various things the girls will need to work in the establishment. We needed 13 teachers, and 9 came. We have also found the other 4, but they are not present in Grelthaven. They will come tomorrow from Deer Pond. Hello, I am Remus Silver, I introduced myself. Master Silver, some said back nervously, while others said confidently. You all are excellent teachers with good records, and I hope you will teach the girls here without any prejudice at heart, I said as I looked at each one of them. I don't know about others, but you will not have any problem with me, said a gray-haired old woman who looked to be in her late 60s, but was actually in her 80s. One could live relatively long and appear younger if one deposits enough points into vitality or has a specific class. I expect nothing less from you, Miss Elmy, I told the older woman. I have paid a good price for this woman, more than any of them. She is above level 25 and has decades of teaching experience, and her reviews are also great. I was pretty surprised when I read her qualifications. People of her level and expertise usually prefer the big cities where they get more clients. I talked to the teachers briefly and helped ease their worries before returning to my office while Carla collected the girls. Their lessons would begin immediately. I would have preferred that the girls had learned from these teachers for at least 3 months, but I do not have the money or the time. They had 5 weeks to learn, and after that the establishment would open, and how it would do will depend a lot on how much the girls learn from the teachers. Soon I reached my office and continued with my work, reviewing the prices from the quotes that different merchants had sent. Since I needed to buy many things, I compared the quotes to find the best prices, as every penny I saved could be used for other things. The day passed quickly, aside from working till lunchtime. I went out into the city to meet a few people I had made contact with at the party. Especially Harwood. Their prices and goods were the best, and I would need to close the deal quickly if I wanted the goods delivered in time. I returned late in the afternoon and watched how the lessons were going before working till dinner and working again for a few hours. Tomorrow is a little busy. I have to attend another banquet at another merchant's house. So, it would be better if I did a bit more work today, as I will not have any time tomorrow evening. It was 11 at night, and Carla sent off the group of teachers before walking back inside the mansion. The teachers are putting in long hours, which is one of the job conditions, and I am paying above the market rate for their services. She walked inside the basement toward the girls' quarters. She expected them to be tired and sleeping, considering the number of lessons they had attended. She personally had attended a few and was feeling a little tired. "Well, it seemed like a day's worth of lessons is nothing for you girls," said Carla as she walked into the small common room, which was filled with chatter. "We are whores, Carla. We don't get tired easily," replied Ina with a smile. But it was no self-deprecating smile that donned her face when she referred to our profession. Instead, it was a smile of joy. "Though it was an exhausting day," she added. "Then I guess there are no complaints about the teachers?" she asked, and in return, she had got the looks that told her she had not needed to ask that question. "Remus has asked me to ask the girls questions. They could still be changed if they have problems with any of the teachers or do not like their teaching method." "Mistress Elmy had hit me," said Delia courageously, a 16-year-old girl. "Then you shouldn't have called her an old hag, Delia," replied Margox, who shut up the girl and put a smile on the face of the girls, although that old woman is really scary. "Even I was hit a couple of times by her," said Margox and squirmed uncomfortably in her seat. "The bottom is the favorite part for that old woman. Leaving one with a stinging pain without leaving a mark. Some of the lessons are great, but some seemed pretty useless," said Mina, the brunette in her mid-20s. "I mean, etiquette and seduction seemed pretty useless. Especially seduction, which is our forte." Hearing her words, a big smile couldn't help but appear on Carla's face. If it had been 2 days ago, she would have had the same questions, but yesterday she saw the plan. Remus finally showed her the complete plan, which was audaciously grand. It also made her understand how desperately the girls need to learn those things. "Those 2 skills you all will need the most, and I hope you all learn with the utmost diligence," she said seriously before turning to Mina. "The seduction is different from sex, and I tell you all, it will be extremely important. Most of you already have skills related to that. Try to finesse them with the teacher's help," she added, and truly hoped the girls would listen. "I enjoyed today's lessons very much. There are many things I wanted to learn but never got a chance to until now," said Margox emotionally. "Me too," replied Carla with a sigh. She is pretty jealous of the girls. Due to her busy schedule, she cannot take many lessons like the girls, so she attends only a few that are necessary for her. Remus has already given her a list of things she needs to learn. She chatted with the girls for a while, and soon their loud voices became lower. Their obvious tiredness began to show on their faces, but even the tiredness couldn't wipe away the brimming happiness in their eyes. The girls did not need to say it, but she could see how happy they were about the lessons they had received. Many of them wanted to learn these things, but they had never got the chance, and now they have got it. She knew each and every one of them would give their all in learning. "All right, girls. Into your bunks now, from tomorrow on. Your lessons will begin in the early morning and will end at midnight, so get as much rest as you can," she said loudly, and the girls got up from their spot one by one and went toward their rooms. Within a minute, everyone left except for Margox and her. "Carla, thank Master Silver for this wonderful opportunity," said Margox softly. You can tell him that yourself when you meet him, I replied, which brought a small smile to her friend's face. I will, said Margox and walked out of the common room. She watched her friend leave before walking toward her room. What do you think, Master Silver? Lenore asked with hopeful eyes as she set the powder brush down, stepping back from Ine, who sat before the grand mirror. Ine was breathtaking. Her long, wavy raven hair framed deep brown eyes that held an almost hypnotic allure. With the face and figure of a supermodel, she now looked every bit the part. If anyone from Earth were to see her, they would have no doubt she belonged on the cover of a magazine. Beautiful but not enough, she needs more. I shook my head before turning to Carla, who also nodded. It looks like we will need a beautician, I said. I am inadequate, Master Silver, said Lenore apologetically, her eyes watering. No, you are good, Lenore, but we need someone better whose base class is in beauty and is at a sufficiently good level, I consoled. It worked as her face brightened up a little. I will send a request to the Employment Guild immediately, said Carla, reading my thoughts, and left the room. I was already planning to hire a beautician, but before that, I wanted to test Lenore's skills. She had a secondary class related to that, but as I had expected, her skills were insufficient. I did not stay in the dressing room for long and returned to my office. On the way, I could hear lessons being taught to some girls in the different rooms. It had already been 9 days since these teachers had begun, and the changes they had brought to the girls were terrific. Even Carla, who could attend only a few classes a day, had begun showing noticeable changes. If they continue to improve at such a pace, they will be able to level the skills I need them to have at the time of opening. A day passed, and it was the next afternoon when I noticed some commotion by the gate from my window. Someone seemed to be trying to get inside while the mercenaries at the gates were stopping him. It continued for a few minutes before Carla herself had to go there to resolve it. She returned a minute later with the person who was trying to come inside. Guessing who it was, I walked out of my office and met Carla halfway, who was coming up. What was the commotion? I asked as we walked down the stairs. It was Mr. Angestel. The guard doubted his identity given his condition, she replied hesitatingly. I arched my brow in question, but she did not answer, and I did not ask. The guild had assured me all 3 people who came from the interview could do their jobs. Soon we reached the dressing room and went inside. Aside from 12 girls, there were 3 unfamiliar people sitting, who sat up as I walked in. One was a petite, middle-aged woman, the second a woman who looked to be in her early 30s with impeccable makeup, and the third a man about the same age as the second woman. He is so handsome that even Carla would feel jealous of him. Though no one would feel jealous of him after looking at his condition, no wonder the guards stopped him, but I only glanced at them. The peculiarities did not matter. What mattered was whether he was capable of doing the job. Please sit down, all of you, I said before turning to 3 people who had come for an interview. Mrs. Cooper, Mrs. Rand, and Mr. Angestel, thank you all for coming to my humble establishment. We will begin the interview immediately if the 3 of you do not have any objection, I asked. It is no problem, the middle-aged Miss Cooper replied, and the other 2 nodded in affirmation. Good, I said, and turned to the ladies. Here are 12 ladies, each of you will have 4 of them to work on. You can use everything present in the room, from makeup boxes to clothes. The only thing you have to do is make them as beautiful as possible. Is there a time limit? Mrs. Rand asked. No, not for the interview, but if any of you were hired, you all have to work on nearly girls repeatedly throughout the night, I answered. I have provided the complete details of the job on offer, and only 3 have decided to come for the interview. It will be a demanding job that would need several people back on Earth, but here in this world, one person could do it with classes, levels, and skills. The 12 girls moved to different stands in 3 groups. At my command, the interviewees were not free to choose which girls they would work on. I had done that for them. In each group there are 4 girls of 4 age groups, the teens, the 20s, the 30s, and the 40s. All 3 walked toward the girls, choosing the group they liked before observing them carefully from all angles. Sit, Mrs. Rand said to Gloria, the raven-haired teenager. She sat in front of the lighted mirror and started with her. A few seconds later, Miss Cooper chose Danielle, the tall woman in her mid-20s. At the same time, Miss Angestel chose Margox, one of the oldest in here. All 3 begin, and all three have started with hair, and they obviously have excellent skills given their seamless and smooth movements. Most of the people here are looking at Angestal, including me. The reason is his hands or lack of them. He does not have hands, it is not a natural condition. Someone cut his hands from his wrist, but despite that, he is performing his job without any problem. Skills. He had a skill that allowed him to pick any tool without touching it, and manipulate it in any way he wanted. A telekinesis type skill, they are quite rare. From what I could see, his is limited to one tool at a time. The range his hands could control is about 10 inches, which is more than enough for this job. The one thing that amazed me was the way he used different oils and creams. He would spread them like a sheet in the air before applying them to the hair and face. All three of them are using their skills, and they are amazing. They could be magicians, using their skills for multiple effects, from straightening to curling the hair to giving it gloss. It is wonderful to watch. In just a minute, the girl's hair completely changed. Some straight hair coiled, while those coiled straightened and took other styles. They had such a gloss and shimmer that no product on earth could match it. Miss Cooper took 3 minutes and 12 seconds to do the hair. She had completely transformed the hair without cutting a single strand, and then moved to the makeup. Half a minute later, Angestal also finished with the hair and moved to the face, starting first with the primer like Miss Cooper. It took about a minute before Miss Rand started on the makeup. By then, both Miss Cooper and Angestal had finished applying primer and foundation and nearly finished with concealer. With every layer of makeup, a significant change occurs in the ladies. They are becoming more and more beautiful with each layer. In the 8th minute, all three finished with the ladies, bringing such a huge change that even the girls themselves were shocked to see their own faces in the mirror. Not just the ladies, but also those who were watching, including Carla, were shocked. Makeup does not make one beautiful, it just enhances the beauty one already has, and these people are masters at this. As the makeup was done, they moved to the other people without changing their dresses, which I guess would come after they finished with the makeup. 31 minutes after it began, Miss Cooper finished with the makeup of all 4 girls, all looking strikingly beautiful. "All of you stand up," she said to the 4 girls, who got up from their seats and stood in line. She looked at them before walking toward the dress racks, where 86 dresses were neatly hanging on the racks. She walked around for a minute, checking dresses before picking out 4. "Strip," she said as she turned to the ladies. The girls were already expecting it because they began to strip without hesitation. Their movements were not affected by the presence of 2 men in the room. As they stripped, I could see them looking at me from the corner of their eyes, but I kept my expressions neutral, which was an extremely hard thing to do. If it were not for the poker face I have developed through years of practice as lawyer, I don't think I would have been able to resist their charms, especially now that the makeup had enhanced them so much. I am very grateful that they have not activated their skills to entice me. It is already hard to resist them, especially Margox and Ine, who have passive skills related to charm. My class is naturally resistant to theirs. It suppresses them, but given the difference in levels, I could barely do anything. I am fighting with all my willpower to maintain my neutral expressions and keep the beast in my pants from rising. At this moment, I couldn't help but remember my father. If he had been here, he would have already chosen the girls he liked and taken them to the next room to fuck. He was not a man who could control his lust. "Wear these," said Miss Cooper as she handed each of them the dresses. At the same time, Angestal finished with the makeup and began to select the dresses. The girls from Miss Copper's group finished dressing, and she again used her skills. Her skills gave the dresses a glowing sheen and adjusted them to the places they needed. "I am finished, Master Silver. You have done a wonderful job, Miss Cooper." She nodded with pride and sat back in her seat while I turned to look at the ladies, who were looking at the mirror in shock. It could be said that makeup and dresses had utterly transformed. They had changed so drastically that if the girls revealed their previous appearances, no one would believe they were the same people. 2 minutes later, Angestal finished, and 4 minutes later, Miss Rand. I looked at all 12 ladies, and it was already clear who among the 3 had done the better job. "Miss Cooper, Miss Rand, thank you for coming. I will inform you of my decision by tomorrow," I said to 2 women before leaving the room. They did not say anything because there was nothing to say. The result was clear. Angestal's skills are above them, so much so that these new dresses begin to botch the shine the four girls emit. They would have looked even better if they had been wearing better dresses. It is not like the dresses are bad, they are beautiful and expensive. My father had paid good money for them, but it seemed like they were not enough. They seemed pale compared to his work and even seemed to bring it down. "Mr. Angestel, let's talk in my office," I said. Walking toward the office when I suddenly stopped, Carla asked the guards to come inside. I did not need to elaborate on the reason for it. The girls had become more alluring, and there were many people working on the estate, including the teachers. While none of them had done anything other than have a normal attraction, I still did not want to take any risk. "Okay," said Carla, understanding my intention. "Take a seat," I asked him as we entered my office. "Thank you," he said in a heavily accented voice. His resume said he is from the Dusk Continent. If I am right by the thickness of his accent, he should be from the Northern Dusk, either from Shard Kingdoms or the Semet Empire. His name is Udo Angestel, and he is 34 years old, but he does not look a day older than 30 and is very handsome. The correct word would be beautiful. "In your resume, you did not specify the salary you want," I said as I put down his resume. "Can I know the duration of the contract first?" he asked. "Of course," I replied with a smile. "It will initially be 3 months, but if the business does well, it will be extended further," I answered. He nodded. "Then I will need 15,000 imperials per month," he said, and I was so shocked that I could barely keep my expression from breaking up. His demand could only be said to be absurd, outrageous. He had not shown the skills that demand such a price. I am already offering a premium salary, but he is asking for more than 3 times. "You should know that you are asking for more than 3 times the salary I am willing to pay," I said to him, but soon a small smile appeared on my face. "But I am not abhorred to pay the absurd salary. I just hope you have the skill to take that salary and not just overestimating your worth," I added. I could see the faint surprise on his face before it disappeared. He might have expected an outrage or mock, but he got a smile instead. My father would have thrown him out when he spoke about the absurd money he wants, but I am entertaining him. The confidence he's sporting on his face tells me to give him a chance. If he does not have the skills for the salary he is demanding, there's always an option to throw him out. "I am not inflating my worth, Master Silver. I am only asking for what I deserve with the skills I have," he replied with that unflinching confidence. "The Employment Guild has provided me with his information. He has been in the Empire for more than a year, moving cities where his job takes him. Due to his condition, he never got employed long-term. He had come to Grelthaven with his employers, who had fired him 2 days ago. I don't think he would have even come for the interview if not for me offering a generous payment for just coming to the interview." "Let me see your skills then," I said, and I got up. A minute later, we were in the dressing hall where Udo Angestel began to show me his real skills. Click. "Level 30, he is definitely a level 30. I said in my mind as I came back into my office. This time, Carla was with us. She was still not able to control her emotions after what had happened in the past half an hour in the dressing hall. LV30 is a big deal, even in the non-combat classes. It is level 99% people of the world never reach. I sat silently in my seat and took out the contracts with a quill before making some changes. I had crafted them so that I could make the required changes. "I am willing to pay you the salary you have asked for, but you have to sign this contract, and there will be no change in it," I stated before forwarding him the contract. The salary he is asking for is far more than I am willing to pay, but seeing his skills, I decided to hire him. He is gold with a level 30. It will help me tremendously. However, that amount is going to squeeze me dry, but I am willing. Getting him huge luck, and given his level, he is asking much. Many beauticians of his level would have asked the same or even more. As he read it, I saw no change in his expression. In my short observation, this man is very good at guarding his emotions. It is tough to read his expressions. "Can we negotiate the condition in point 3 and section B of the 7th point?" he asked. "As I have said, there will be no change. Either you sign it or not," I said, keeping a smile on my face. I have accepted his demand, which he deserves, and now he will have to accept my conditions, which are not harsh and could even be said to be softer compared to the standard contract of this type. "I will sign it," he said after a minute of silence and picked up the quill. just like he picked up the tools with telekinetic force and signed both contracts before sliding them toward me. I looked at his signature, which was clear and beautiful in handwriting. I also read the contract word by word. Many skills out there could make changes without me noticing, and my contract skills are not powerful enough to notice those changes. So I have to be very careful with every contract I sign. After seeing everything was perfect, I signed the contract and felt my contract skill locking up, binding us both to this contract. "Welcome aboard, Mr. Angestel," I said. "It will be my pleasure to serve this fine establishment, Master Silver," he replied. Lawyer LV. 2. "My apologies, Master Silver. But we will not be able to serve your fine establishment," said the bald, middle-aged man with a fake, apologetic voice. I could even sense a faint hint of mockery flickering in his eyes. "It is fine," I said with a smile and walked out of the boutique with Carla and Udo following behind me. "It was the sixth and last high-end boutique on River Street that refused to sell to us," said Carla with a sigh of regret. "River Street offers the best boutiques in the city, each belonging to a powerful merchant house, which is why they are so direct in rejecting our business." We were out shopping. The dresses my father had bought was suitable, but Udo had changed things. The dresses looked pale compared to his skills, and while he could enhance the effect of dresses with his skills, I wanted to buy better dresses. Now we either will have to go into the boutiques of Orville Market or go Deer Pond, if the boutiques of our city continue to refuse to sell to us. "I am sure the boutiques there wouldn't have any problem taking the business from a brothel," said Carla. "Deer Pond is the closest city and the capital of the Renwell region. We should not have any problem getting things from there. But it will waste time and cost more." "Master Silver, I know a place with good designs," said Udo hesitantly. "You don't sound confident, Mr. Angestel," I asked, sensing the hesitation. "It is not boutique, it is not even in Orville Market," he said. "It does not matter where it is. As long as it has goods we need, I won't care even if it is a dump by a server," I replied, waving his concerns away. "It has very good dresses, no worse than the boutiques we have visited," he said, and this time he sounded quite confident, which couldn't help but bring a smile to my face. "I have seen his skills, and they are great. Since he is telling me, there is a shop that has dresses to match his skills. I will buy them even from the dump, as I had said." 15 minutes later, the carriage rolled into the Hawthorne Market. It is one of 3 markets in the city and has developed to be the biggest one. It already got the unofficial name, the Commoners' Market. The whole market is bustling. Massive beasts of different kinds are pulling big carts loaded with goods of all varieties. The city will be officially inaugurated in a little more than 2 weeks, so people have an urgency to set up a shop to profit from the tide of people coming here. The prince had bet a fortune on the city he had built it from scratch, instead of taking one of the old cities like his siblings did when the Empire captured the region. It is the greatest gambit, but it will bring him a vast fortune if it succeeds. All of it will depend upon the success of ambassadors sent by the Emperor to the merchant cities. It would be great if the trade war stopped, or at least both sides took concrete steps to end it. If that happens, Grelthaven will be the first to benefit from it. A few minutes later, the carriage stopped in front of a small 2-story building. It was apparent that the first floor is the shop and the second is a residence. The shop had wooden doors and glass windows, but one could not see through them as blinds were in place. The place is new like all the buildings here, but there are boxes lying around outside, and a boy of 15-16 is keeping an eye on the goods. "Is this the place?" I asked. "Yes," Angestel replied before opening the carriage door and walking out. Carla and I followed behind him. Roger, like a good bodyguard, appeared in front of the shop and opened the door before entering inside. We followed behind a second later. The scene I saw couldn't help but surprise me. No wonder the windows had blinds on. The place is a mess. Boxes of clothes are lying around, and the racks are placed confusingly. One would even be hard-pressed to walk around this place. It made me have doubts about its goods, but I decided to keep them to myself. Customers well. We were looking around the shop when a red-haired woman came out from the back, but stopped midway in her greeting when she looked at us. "Udo," she said in surprise. "Weren't you going to leave Grelthaven yesterday?" she asked before her gaze shifted toward us. Instantly, her dust-laden clothes became clean, and all the wrinkles on them straightened up. The scene once again amazed me. The skills are really magical. The woman was of medium height, with strawberry red hair, and looked in her early 30s. She had a pretty face in the girl next door way that anybody would find pleasant. But I had accepted a job at Master Silver's establishment, he replied, and the woman's eyes became immediately serious. Mr. Silver, welcome to my shop and my apologies for the mess, she said. No worries, Miss Kane, I replied with a smile. Elise, I have brought Master Silver to your shop to see those designs, said Angestel. Udo, are you talking about? Yes, the designs you have shown me in Murstone, he said, cutting her off. She looked a little hesitant but nodded when she looked at me. Please follow me, she said, leading us through the boxes. To my surprise, the whole shop was not as messy as I had thought. I could see the clothes and other things neatly hanging on the racks. She was arranging the shop from behind. She is not alone in the shop. There is a young girl who is about the same age as the boy sitting outside. All three of them share similarities, but I don't think they are her children, unless she had them when she was the same age as this teen. They are likely her siblings or niece and nephew. Please, she said, and invited us into what was supposed to be the viewing room, which was thankfully wholly set up. Roger stayed outside while we went inside the viewing room. She sat on the cream-colored cushion chairs and pulled out a metallic rack with 3 dresses hanging. My apologies, Mr. Silver. I do not have a model to show you the dresses, said Elise apologetically. It is fine, Carla will model, I replied, which surprised her, but she nodded as Carla got up. I hope you will have something in my size, Miss Elise, said Carla. That wouldn't be a problem, Miss Carla, she said, and took out a violet-colored backless aligned gown with masterfully done work. Seeing the store's state, I had unconsciously formed a prejudice against it, but one look at the gown and all of that had vanished. Carla took the dress from Elise and walked into the partition made for changing, and came out a minute later looking like a goddess. The gown wonderfully hugged every part of her body. That enticingly open back would force one to imagine naughty things. The neck of the dress is a little deep, giving a faint, tantalizing glimpse of her cleavage. You look beautiful in the gown, Carla, I praised and turned to the owner. Miss Kane, can you show more of your designs? I asked. She nodded, and for the next 15 minutes Carla tried 7 different dresses, each a different style. All of them looked amazing on her. You have very good designs, Miss Kane, I praised, and it was not empty praise. They are good enough to match the designs of the high-class boutique we have visited. Which made me question why they are in this dump. Thank you, Mr. Silver, she replied with a professional smile. How many dresses do you have? I asked, which caught her by surprise. She looked at Angestel for a moment before turning back to me. 41 in total, she answered. This surprised me, as I had not thought she would have this many, but I was happy, as these dresses would be enough. With Udo's abilities, these dresses would be worn by most of the ladies. He had the skill to adjust the dress sizes. He could do it. Good, bring them all out. I will buy them all if they are as good as the 7 designs you have shown us, I stated. Her professional smile slipped briefly as surprise appeared on her face, but she quickly regained control over her emotions. Okay, she replied. She was about to walk out when I stopped her to ask an important question. You don't have any problem selling to a brothel, do you? I asked, and the surprise that appeared on her face was really something to watch. The business is business, it did not matter from where it came, she replied, walking out the door. It is essential for boutiques to know what kind of customers they serve. Serving the wrong person could give their business a bad rep, which can affect their business. It is the reason why those bastards refuse to sell us. She returned with the 2 teens I saw earlier, each holding boxes in their hands. It took them 3 turns to bring out all the boxes before she started to show her designs, and all of them were amazing. Some were even better than what Carla had tested. How much are you asking for each dress, Miss Kane? I asked. She did not answer immediately. Each dress is between 3,000 to 5,000 crowns, she replied after a few seconds of silence. The prices were high, the same as those of the boutiques we had visited. Udo told me that this woman had worked for 15 years in one of the best boutiques in Murstone before she left to start her own store. The dresses are expensive. A single person can live comfortably for months with the price of 1 dress. The dresses that my father brought would double the number, but would not even cost a quarter of these dresses. It is nice doing business with you, Miss Kane. I said, and shook her hand before walking out of the store with others. After a few minutes of negotiation, we agreed on the price of 3,500 crowns per dress. With this spent, I had left with only 20,000 crowns, 200 imperials. It is nothing, I need more, a lot more. We left the store and climbed inside the carriage, which took us back toward the establishment. If Leonard Sands arrives before 5, ask him to wait, though I should be able to return before that, I said to Carla as the carriage stopped in front of the mansion. I will make him wait until you arrive, she replied and walked out of the carriage behind Udo. James, to the Repose and Bulwark's office, I said to the carriage driver, and second later, the carriage began to roll again. While the carriage moved, I reviewed some of the documents, mainly the expenses, which ballooned with new requirements. However, there was nothing I could do about it. Cutting a single expense would create a domino effect, and I couldn't allow that. "We have arrived, Mr. Silver," said James as he stopped the carriage. "Thank you, James," I said and exited the carriage. In front of me is a 5-story building with a big board reading Repose and Bulwark Bank. It is a large bank, one of the biggest on the continent. I walked inside the huge, luxurious lobby and stepped into the elevator for the 3rd floor. The elevators of this world are different than Earth. They are magical in nature rather than mechanical and are expensive to install, but it is bank. Money isn't a problem for them. The black disc I was standing on stopped on the 3rd floor, and the energy screen covering it disappeared. I walked out of the magical elevator toward the long desk behind which a woman in a black dress was sitting. The secretary turned toward me as I appeared before her. She was a beautiful woman with blue eyes and dark brown hair cut into a clean bob, which suited her well. "Mr. Silver, Vice Branch Manager Shaw. We'll see you in 10 minutes. She informed without me saying anything. I nodded and sat down in the waiting room, which is quite luxurious. A few people were sitting in the room, but none I knew, so I picked up the newspaper. Most of the news is related to the huge war that is going on the strategically located Mayhurst Island, where the Undead Kingdom is waging the war. All the kingdoms on the island are involved in the war and even receiving aid from others, but the Undead Kingdom seems unstoppable despite that. There is also news that the Emperor might send the Imperial Armada against the Undead Navy, but not many think that would happen. He might have done that a decade ago, but not now. He wouldn't want to make another enemy, especially as powerful as the Undead Kingdom. The newspaper did not have only bad news, there was one bit of good news. The ambassadors that the Emperor had sent to the free cities were making progress, especially with the city-state of Meldhorn, which is our neighbor. I genuinely hope they succeed in their negotiations. The city's future depends on it. I was reading the newspaper when the secretary appeared. Before me, "Mr. Silver, the Vice Branch Manager Shaw, will see you now," she said, leading me toward the office with thick wooden doors and beautiful engraving done on them. It is clearly an elvish work. She opened the door and led me inside, where a middle-aged man was sitting. He had broad shoulders and big hands that would make anyone mistake him for a warrior. He is sitting behind a huge desk and a big office with a great view of the financial district. "Mr. Silver, it's good to see you again," he said with a business smile. "I hope everything went well with my application, Mr. Shaw," I asked as I sat in the seat in front of him. "You are a Silver. The waiting period was just a formality," he replied with a loud laugh that seemed pleasant to the ears. "It is passive skill. It makes everything he does natural and pleasant. It is a skill that makes people drop their guard around him. Please check the loan form and see if everything is right," he said, and forwarded it to me. I took the form in my hand and began to read each word and line carefully. Even in this world, many people barely read what they sign or do not read carefully enough, which is a grave mistake. They should read it. It had 100 ways to screw you over if things went wrong. Within a few minutes, I finished reading the contract and it was good. A few ways they could screw with me, and I could deal with them if they tried to do that, but they won't. I am only borrowing 5,000 imperials from them, which is not even drop in a bucket for them. The interest they are charging is more than what banks do. On Earth, and the period is also lower, 20% for 1 year. Which is not surprising considering this is a volatile world, where the client could die at any time, and countries are constantly at war. "Thank you, Mr. Shaw," I thanked as I shook his big hands, which are as soft as a woman's. "It is my pleasure, Mr. Silver. I hope you will always choose our organization for your business," he replied. "Of course," I said before walking out of his office. "Okay, once more," I ordered loudly as I clapped my hands. The girls changed places, and the actors I had hired walked out the doors before coming inside one by one, with intervals of seconds to minutes. "I am speechless. I did not think the practice would bring such a change," said Carla in awe. "We have been doing this for 5 days." She was pretty opposed to it, saying it would be a waste of money, but now she is impressed. I couldn't help but feel grateful to Mage Valentina and her guild. They finished the work 5 days before the agreed-upon deadline, which gave me enough time to make the girls practice my business methods. All of them, including Carla, got offended when I suggested it, but as they practiced, they understood the reason behind it. What they are doing now is different from what they have done before. This practice, the teachers, the clothes, and everything else were for a reason. My establishment will not sell just sex. It will sell desires, and the sex will be just part of it. "Has my suit arrived?" I asked as Carla appeared beside me. "Yes, a few minutes ago," she replied. "Today marks the day of the grand inauguration, set to take place in the evening. Dignitaries from across the empire, as well as esteemed guests from foreign kingdoms, have already arrived. Every inn, hotel, and private residence in the city has been overflowing with visitors for over a week, and businesses, especially the brothels, are thriving. Watching my competitors rake in profits made my heart ache. If only I had opened my establishment a month earlier, I, too, would have reaped the rewards of this lucrative occasion. While I feel the pain of losing such a massive business, I am not sad. I am perfectly aware that if my business works as I expect, I will earn everything I could have in a month within a matter of days." I sat on the chair and watched the girls practice. And unlike the first 3 days, I did not have to correct the girls. It is not surprising that with their experience and the help from teachers, they have all the necessary skills. I only taught them a different way to use them. I am glad I listened to Yudo's suggestion. Initially, I planned on hiring different actors, including low-level ones, in larger numbers, but Yudo suggested that I hire the high-level ones. The company of actors I had hired had actors as their base class. Each was at least level 15, with 7 actors above level 20. They have done a fantastic job, far better than I had thought they would. 3 hours passed, and I finally got up from my seat with a bright smile on my face. "Everyone, stop," I said, and all of them stopped and turned to me. "The practice is over," I declared, bringing a smile to the actors' and girls' faces. "Mr. Keyes, your company has done an outstanding job. If I had any jobs in the future and money in my pocket, I would hire you and your people again," I said to the impeccably dressed man in his early 50s. "Thank you, Mr. Silver," he said with a faint bow. "It is one of the best jobs I have ever received. And the girls have been wonderful company," he added, slightly bowing toward the girls, who returned it gracefully. A few minutes later, he and his people left, leaving me alone with the girls. "All of you have done a wonderful job. Even with the strict schedule, you have learned everything I have asked of you and more," I told the girls. "Thank you, Master Silver," they replied in unison. "The establishment's gates will open today in the evening, so rest, as you all won't be getting any until the morning," I said, and all their faces cracked in a smile. I nodded at them and walked toward my office when I suddenly stopped at the stairs and turned to the girls. "Sex is your choice. If you do not feel like it, you can refuse it," I stated and walked toward the office, leaving them shell-shocked. What I have just said could be self-suicide of this business, but that thing had been eating me for days, and I finally said it. I have come from a place where I had a right to choose, and I wanted to give them that, or my conscience would not let me sleep in peace. Soon I reached the office, but I did not work. My nerves were too antsy to let me do anything, so I read. I have made a big list of books I will read this year. It was quite ahead of schedule until last month, but now I have fallen behind. This month I barely had any time to read a single page, much less a book. 2 hours passed, and I stood in front of the mirror, adjusting the suit one last time before walking out of my room. "Remove the covers at 5 and open the gates at 6, I told Carla. Even now I have kept changes hidden, from the trees to fountains to the whole mansion covered in clothes. I did not want anybody to take a glimpse of it. It was done less with intention to hide and more with creating an interest. There are a couple of high-class brothels, If I opened mine simply, it would be no different than them, and I want it to be different. I want people to feel curiosity about it. So, when they choose the brothel, I want them to choose mine. Yes, Carla replied. I looked at the cloth-covered mansion with expectations. I had worked hard, taken an enormous risk, and hoped it would succeed. I honestly did not want to attend the inauguration and miss my business's opening. Still, this inauguration is extremely important, not only to make connections, but also because not going would have consequences. It will seem disrespectful to the prince, especially after getting the invitation, and I want to avoid that in any way possible. I hope everything goes well, I said with a sigh. It will, Carla replied with the confidence that I was not feeling in my heart. Good luck, I said to her. I then walked to the carriage with George closing the door behind me. A minute later, the carriage was out of the manor's gates, turning toward the Grand Plaza, where the fourth prince of the empire, Magnus Grelt Ulmwick Median of House Solendum, would inaugurate the city he had built. Many important people came throughout the month. Especially the past week, their numbers were so large that all the hotels, inns, and guest houses were filled. I even had to give my rented house to someone I used to know in Redfawn City. In addition to my elder brother, the House of Silver had also officially sent someone. It was one of my uncles. He is a detestable man. My father didn't like him, did I? Thankfully, I would not need to meet him. He had not replied to me, even after I had sent him a letter as a courtesy. I was reading a book when I felt a very faint sensation, but I knew it was real and came from my base class. It was not a feeling I had ever experienced before, but my father had described it many times. The ambassadors of the emperor succeeded, not wholly, but they achieved some success. Through my mercantile class, I could feel the restrictive effect of the trade war against merchant cities loosened up. Now there would be trade, and I hope it is the city-state of Meldhorn or Belnin. The chances of it being them are much higher than others due to the border we share with them. The Grelthaven city and the entire Renwell province will benefit tremendously if it is Melhorn or Belnin, with all the trade from them flowing through the Trollmouth River. I shook my head and stopped thinking about it further. Things will become apparent soon, but until then I have to be calm. It took me over an hour to reach the central plaza, 4 times more than I would typically need to get to this place. The security was tight, and on top of that, there was heavy traffic. All the skills in the world could not prevent it. I got off the carriage and saw the central plaza packed with people. The whole city seemed to have gathered in the square. There was barely any place to stand. Thankfully, I had an invitation, which gave me a clear path guarded by the fourth prince's personal guards. Invitation, said the knight at the final checkpoint. There were 12 knights at the final check, all of them wearing thick red metallic armor and a sigil of Burning Rose imprinted on their chest. These knights belonged to the Order of Burning Rose, a powerful knight order allied with the fourth prince. Each of these knights is powerful. Even the weakest of them could hack me into 2 without me knowing how. You can enter, he said, as he returned my invitation. I nodded in thanks before I took back the invitation and walked inside. The place is big, and while the general public has no choice but to stand openly in a crowded space, special arrangements are made for important guests and invitees. A huge stage was set up in the square, and a seating arrangement for more than 2,000 people was in front of it. The seats on the first row looked like thrones. I had heard that 4 dukes were coming, along with various other nobles and important people. Even Marquess Gatz, the commander of the Renwell region who is only loyal to the emperor, had come. Nearly all the seats at the back were filled except for the first 5 rows, so when I went in, I attracted quite a lot of attention. I had thought I had left early, but it seemed like people had arrived earlier, and now I feel awkward with all these stairs. My place was quite far behind. I had to cross over half of the rows before I found my row and went inside. Soon I was at my seat beside a fat older man and a couple in their mid-30s. The woman had an average face, but like most women sitting here, was dressed extravagantly. On her lap was a cub of a green-eyed panther with an enchanted gemmed collar. It became alert as it saw me, but the next second it closed its eyes languidly as the woman gently patted its head. "Sirs, madam," I said politely as I took my seat. "I did not think I would have the pleasure of sitting beside a silver," said the older man beside me. He was slightly fat but had a pleasant face, which looked even more likable when he smiled. "My apologies, sir, but you are?" I asked the older man. "This old man is Javier Santos. You probably have not heard of me," he said, waving his hand. "How could I not have, Mr. Santos? Your house made the carriage I used to own in Redfawn," I said. "This older man's merchant house specializes in making carriages. They are pretty expensive, especially the enchanted ones, which I will definitely buy when I have enough money. Your house is a big customer of ours. Just a few months ago we completed the big order of enchanted carriages for your house," he said. To that I smiled. I made small talk with the older man and a couple beside me who were from a small noble house in the Khaltsin province. Soon the important people kept pouring in, from representatives of knight orders and merchant houses to important nobles, each person with great power and wealth. Finally, when there was half an hour to 6 when the first duke appeared, Marcus Vinwain, the Duke of Dawhall. He is the small man who has one of those smiling faces, but as he appeared, his aura of authority spread across the plaza, silencing all those who were speaking. The aura of authority is one of the enviable things of the ruling class. Although it is not unique to the ruling class, it is very hard for other classes to have it, and even among the ruling class, it is rare. The higher one's class, the better one's chances of awakening it. Class or no class, he is a duke and controls the vast power, whose support the fourth prince will need in his fight for the throne. Until now, he had kept his decision hidden from all the princes. His presence at the inauguration could only be taken with a grain of salt. As this could be a courtesy or a feint or him choosing a side, nothing could be said to be certain. He stopped his aura when Count Darrow welcomed him and sat a few minutes later. It was the Duke of Blackwell, and after him was the Duke of Hennar. The last among the dukes was the Duke of Valeshire, the fourth prince's maternal uncle and older brother of Count Darrow, the only duke who has already taken his side, which is unsurprising, seeing the fourth prince is his nephew. The last to make the entrance was Marquess Gatz, the commander of the Dustorn fortress. He is effectively the most powerful man in Renwell province, more powerful than the governor of Deerpond. He controls the imperial army stationed at Dustorn fortress, which guards the border against Tabes, from whom the empire had taken this region. He looked to be in his early 50s. He was neither tall nor short, handsome nor ugly. He looked like any other ordinary man on the street, with an easily forgettable face. He also has an active aura of authority, which is no less weaker than the duke's, which is unsurprising. While the duke is considered a higher level title and class, it is not that simple when it comes to classes. He turned off his aura as he sat down while I focused on my pocket watch, which had an hour marked as 6. I asked Carla to remove all the clothes covering the establishment. She must have started doing that now, and in an hour she would open the door. I wish I had been there. I have worked very hard on it for the past month and would have liked to see how it went from the first minutes, but I can't. I will have to remain here till this damn function is over. Roo roo roo. I was busy thinking when I heard a sharp bird call and saw dots in the sky. They rapidly started growing bigger and bigger until I saw them as birds. 5 flaming red giant birds pulled on a golden-violet carriage in the sky. The birds looked dangerous, and the carriage was magnificent. The carriage is called Visma's Gale. It was one of the imperial artifacts given to the prince after his first victory in battle. The artifact had been in the house of Salndim for over 1,000 years. Thud. The carriage elegantly circled in the sky before smoothly descending and landing on the ground, barely making any sound. A few seconds later, the door opened, and the man in his late 30s walked out of the carriage. The moment he did, all the people got up in unison and bowed. Even the powerful dukes bowed their heads as he appeared. His Imperial Highness, Prince Grelt Unwick Median of Imperial House Salndim, Grand Duke of. The herald called out his name and the various titles he had been bestowed by the Emperor. Aside from the first prince, he had the most titles, which showed his power. At ease, he said, and we sat down. It is my first time seeing the fourth prince. I have only seen one prince before. The first prince. He had come to Redfawn 2 years ago, and my father had taken me to the banquet held in his honor. Fourth Prince Grelt, as he likes to be called, is a handsome man in his late 30s with fiery blue-red hair that only members of the imperial family have. I, Magnus Grelt Unwick Median of Imperial House Salndim, welcome you all to this wonderful city of Grelthaven, he said in his smooth, cultured voice. He did not speak loudly or use any artifacts, but everyone heard him clearly as if he was speaking in front of them, which was, of course, due to his skills. I have built this city to make our empire even more prosperous. Its proximity to merchant cities will bring immense trade and wealth, and the lion's share would belong to this great city of Grelthaven and its citizens, he said, and crowds cheered loudly. He is a great orator with excellent skills that imprint every word of his into people's minds and sway their hearts. It took quite a lot of effort to understand the things he expertly omitted in his speech, while everything he said was the truth. But not a complete truth. He is right about prosperity, but he smoothly omitted the danger of Navarre, whose undead horde could lay waste to the city and region. Not to mention Thebes, they had vowed to take back the region. Thankfully, the emperor had placed an enormous force here in the dust-torn fortress under Marquess Gatz, who was instrumental in winning this region for the empire 3 years ago. The prince's speech continued for more than half an hour. Before it ended, it was then Marquess Gatz's turn, who read out the emperor's words and gave a little speech of his own before the dukes took a turn after another. Some took a long time, while others finished early. The sun had completely gone down, and now there was only moonlight from the 3 moons lighting the sky, while the ground was lighted up by the lights as the words of influential people rang out. Halfway into the Duke of Valeshire's speech, I looked down at my watch. It is already 5 after 7. Carla would have opened the doors by now. I wonder whether any clients have come. There are still many people in the city, including friends and family, who are not attending the inauguration. My heart beats wildly in anticipation and nervousness about how the establishment would do. Many nights I thought my changes would be too different and that people would reject them. I even had nightmares about my failures. I shook my head at those thoughts and focused on speeches. I had done everything, and now everything was beyond my control, so I should not think about it too much. The Duke of Valeshire had finished his speech before his brother took over. Count Darrow will be the Lord of Grelthaven. I heard he is pretty unhappy about this, given that he is a count and controls a much bigger territory than this little city, but Prince Grelt somehow convinced his uncle. This is excellent news for the city. While Count Darrow might be greedy, he has extensive administrative experience, and the city should flourish under his stable hands. Cheer, cheer, cheer. The crowd cheered as Lord Darrow finally finished his speech, which lasted longer than Prince Grelt's. There are cultural programs, but I do not have to stay for them, nor will many important people. They will be attending the party that the prince is hosting. I was not invited to it. Only important and influential people were invited. Like my uncle, who came as a representative of the House of Silver. I was hoping he would take me with him, but seeing how he had not even answered my letter, there was no chance. He would likely take my brother, who would be bequeathed the title and the deed tomorrow. The people sitting begin to leave one after another. Not all are leaving, some are staying to watch the performances. The city had spent a lot of money on it, having brought artists from not only the Empire, but also other countries, all humans, of course. I would have stayed too, if not for this being the first day of the establishment. It was nice to meet you, Mr. Santos, I said to an old man as I stood up and turned to the couple. A pleasure, Sir Jacques, Madame Serena. The people in charge of security kept everything in order, so there was not much of a crowd when I walked out, and soon I was in my carriage. To the establishment, James, and a little faster, I said as I sat down in the carriage. Yes, Mr. Silver, he said, and the carriage began to roll through the streets. The traffic was still there, with people leaving. But it was much less than before, so we reached the establishment within 35 minutes. After looking at the establishment from outside, I said, James, to the back entrance. From what I saw, it was better to enter through the back. Fug. I am bored. I hate my father bringing me to this shithole where there is no decent entertainment, cursed a blond man in his early 20s as the carriage rolled on the streets of Grelthaven. Careful, Vans, it would be bad if those words fall on the wrong ears, cautioned Murrin sitting across him. Vans glared at his friend irritatingly, but did not say anything. Vans is right, this city does not have anything. In these 4 days, we have gone to its 2 casinos, 5 whorehouses, and a river ferry, which was the only thing that somehow entertained me, sighed Rand disappointedly as he turned to his friends. They are from the Warsteel, the capital. The city is tens of times larger than this. It has every kind of entertainment and pleasure one would seek, even the forbidden types. So where should we go? Asked Rand, and there was silence among the five for a moment. Let's check out the new whorehouse that just opened today, Jarvis suggested, but no one seemed very interested in his suggestion. Come on, it will be better than complaining endlessly, he said finally. They did that yesterday when they couldn't decide where to go. Like idiots, they made the round trip across the city for over 2 hours. Driver, take us to the new brothel, said Jarvis. And a minute later, the carriage turned toward the entertainment district. 12 minutes later, the carriage stopped. Gentlemen, we have arrived, announced the driver. The 5 people engaged in discussions looked out, and surprise was evident on their faces. Interesting colors, said Murrin. Vans and others couldn't help but nod. The towering iron gates loomed ahead, opening onto a wide, elegant roadway bathed in the ethereal glow of Ellerin moonflower trees. Their silvery light shimmered across the path, casting soft, shifting patterns on the ground. At the far end, a breathtaking mermaid fountain sparkled in the moonlight, its cascading water catching every glimmer. Beyond it, the manor's grand entrance stood in regal beauty, its walls painted in a mesmerizing blend of pink and violet. Driver, take us inside, Javier ordered. The carriage moved forward, gliding through the grand iron gates and into the silvery embrace of the Ellerin moonflower trees. Their ethereal glow bathed the carriage in soft, shifting light, with delicate tendrils of luminescence slipping through the windows. Inside, the silver radiance mingled with the carriage's magical illumination, enveloping the interior in a dreamlike shimmer. The parking spaces are nearly full, Vans noted, sounding a little surprised as he got out of the carriage. He had not expected to see such a crowd on the opening day of a new brothel. Let's go inside, said Rand. They walked past the mermaid fountain toward the manor's lightly glowing steps. Before they reached the door, they could see the huge hall. What they saw inside the hall couldn't help but surprise them. It didn't look like a brothel they had ever been in. Have we come to the right place? Asked Lennon, because what they saw did not seem like a whorehouse, though the familiar feel of classes told them it is. The surprising scene had only stopped them for a few seconds before they stepped inside, feeling curious. Welcome to Velvet Garden, patrons, said a melodic voice as they entered. When they turned, they saw a beautiful woman with flaming red hair wearing a shimmering black backless gown. Is this really a whorehouse? Vans blurted out, his voice cutting through the air with an awkward mix of curiosity and doubt, and the woman's luscious lips curved into a little smile, hearing the question. It is, and I hope you all enjoy your time here. She replied radiantly. Vans nodded, looking at her with undisguised lust, before turning to face the hall. He saw a big, beautifully decorated hall filled with tables on which men and women in expensive clothes were conversing and laughing, while a band played soft music in the background. It felt nothing like the debauched den he had expected. Instead, the atmosphere carried the refined air of an elite restaurant, the kind they frequented on special occasions where every movement was polished, every manner impeccable, and luxury dripped from every detail. The only striking difference, not a single woman in the room, was anything less than breathtakingly beautiful. Every woman was a vision of beauty, adorned in exquisitely tailored garments that seemed crafted just for them. Their outfits fit like a second skin, flowing effortlessly with their movements as if they had been born to wear them. There was no trace of discomfort, only confidence, and an enchanting grace that made them all the more mesmerizing. It may not feel like a brothel, but it is, said Lennon, looking at men and women disappearing into the staircase and some returning from another. My friends, as you can see, there are very few whores remained, and I would like to have one before others take them, said Rand, and walked toward a young woman in her early 20s, sitting by a long bar wearing a low-neck red dress, with a glass of golden brown whiskey in her hand. You look ravishing, if you don't mind me saying, Rand murmured as he appeared beside the stunning young woman draped in a shimmering silky dress. She put her drink down on the counter effortlessly and turned to him with a faint, knowing smile. I don't mind, she replied, her voice smooth as silk. I like compliments, she added with a twinkle in her eyes after a moment. Then you're going to love what I have to say next, he said, sliding onto the seat beside her, his eyes gleaming with mischief. In the next few minutes, Rand had nearly forgotten he was talking to a whore, but felt like he was talking to a peer of similar standing. I watched the hall through the one-way mirror in the small hidden room that I had asked Valentina to make, and the things I saw couldn't help but put a smile on my face. When I saw the parked carriages from the road, I had already expected a big crowd, but the crowd in the hall surprised me, and what was even more surprising was the girls. They are doing great. They engage with patrons, smile, and laugh at their words while slowly seducing them. The seduction is not for sex. They will have sex with patrons if they want it, but they do not need to. The system of a brothel is different. They will not need to have sex to get paid. The moment they start talking with the girls, their billing begins. It did not matter if they were with the girls for a minute or an hour. They would be charged by the hour, and I don't think there would be much of a complaint because we are not selling just sex. It has been proven that individuals who seek partners outside of marriage do so mainly to satisfy their emotional needs rather than merely their physical desires. While they may indulge in physical pleasures, it is the emotional connection and comfort they crave the most. In this 1 month, through the various teachers and my methods, I have trained the girls in such a way that they would be able to fill that emotional void in their patrons, as well as the physical ones. I should be charging more as I am doing therapy for these people, I thought with a smile. They also eat and drink a lot, which is good news. The wine and food are the best, and the head chef and bartender are well above level 20. I had to pay everyone a premium, especially the visible staff, such as the band and serving staff, who didn't want to work in a brothel with standard pay. I watched through the glass window for about an hour before I returned to the office, where I saw the guards closing the gates. We are full. I had dreamed about this scenario but did not expect it to occur on the opening night or in the first week. There were already more than 10 patrons who did not have any girls to talk to, so it was wise to close the door until some patrons left. While it is a good strategy to keep slightly more patrons than the girls, we could not keep too many as it would cause client dissatisfaction, which I could not afford. I am willing to suffer the loss than let my patrons have an unhappy time in my establishment. I did not stay in my office for long. I quickly ate the dinner that had already been placed on my table and returned with a notebook in my hand. Taking notes is essential. It helps me determine what works and doesn't. I meticulously recorded everything: the spots patrons favor, the women they gravitate toward, and the speed at which they order drinks and food. But most importantly, I observe how long they linger in conversation before the night inevitably leads them to the sheets. A few hours passed, and to my surprise, I noticed that 50% of patrons spent at least an hour with the girls before they went to the rooms. 20% of them talked for at least 2 hours before going to the rooms, while 30% just talked without going to the rooms. When they left the establishment, there was a smile on their faces. Other things were happening that I had not planned, and some caught me by surprise. All the tables have only 2 chairs, and even the stools by the bar are placed in groups of 2. This arrangement ensures that each patron has a private conversation. Still, as midnight rolled and more people began to arrive, I saw people asking for more chairs. Now, some tables have 1 woman with 2 or 3 patrons, and some tables even have 2 or 3 girls with a group of 4 or 5 patrons. I wanted to do this, but my research suggested it would not work. However, it is working splendidly. Seeing that, I sent a note to Carla to let more people in. These girls are not common whores. They have been dressed impeccably and with flawless makeup and have perfect manners, like the women of wealthy families. People will unconsciously relate to seeing those elements, and their behavior toward them will change. It is due to this unconscious change that these people share the girls among themselves, even taking turns having sex with them, which gives them a different type of psychological satisfaction. Outside, they could not bed any women of standing they wanted, but here, they could bed anyone who looked like their wealthy friends, and that produced psychological satisfaction. These psychological tricks are common on Earth. Established businesses employ hundreds to sell their services and products. I looked for a few more minutes before leaving the window. And taking the secret staircase, I did not walk back to my office but to the makeup room. "Continue," I said when they turned toward me. 2 girls wearing pink robes sat in front of the mirror, while 6 different kinds of combs, brushes, and other makeup instruments worked on them at a speed that was hard to follow. This is Yudo's actual ability. He said he could control 6 things at once with the telekinesis skill, allowing him to work on 6 people simultaneously. It is a sight to behold. Every second, a change appears on the girls. Their hair became glossy. The makeup became perfect as before. It is not just for the makeup, but also the clothes they wear. Every time they change clients, they come here for new makeup and clothes, which might seem like a hassle and a waste of resources and time, but it is not. From what I have observed in the past few hours, it is one of my best ideas. It instantly attracts the patron's attention, because even if they don't entirely remember all the details, they can tell something has changed about them. This creates curiosity. Girls, bring the dress on the hanger number 5, and black lingerie from the number 17 stand, said Yudo, and 3 teenage girls quickly followed his orders. These 3 girls signed the contract, but since they are not 18, I will not use them on the floors above. I couldn't just let them freeload, so I put them to work. These 3 have become assistants to Yudo, while the others are doing different jobs. The girls brought the clothes, and Lana got out of her chair and disrobed, completely naked. Yudo looked at every part of her and moved the brushes. Where the pleasure marks were, even the love bites had disappeared as the brushes moved over them. And her body became flawless as before. As he finished with the brush, he quickly took control of the clothes the girls brought. They floated and flowed on Lana's body. She is used to it, as she raises her hands and feet, in familiar grace without Yudo saying anything. Within seconds, the lingerie and the dress appear on her. He tops them off with some jewelry before applying some skill that tightens the dress, among other things. At the end of the minute, she became radiant again. And even I couldn't help but feel attracted to her. Thanks Yudo, she thanked, Master Silver, she said respectfully before walking out of the room. I stayed in the changing room for an hour, and by the time I walked out, I was beyond sure I had made the right decision to hire him. What I am paying him is much higher than what most makeup artists make, but given his level and skill, he is beyond worth it. I lingered there for quite some time, before finally stepping out after half an hour. I sat by the window once again, watching the scene unfold. To my surprise, even after midnight, the flow of clients showed no sign of slowing. Usually the crowd begins to thin at this hour, but tonight, the energy remains undiminished, as if the night itself refuses to end. I could tell many skills were active in the hall, but these skills were not powerful enough. The girls aren't powerful enough. This is one reason I have spent so much time enhancing the girls' other aspects, from teaching them different things to getting them the best dresses and makeup. Oh, I would have done that either way. They enhance the features they already have, and I would have needed those skills for the kind of business I plan to run. The level and skills are essential, and I genuinely hope the girls level up after today. I need them to have high levels. I want to make the establishment an actual high-class brothel. While the establishment could be considered a high-class brothel, it is only on the scale of a small city. The actual high-class brothels in the big cities are on a completely different scale. The girls in them are above LV 20, many at LV 25 and above. On average, people achieve level 18 in their lifetime, though this number could be slightly higher or lower. Reaching level 20 is considered a milestone, and those who achieve it are deemed exceptional. Carla said 4 girls are at level 19. But she did not mention their names, and I did not ask. Classes and levels are considered secrets. It is impolite to ask about them. Time passed as I watched every aspect of the establishment, taking notes on everything. With so much writing, I began to feel pain in my fingers, but I ignored it and continued taking notes. Soon it was dawn, and the last remaining patrons began to leave. As I watched the last patron leave, I got up from the window. I did not go to the hall. The girls had worked hard all night and needed their much-deserved sleep. So do I. Prostitute LV 13. Prostitute LV 14. Skill gained fast and slow. Whore LV 17. Strumpet LV 19. Skill gained lustful walk. Harlot LV 20. Conditions met, harlot madam. Madam LV 21. Skill change, whore's payment, gentleman always pays. Skill change, all night restful slee. Skill change, harlot smile charming smile. Skill gained, madam's grace. Skill gained, true salary. Assistant LV 5. Skill gained, good memory. Soutenur Merchant LV 3. Soutenur Merchant LV 4. Soutenur Merchant LV 5. Skill gained shop open. This was the first thing I saw when I opened my eyes, and my eyes went wide immediately. The level up wasn't surprising, I had expected it. What is surprising is getting 3 levels. It is rare, one had to achieve quite a feat to gain 3 levels simultaneously. I have not only gained the levels, but also a fantastic skill that any merchant would be jealous of. It is a fucking billboard skill. Shop open will make the business more noticeable. It will be like having a big sign that attracts everyone's attention, but how much it will attract depends on my level. The higher my level will be, the greater effects it will bring. Class: Soutenur Merchant LV 5, Lawyer LV 2. Charisma, Intelligence, Vitality. Skills: 1. Trusty Presence, 2. Worthy Goods, 3. Contract, 4. Shop Open. Attribute Points 0.3. I opened my attribute page and looked at 3 attribute points. I thought for a while before dumping 2 points into the charm. Immediately, the powerful effects enveloped me. After any attribute reaches the 10, it gets a dramatic boost. Surpassing the effects, it gets by addition of 2 or 3 attribute points. This immediately increases the power of skills that run on it also, my charm and resistance against the other's charm and charm skill. This book is hosted on another platform. Read the official version and support the author's work. The last attribute point I added to vitality finally and immediately refreshed my body. Although it only lasted a moment, it made me crave it more. Class: Soutenur Merchant LV 5. Lawyer LV 2. Charisma 10. Intelligence, Vitality. Skills: 1. Trusty Presence, 2. Worthy Goods, 3. Contract, 4. Shop Open. Attribute Points. After reviewing the interface, I smiled, and for the first time since I had taken the class, I felt true hope. Things did not seem as bleak as they did a month ago. I could even feel some radiance. I looked at the attribute page for a few seconds. Before closing it and getting up, it was already 11 a.m. So I quickly freshened up and showered before eating breakfast, which was waiting on the hot tray. When I walked into my office, I found Carla was already there, as usual, looking through the file. "Haven't you slept?" I asked as I sat down. "I took a nap for about 2 hours," she replied, putting the file on the table and sliding it toward me. "That is not sleeping," I said, and a small smile appeared on her face. "I appreciate your concern, Remus, but I have the skills to operate on the minimum rest," she replied, and I was not surprised. It is said soldiers and whores are 2 people who have the most endurance-related skills. I wish I had such skill. They would have made my life much easier, I said with a sigh. She gave me a soft smile, before her expression changed, and she looked at me deeply. "Congratulations, Remus. It seemed like you had leveled up," she congratulated, and a surprise couldn't help but appear on my face before understanding flashed in. "My passive skill," I said, and once again she smiled. This made me note a vital point, getting control over passive skills. It is hard, they are called passive skills for a reason. But it could be done, and I will have to do it. Level and skills are the greatest weapons in this world. The better your control over them, the more benefits they will bring you. "How about you?" I asked. "I have also leveled up, and so have all the girls," she said suddenly, breaking me out of my thoughts. "All?" I asked in shock, not daring to believe what she had just said. "Yes, all of them," she confirmed. I had expected the girls to level up, but I did not expect all of them to. This isn't a common occurrence, but it is a welcome one. This development will greatly benefit the establishment. The clothes and makeup help, but they still pale compared to the help levels and skills provided. With this, we now have 4 girls at LV, 20 working in the establishment. Hearing that, a small smile appeared on Carla's face. "It is 6, she corrected, giving me another shock. I only remained in shock for a second before a big smile dawned on my face. I was not the only one who had leveled up more than once. "I hope they will listen to my suggestion on attribute point distribution," I said. I had told them your words, whether they listen or not. "It is up to them," she replied, and I couldn't help but nod. I said nothing for a few seconds, just looking at the file before gently picking it up. Then, I did not open the file but turned to Carla. "So what is the number?" I asked, and her amethyst eyes turned serious. "You might not believe it if I told you," she replied softly. Even she seemed to be in a little disbelief. Seeing the clients yesterday, I knew we had earned quite well and even had a number in mind. Her expression made me even more confident about that estimation. Taking a deep breath, I opened the file in my hand. At first, everything was as I expected, but after a few lines of numbers, my expressions began to change, and it completely turned to shock on the second page. I read page after page. Each word was meticulous and the numbers were clear. When I put down the file, I was in clear shock. I did not dare believe what I had read. The number exceeded our estimate. 137,000 crowns, I said softly, putting down the file after a few minutes. It was quite a shock to me when I tallied the numbers and recalculated 3 times before daring to believe it, she replied. "The numbers are truly hard to believe," I said softly, my voice barely louder than a whisper. "I watched the establishment the whole night and estimated we will earn around 50,000 crowns. That is quite shocking, but now, looking at the number, I am having quite a problem believing it. However, the numbers don't lie. You've earned 137,537 crowns. A little over a third had been earned by the girls' hours, the rest through the food and liquor." It couldn't help but bring a big smile on my face. My business model is working. Carla hadn't added the gifts and tokens the girls had received in addition, otherwise the number would have reached even higher. We charge 200 crowns per hour, the highest among all 6 high-class brothels in the city. Only one other brothel charges as much as us. It might seem high, considering that common people could comfortably live for a week for such an amount, but it is still quite low compared to the prices of a real high-class brothel in the big cities. We can't compare to the high-class brothels of the big cities. In those, the lowest level girl is at LV 20. Today, many girls have leveled up. It gives me hope that one day my establishment will also reach that height. With taxes, the girls' 10% cut, and other expenses, I would still end up with around 50% profit. This is more than I had expected, and it gives me great hope for the future. The business is good, but it would be hard to maintain it after the guests leave. It would be a huge deal if we could get half these numbers after a week, Carla said somberly. Yes, there might be a slight lull in a few days, but it won't last long, I replied with a light smile. Are you talking about the clients of merchant cities? She asked, and I smiled. I don't think they will give us much business, at least initially, she replied, shaking her head. You're quite wrong about it, I said with a big smile. Carla is a very smart, wise woman who knows much more than women of her station should know. It is why my father chose her to run the brothel. Still, she was limited by knowledge and connections. She did not know how hungry the empire was for trade to replenish its dwindling coffers, which were caused by constant wars. There's also a thing about the empire wanting to restore the relations with some enemies before the emperor dies. Once he does, the empire might not remain unified, at least not for a while. The enemies could use that. Merchants around the empire, even in the Renwell region, had big orders ready, knowing there would be a resumption of trade with the merchant states. One merchant city-state agreed to resume trade. Trade will start to flow in, with Grelthaven being one of the biggest beneficiaries. You will see it soon, I added, seeing her not believing me. The first ships from Meldhorn were scheduled to arrive in the late afternoon, so I planned to go to the port with Carla to watch them. I really hope what you said is true, she replied with hopeful eyes. Don't worry, I am not wrong about this. We did not speak for a minute before I focused back on the work. Yesterday our patrons drank a lot. We must replenish our liquor and order more. Given the response, we should buy the liquor from the second list, she stated. I nodded at that. The second list contains more expensive liquor. We wanted to buy it but didn't have money. Even now money isn't enough. But we can take the risk given the response. Also, the chef for the list of ingredients and let him choose the dishes he wanted to serve. I replied. We do not have enough money, she said. Take it on credit, I replied. There is a common phrase among the merchants. You need to spend more to earn more. Carla left a few minutes later with tasks in her hand. While I focused on the letter I was writing to my grandfather, the head of the House of Silver. Carla Salt. Carla descended the stairs with a heavy box in her hands. Staring at the contents, she couldn't help but feel happy about it. When she took the last step, she found all the girls sitting in the now slightly expanded common hall, with better furniture than before. They looked comfortable, with everyone having a seat, unlike before when they needed to sit on each other's lap. Not to mention, the new furniture was more comfortable. Everyone is sitting in the common room, including the teens. They will not work until they reach 18, but they are getting a stipend for the work they do around the establishment. Is that? Asked Ina with apparent hesitation and hope. Yes, your earnings from last night, Carla replied, putting the wooden box on the table before sitting in the chair behind it. Everyone quieted down, their eyes focused on the wooden box, especially the pouches, wanting to peer inside. I will now distribute your earnings, she said, looking at the eager women staring at the box. Though I will not share how much you have earned with everyone, that will be at your discretion, she added before removing the first brown leather pouch from the box. She did not even look at the pouch she took to find out who it belonged to. She did not have the moment she touched it. She knew it belonged to Margox. This is due to her new skill, True Salary, which she gained today in her new class. Her Harlot class had advanced to Madam, and now she had a new skill that allowed her to instantly calculate the amount of money each girl had made and who it belonged to. The class change was quite surprising. She had thought it would take at least a month, but it happened on the first day of opening. Maybe it was because of how deeply she was involved in the establishment. She had been here even before the first brick was laid and had been involved nearly every process. There is also Remus, who she thinks is the most responsible for such a quick change in her class. It is due to him she got the assistant class and it reached LV 5 today. He is giving me the second skill of the class. Good memory. It is an amazing passive skill. It lets me remember things. It's very useful in my line of work. From recognizing patrons' faces and names to the things about the work, it had already started helping me a lot. Margox, this is yours, she said. Margox, who was sitting not far away from her, got up from her spot and took the pouch and pink envelope attached to it with slightly shaking hands under the gazes of every woman. Open it, asked Brenna in anticipation. Brenna admonished Carla instantly. What? Everybody here wants to know how much we have made, she replied defensively, looking at the girls, all of whom nodded, seeing that she couldn't help but sigh. Even if she stops them now, they will ask each other later. You don't have to, said Carla. It is fine. I am sure today everyone will show how much they have made, replied Margox before she opened the pouch with shaking hands. She inserted a fair hand inside and took out the coin, and it was not the blue crown that came out, but a violet imperial, equal to 100 crowns. The imperial surprised the girls, but that was just the beginning. She took out another imperial and then another. In front of the shocked eyes of every woman, 12 imperials came out, one after another, before the crowns began to appear. 1,206 crowns. In my village, this is more than enough for one to live comfortably for months, said Mayana in a shaking voice. Every woman is shocked seeing the money, and why wouldn't they be? What they are holding would take them months to earn in their past brothel, and here they have earned it in a single day. Is this a dream? Asked Mina, not daring to believe what she saw. Not a dream, my dear, Carla replied. Silence descended into the room as the girls watched money on the table, different thoughts running through their minds. What is in the envelope? Asked Margox. Consider it a receipt. It has details of your commissions and gifts. And it also includes some details about the patrons who gave you the gifts, she replied. The receipt was Remus's idea. He wanted the girls to know clearly how much they were making. The information about the patron will help her thank him. They like it when we thank them for their gifts. Through her years in the business, she learned that knowing the patron who pays well always pays. Rip. Margox gently tore open the envelope by the pouch, took out the paper, and began to read it. As Master Silver had promised, 10% of your commission is here, and the rest are the gifts your patrons have left you. The house did not touch them. Let me look, said Ine, as Margox handed her the envelope. She still hadn't come out of shock. She was happy to see her friend earning good money, and Margox needed it more than anyone else. Only 40% earned through hours, while the rest are gifts, said Ine, reading the envelope. The commission is 10%, which is huge already, and even if Remus had paid only the commission, they would still be happy as they made pennies in their old brothel compared to this. Still, Remus had hinted he would increase the commission in the future. "Big Sister Carla, where is our salary, or is it just for Sis Margox only?" asked Kath humorously. "Patience, dear," she said, before she started calling names and handling salaries. The pouches emptied at a visible pace until the whole box emptied in less than a minute. "All the girls are looking at their salaries. Not all have earned the same. Some earned more, some less. Margox is one of the highest, the second highest. And is the highest earner. There is a difference of 140 crowns between her and Margox. It's not surprising. In the previous brothel, they were among the highest earners, though they barely received any share of those earnings. It would have been the same here if not for Remus." She wished Lola hadn't left. She had asked Remus tens of times to take her back, but Remus had said she had lost her chance. Sigh. She sighed her depressing thoughts away and focused on the girls in front of her. Everyone had made good money. The lowest was 335 crowns, while the highest was 1,380. The girls who earned less are a little sad seeing some of their peers earning more than double their income, but they are still happy with the considerable amount. I am sure they will now focus more on their lessons and serving the clients. Money is a great motivator. "Babe, the big sister, can't we work?" asked Gloria hesitantly. Carla turned to the young girl, sitting with the other girls her age. "No, you all will not work till you turn 18, she replied, and she could see the disappointment clouding the young girls' faces. Seeing that, she and a few other girls couldn't help but sigh. The withering circumstances and enough money could make one do anything, and even make this profession seem alluring. "You are the most fortunate girls. Learn everything from the teachers and what we are teaching you. It will help you a lot in the future, not only in advancing your class and getting better skills, but also in leveling up faster," said Carla. "I do not need to tell you the importance of that." "Do I?" she asked. The young girls shook their heads and they were in better moods. "Good, soak every morsel of knowledge and you all will earn more money than you have ever dreamed," she said, putting smiles on the girls' faces. She talked with the girls for a few minutes before getting up to leave, and then a question came to her. "This is temporary, isn't it, only while the prince is in the city?" asked Margox, and immediately the eyes of every woman in the room focused on her again. She understood the question, which she had asked not long ago, so she turned to the girls with a bright smile. "Not necessarily," she replied. "Master Remus said that with the trade starting with merchant cities, it will bring out a large number of merchants to the city," she added. "I am leaving for the port with Master Remus right now to watch the first ships from the merchant cities," she informed, walking out of the basement a few minutes later. She did not know if her words would come true, but she wished they would. These girls had suffered a lot in their lives, and they deserved some happiness. "Didn't I tell you?" I said to Carla, who was watching more than 50 ships arrive at the port, with Count Darrow ready to greet them in a grand procession. "We have been here for more than 1.5 hours, and the wait is worth it. The ships contain not only goods, but also wealthy merchants, who will be my clients. I am very excited as these ships are just the beginning and thousands more will come. The Renwell region is the only part of the empire that shares a boundary with the city-state of Meldhorn. Consequently, any trade moving toward the empire will pass through Grelthaven City. It has now become the gateway to the empire, along with Deerpond and Riverbell, the other 2 cities on the river. It is the same for any trade going to Meldhorn from the empire. There is a sea route, but both still need Belnen. It will be the last city-state to normalize its relationship with the empire." The emperor had used colorful words against the city-state and its lord. They were nasty and were widely reported. So Grelthaven is vital for trade, and will remain so even when all the merchant city-states normalize their relationships. The first ship docked an hour later, and several important people came out. From what I read in the papers, some important people are coming. The most important are the representatives of the Lord of Meldhorn and the Meldhorn City Merchant Guild leader. In addition, there are representatives and leaders of guilds in Meldhorn and other cities that are part of the Meldhorn city-state. Quite a crowd came, but they were not only for Grelthaven but all the other cities in the Renwell region, and some even went to the Empire. Lord Darrow is greeting them. With him are representatives of many business and political powerhouses. My uncle and brother were also there. representing the House of Silver. The bequeathment ceremony for the title and deeds was in the morning. Many important people attended, including the dukes and other important guests. As usual, I did not receive the invitation to attend. They could have invited me, but they did not. I wanted to curse these bastards. I desperately wanted to be there. The connections I would have made would have been invaluable. I would have forgiven them if they had brought me here to greet these merchants, but they did not do that either. Sigh. I shook my head as I calmed myself down. It did not matter if they did not help me. I would succeed alone. Yesterday I took the first step toward that, and now I need to keep climbing without stopping. James, let's go back, I said, and a minute later the carriage turned toward the city gates. I would have liked to stay longer, but there was no time. The establishment would open in a few hours, and I needed to prepare. There are some things I noticed yesterday that I have to change. Nothing big. I don't want to do anything that will take the girls off their game. Yesterday's success has built confidence in them, and in the next few days, that confidence will fortify if the establishment keeps pulling the same crowd as yesterday. We soon returned to the establishment. I went to my office, while Carla went to do the things she needed before it opened in the evening. She needs to do many things, but given her abilities, she can finish them before the establishment opens. The most worrying thing of the day had already been resolved. Mr. Harwood had sent the wines we had ordered. I thought we might not get all the wines, but he sent them all, and I am relieved. Our guests had drunk more than 4 times more wine than I had imagined. Today I refilled the stocks and ordered even more expensive wine. I would have bought even more expensive liquor if I had the money, but I cannot. Currently, I can only afford to buy from my second list, and I hope the establishment will earn me enough by the weekend to allow me to purchase a liquor on the third list. I have made a list of many things, and as I get more money, I will keep buying the more expensive things. It will cost me a lot, but I don't mind. It is a golden opportunity for me. While the city is still developing, I need to grow my business to the level that it becomes a brand synonymous with a high-class brothel. Anyone who thinks of a brothel in Grelthaven, then it should be Velvet Garden. My conviction has become even firmer after seeing the ships. If this city is not destroyed in the decade to come, it will grow beyond what the prince had dreamed of when he built it. I do not doubt that even one bit. The city is the gateway to merchant states. It will grow bigger and more prosperous than Deer Pond, the capital of the Renwell region. It wouldn't even take it very long. Click. Before I knew it, it was 5:30 when the door opened, and Carla walked in with a small stack of papers in her hand. The papers seemed to contain something important, given the expressions on Carla's face. What is it? I asked as she placed a stack of papers in front of me. Important, she replied, putting them before me and sitting down. Her expressions were serious, and I could see a very faint hint of nervousness. Seeing that I would not get any answers from her, I took the first page from the stack and read it. After reading a few sentences, my expression became serious, with a hint of shock. I read everything written on the paper, front and back, before placing it down gently and turning to Carla. It is a dangerous business, I said to her somberly. I know, she replied. I did not ask you for it, I said. I know, she said back. I looked directly into her momentarily before returning to the stack of papers and began reading again. What I am reading is dangerous, whether here or on Earth. It is risky and will always be dangerous. If not handled carefully, it will kill me. What she placed in front of me was information. People talk, and they talk more in whorehouse, especially in the company of beautiful women. It is the reason my father opened the brothel in Redfawn. He wanted the information, and I think it might be the reason why he got killed. The information is a dangerous business. And now I am reading it. I am dipping my feet into it, despite knowing I might get myself killed by it, but the knowledge is too enticing to throw it away simply. Most of the information in a stack of pages is useless, but I have written down some important information in my diary in English. Not all information here is truthful and correct. It is influenced by people's perspectives, not to mention people like to lie when they are impressing women. Finding the truth about the information is up to me, which is a great task, but I have some experience. Still, I will remain careful, never crossing the line unless it is absolutely necessary. Reading the pages has already taught me some interesting things, and while they are not immediately useful, they will be when I collect more. Knowledge is power when used correctly, and I plan to use it despite its danger. I finished reading everything before burning it all to ashes, wiping out every proof of it. The proof remains in my diary, but it is tough to understand because it is written in English, which has a different syntax than all the world languages. One would need to be a very high-level cipher to break through it. I did not say anything about the information. And Carla also remained silent, silently understanding what had just happened. She left not long after to make preparations to open the establishment. I stayed in the office, looking at the window. Yesterday, I did not get to watch the opening. Today, I will be watching from my window. Soon it was 6, and in less than 5 minutes the first carriage rolled in, and when I saw who it was, a smile couldn't help but appear on my face. It is a group of 5 young men in their early 20s. They came yesterday, and now they have come again. Repeat clients are the most important. So I have asked Carla to build relations with them. It does not matter whether they remain in the city. As long as they return, I want them to visit the establishment. I want to create such an impact on them. It took less than 2 hours after the opening before we needed to close the establishment's gate temporarily. I thought it would happen around 9 like yesterday, but it only took 2 hours. The gates remained closed for 40 minutes before we opened them again. To close them again, a little over 10 minutes later. It had happened even when I had asked Carla to let more people in today than yesterday. I watched the clients from my office and sat by a small secret window in the first-floor hall, watching and noting things. However, there were fewer things to note today, as I had already taken notes on most of the findings yesterday. Soon it was midnight. I had just returned from another trip to the changing room and sat by the small window, watching the hall, which had not been empty since 8. Patrons changed, but the hall remained filled with people. Since the establishment opened, the gates have been closed more than 10 times. Even now the gates are closed. And many carriages come and go back, seeing the gate closed. I felt terrible seeing that those people would not be able to enjoy the great pleasures that the establishment offered. They represent the walking money purses. It would have been great if the establishment had been big enough to accommodate them, but unfortunately, it is not. Though I will be in the future. And if the establishment keeps earning at the pace of today and yesterday, I can make those big changes much sooner than planned. I woke up a little earlier than yesterday. I did not stay up until 6 a.m. like yesterday. Instead, I went to bed at 4 a.m. before the establishment closed the gate for the day. When I reached my office around 9:30 after showering and breakfast, Carla was there, as usual, looking fresh and beautiful, as if she had taken 10 hours of beauty sleep, not barely 2 hours. "Good morning," she said as I walked into the office. "Morning," I replied, sitting down before taking the file that was placed in front of me. I opened it without wasting any time and began to read. And the more I read, the bigger the smile on my face became. There was even a small surprise. The establishment made more than we had thought. It is 179,000 crowns, 40,000 more than yesterday. The girls' earnings increased by around 15%, but the jump was bigger for food and beverages, which is no surprise as I had expected. The money girls earn has limitations. It depends on the rates and hours they put in. The only way I could improve that is by increasing the hourly rate of the girls, which I will do soon, but not now. On the other hand, I could increase my profit through food and beverages by selling expensive items, providing me with higher margins. The people who come to Velvet Garden are wealthy. Money is the least of their worries. "Didn't I tell you?" I said to Carla, pointing at the numbers. She had said it would be hard to make girls more money than yesterday, but it happened the next day. I did not think I could prove my point this early. After looking at things yesterday, I made small changes that made the system more efficient. So they would be able to serve more patrons. Still, it did catch me by surprise. "It is quite hard to believe it. Some small changes could bring such effects," she replied, with amazement dripping through her voice. "It's small things that bring the big change," I said. Turning to the newspapers. Yesterday, hundreds of ships came from merchant states, and a fraction of them stopped at the Grelthaven. They would go to other cities to unload and load the goods, but the city would still receive a portion of the taxes. So would all the cities whose territories they passed through. Being the first city has its advantages, and I hope the city will use them well. The papers say the prince will visit Meldhorn in a few days to sign the trade deals. If the deals work, the trade will increase even further. I read the papers before reading a report from the Grey Guild, which included some sketches and information about all the important merchants from Meldhorn. These 4 had come to the establishment yesterday, Carla said, pointing at sketches of 4 people as she read the report. Take a note of merchants from Meldhorn, I ordered. A few minutes later she left, and I turned to 3 letters. Not a single one was from my uncle. All 3 are about parties, the most important of which concerns the merchant guilds. Damonhart formally began as head of the merchant guild yesterday, and today they are throwing a party in honor of the prince. It will be a huge party that will include Prince Grelt and important nobles, especially merchants from Meldhorn, which the guild and I are very excited about. They are the people who will bring us and the city a fortune. It is today and I will attend it. I will also attend the other 2 parties tomorrow and the day after that. It is the best time to make the connection, as after the prince and all the guests leave, the parties will slow down and there will be less chance to make the connection. Click. Hours passed and soon it was afternoon. I was working when Carla came into the office holding an envelope. This came for you. They require immediate reply. The messenger is waiting for it, she said as she placed the blue envelope in front of me. It had Nielsen's sigil, and Valentina's personal vigil was beside it. I opened the letter and looked inside. As I read it, a surprise flashed on my face, and a smile appeared. This is not the first time this has happened to me. I have done this before, but it was for a good friend. Mage Valentina is not my friend. She is mostly an acquaintance. I wouldn't accept her offer if I did not need this as much as she does. I didn't think she was interested in you, said Carla as I wrote my reply. Her voice was different than usual, and I sensed a hint of something I had not sensed before. She is not, I replied, which surprised her. She arched her eyebrow in a questioning look. However, I did not answer her question but gave her the letter. Before I knew it, evening had arrived, and the establishment's gates opened within an hour. Guests filled the hall, and by 7:15 we had to close the establishment's door temporarily. Today the clientele has changed. For 2 days most patrons were from the Empire, but now a third are from the merchant state of Meldhorn. They were surprised as they entered the establishment, but adjusted quickly, which is unsurprising. There is a saying that even if you throw a merchant to hell, they will survive and thrive. I wish I could stay longer and watch, but I have a party to attend, and before that I have to go home. So I looked at the hall one last time and walked toward the back entrance, where the carriage awaited me. It did not take me long to reach the place I had rented. The first thing I did was shower and put on a suit. Seeing I had half an hour, I sat in my small library and began reading a book from the shelf. These books came with the house. Some of them were on my list to read. Knock, knock. I was engrossed in reading when the knock sounded on my door. Mr. Silver, your guest has arrived, he informed me. Thank you, George. I thanked and got up before leaving the library. When I entered the living room, I saw a beautiful woman sitting on the sofa. She was wearing a green cocktail gown that showed off her radiant shoulders and tempting cleavage. Remus, thank you for being my date for today's party, she said as she saw me. How can I reject the offer of a beautiful woman, Mage Valentina? I replied with a smile. You can call me Valentina, Remus, she said. I nodded before we walked out of the office. We are going to the party in her carriage, which is much better than my own and enchanted. I opened the door for her, and she walked in before stepping inside and sitting on a very comfortable leather-cushioned bench opposite her. I heard your establishment is doing well, she said. There are many rich people in the city, I replied. There are, but that isn't the only reason, she said. I have heard the praises. Quite a few people are talking about it, not to me obviously, she added. I wanted to say she is welcome anytime, but she didn't. I hope it will do well after the guests leave, I said. Although I might have been confident in front of Carla, I was actually worried about it. Don't worry, with the merchant state it will, she replied. I know she was trying to be polite, but this made me happy. How is the business? I asked her after a few seconds of silence. Good, very good. We received a lot of projects yesterday and today, so much so that I am asking headquarters for more personnel and resources, she replied, seeming quite happy about it. Nielsen is a large company, and its presence is among the top 3 in the city. If the city prospered, A company would be one of its greatest beneficiaries. We talked while the carriage moved toward the financial district, where the merchant guild is. 20 minutes later, we reached it. "Ready?" she asked. I nodded and took her hand into mine as I walked toward the door of the merchant guild. The merchant guild is a huge white marble building covering a large area of around 20,000 square feet, with 5 floors. It is a huge building, as big as the city hall, covering a substantial 10,000 square feet and 5 stories tall. It needs to be big as it represents all kinds of merchants. Under its roof are the offices of all sub-guilds. Whether a cobbler, painter, or weaver, one will find their offices inside. Considering the size of the guild, it is clear that the prince had ambition. Many of the sub-guilds that had spaces there didn't even exist in the city. The merchant guild not only made the rules and enforced them, but also provided arbitration and other services to the merchants in dispute with one another or the guilds of different cities. It wields the massive influence and is a semi-governmental body, fully controlled by the city. The ruling body consisted of the guild head, vice heads, and sub-guild heads. It would have been great if I could have held any of these positions, but the house would not support my bid for them. Not to mention the business I run. Lord Darrow would have to think twice about giving me any position. The positions are public and affect the city's reputation. Unless there are compelling circumstances, nobody will give the brothel owner such a high position. Still, I would not be just a simple guild member. For a start, I have a position in mind. Though getting it would be hard, I have already started working on it. As we walked toward the gates, I saw more people glancing at me than usual. This is likely because of Valentina, who is quite famous and a powerful mage. Soon we reached the gate, where Damon Hart was standing with 4 people. They were all vice guild masters, and 2 were heads of their sub-guilds. Usually, the majority of vice heads are heads of their sub-guilds. "Mage Valentina and Master Silver, welcome to the merchant guilds," said Damon Hart, who had finally gotten the job. "Thank you, guild head," we said in unison. "Vice guild heads," I said a moment later before entering the ballroom with Valentina. The ballroom is bigger than the ballroom of Damon Hart's mansion, and there is already a large crowd there. We arrived on time, but some people appeared early. As I said, this is an excellent opportunity to connect, and nobody wants to miss it. "Mage Valentina, I didn't know you'd be here," said the voice as we walked into the ballroom. A middle-aged man with shoulder-length raven hair walked toward us with a pretty-looking woman in a silver-red gown. I recognized him. He was on the list of nobles who came to Grelthaven for the inauguration. Baron Augustine, Baroness Augustine, greeted Valentina with a faint bow. "Valentina, it's nice to see you again," said Baroness Augustine with a faint smile before turning to me. "Who is this handsome man?" she asked. "Remus Silver," I replied. Recognition flashed in the eyes of both of them. "I knew those eyes felt familiar," said Baron Augustine before returning to Valentina. "You have built us a beautiful manor, Valentina. I was hoping you would build us another one, this one for our summer vacations at Jelen," he said. To that, Valentina shook her head. "My apologies, Lord Baron. I am based in Grelthaven now," she replied. "Jameson Leeds is now head of the Jelen division, and he is a wonderful architect," she added. An evident disappointment appeared in Baron Augustine, more so on the Baroness's face. "No one could replace you, Valentina," he said with a sigh. We talked to them for a couple of minutes, with mostly Baron rambling about the beautiful manor that Valentina had built, while the Baroness was casting hidden glances at Valentina. We talked to them for a minute more before moving away and talking to different people. Valentina seemed to know many people, as we had not stayed alone even a minute, always talking to some. From nobles to merchants to mercenaries, everyone important is present here. As I was talking to people, I felt a familiar gaze on me. When I looked, I saw a familiar man looking at me with the same eyes. My uncle stared at me for a second before we both looked away at the same time. Valentina noticed the exchange but did not say anything. Time passed and we kept talking to new people. It was interesting, especially talking to merchants from the city-states. They are so different from the people of the Empire, which has become nationalist and even somewhat isolationist after the current emperor's ascendancy. Tribes of elves and dwarves, and along with some other races present in the Empire, were expelled, and their entries were banned. I have only seen them a few times, There are many in the empire who did not. However, now, it will change as we trade more with city-states. Only 2 city-states were ruled by humans, while others were ruled by different races, from elves to orcs. One was even ruled by one of the elder races. As we talked with the people, my smile disappeared, and my expression turned serious as I looked at the family members approaching me. Baron Edwin, madam, I greeted as I gave a faint bow to my brother, who finally got the noble title my father and the house paid for. He is wearing an empire-style suit that borders on gaudiness, while his mother, in a creamy white gown, looks as graceful as ever. He looks happy. It is evident by his expressions how much he is enjoying himself. This happiness lasts only a few days. His trial will begin when he returns to the territory he has gained. The place, unlike the wasteland, is not barren. It is now a forest, but a few centuries ago, people used to live in cities and towns. While the place is green, it is also filled with dangers, the first one being the Navar, the undead kingdom. The Navar side is usually silent, unless they plan to send undead hordes to harvest people and turn them into undead. So these new barons should be worried about the more immediate danger, the boundary they share with the merchant state of Oxal. There are tribes of orcs, and they are not very friendly, especially those bandit tribes. There is also the extreme magic region. Remus, my brother, how are you, and how is your little whorehouse doing? He asked boisterously. I am good, Lord Baron, and the establishment is doing well too, thanks to our father's blessings. I replied with a smile that froze his hateful laugh. He hates it when I remind him that we share blood, so I use these words whenever I want to irritate him. Good, I am proud of you, he said, clapping on my shoulders a little too hard. I bore it with a smile and turned to the woman who looked to be in her early 50s. Madam, it's been a while, I said politely. The last time I saw her was at the reading of my father's will. It is nice to see you too, Remus, she replied in her neutral voice. Since I have known her, she has always used this tone toward me. She is neither hateful nor loving. It is the same attitude inherited by her daughter, the eldest of my father's children and the one he loved the most, so much that he had left a large chunk of his wealth to he. Layla didn't come. I thought she was coming, I asked. To that, Madam shook her head. She was planning to, but something important has come up that she couldn't ignore, replied Madam without the slightest change in her expression. It was more likely that she was managing that giant inheritance. My father left me with something good but with conditions attached to it, while his children got it without it. Even after months, I feel bitter about it. Especially when I worked tirelessly for that old man, while my fathers enjoyed their lives. Remus, I am leaving for my territory the day after tomorrow. Are you interested in coming? He asked, and it surprised me but soon. I remembered the trips that old Remus had taken with him. When old Remus was young, Edwin used to take him on trips and humiliate him in every way possible. No, Lord Baron, I could not. I have a business to handle, I replied politely. My decline lit a flash of anger in his eyes, and he opened his mouth to say something but closed it after getting a look from his mother. Remus, introduce me to this young woman, said Madame. Valentina Alar, it's a pleasure to meet you, Madame Silver, introduced Valentina, and immediate recognition flashed in their eyes. Aren't you the one who built Remus's whorehouse? Asked Edwin before he could stop himself, and immediately got a glare from his mother. Yes, I am, she replied, smiling, and silence appeared before us. It's nice to see you again, Remus, said Madame after a few seconds of silence and walked away from us. That was something, said Valentina after they left. Family, I replied, to which she smiled but said nothing else. Half an hour passed as we continued to mingle among the guests, but suddenly they all quieted down and turned toward the door as we sensed the presence. Prince Magnus Grelt Ulnwick Median, Archduke of G. The herald announced the prince with all his titles as he appeared. He did not come alone. His 2 uncles, Count Darrow and Duke of Vailshire, were with him. More important people followed them, each one with considerable power in the empire. As he appeared, all the men bowed, and the women curtsied. Rise, he said, walking to the center stage before turning to everyone. Thank you for inviting me here for this wonderful. He started his speech, and unlike his speech at the inauguration, this one solely targeted trade. It showed how much he valued trade and hinted that he Would like to start trading with all merchant city-states, especially Meldhorn, Belnin, and Oxol. These three are connected to the Renwell region by river and land. It was easier said than done. We could only resume relations with Meldhorn because it is a human-ruled merchant city-state. Belnin and Oxol are not. Lord of Belnin is a half-elf against whom the Emperor used quite colorful words, while a council with humans, halflings, and orcs runs Oxol. Still, if anyone could restart the relations, it would be Prince Grelt. All the princes harp the same nationalistic rhetoric as their father, but Prince Grelt is different. He has always been pro-trade and a little more open and accepting. He also confirmed that he would be going to Meldhorn, which made the merchants on both sides smile. A powerful prince going to the city-state is a grand gesture and will undoubtedly bring immense benefits. The prince's speech was short, lasting around 5 minutes, before Lord Darrow took over with his 10-minute speech. However, that is small compared to Dammon Hart's speech, which lasted more than 15 minutes. If it were not for a faint cough from Lord Darrow, he would have continued for more than 15 minutes. To Prince Grelt and Grelthaven, he said, and raised his glass, and others followed before drinking the wine from our glasses. He looked reluctant as he got off the stage, but he soon tempered his emotions and mingled with the prince and other important guests. An hour passed, and the prince left with his uncles while the guests continued mingling. The night was still young. We were mingling with the crowds when Valentina suddenly stopped and turned toward the beautiful woman in her early 30s with forest brown hair. "You know her?" I asked, and Valentina said, "Yes, I did not think she would be here." Turning toward the woman spotted us and turned from talking with the older man, Vice Guildmaster Arin. She seemed to sense us and turned, and immediately a surprise appeared on her face. "Valentina, it's a nice surprise," she said, and turned to Valentina. "It is, Lena," replied Valentina as they hugged. I looked at the woman. She was nearly as tall as me, with a lean physique, an angular face, and forest brown hair. Her features were prominently elvish and visible, unlike Valentina's, which could only be seen when one looked carefully. She might be a half-elf who had inherited less elvish elements from her elven parent, or a quarter-elf. Such people do not fare well on the mainland, but with normalized relations, she will be fine in Renwell. Not to mention, she seemed important, given how the fawningly Vice Guild head was talking to her. "I arrived an hour ago and decided to stay the night before going to Deerpond tomorrow," she replied and turned to me. "Who is this Valentina? I did not know you liked younger men," asked the woman with a hidden smile. "Remus Silver," I introduced. It took her a moment to recognize me, especially when she looked at my eyes. "Lena Glass," she replied. "A Silver," she said, smiling before turning to Valentina while I turned to the older man. "Vice Guildmaster," I said respectfully. "Young Remus, how's the city treating you?" asked the old man. "Very good, Guildmaster. I don't think there is anywhere else I would like to be than in Grelthaven right now," I said, and that made a smile appear on the old man's face. "You are right about that. Grelthaven is really the best place to be right now and in the coming years," he said with a laugh. "He is happy and has the right to be. I would be if I were in his position. I have heard that House Arin had secured the contract to provide the weapons to Meridor Hold. It is a very juicy contract that will earn him and his house millions of imperials." "Are you going to be part of the prince's entourage for Meldhorn?" I asked. "Nothing is certain. It is up to the prince who he wants to take with him," said the old man. But it was clear in his eyes that he wanted to go, and if I had his position and power, I would want to go too. I talked to the older man for a few minutes before he left. He wanted to join the conversation with Valentina and Lena, but did not get a chance while I remained by my place. While the two friends talked, I mostly remained silent, only giving my opinion when asked. This is fine with me, as I am more interested in listening to what they say. Through their conversation, I realized a few things. This woman, Lena, knew many people and went to many places. "You shouldn't have gone to Mayhurst Island. It is extremely dangerous," Valentina said, shaking her hand, but the woman just smiled. "You should look at the haul of amardite crystals I have gotten. All the risks I took were worth it," she said with her eyes shining brightly. "I am quite shocked to hear about the amardite crystals. Amardite is an extremely valuable material, and Mayhurst Island is one of the places where it is found. My family had dealt with it, The enchanters and artificers loved this stuff. Still, as Valentina had said, it is perilous to go there as the island is at war under the rampage of the Lich, an undead armada roaming the waters, who sink everything they come across. I have important business in Deerpond tomorrow, but I promise to visit you when I return. Valentina added, I hope you keep your word this time. The woman just smiled at this. She is quite amazing, I said. She is, replied Valentina. And we moved on to mingle with others. The party was already a success. I met many people and even obtained the information I needed. If everything goes right, then by tomorrow, I will have everything I need to get that position. I woke up a little late. After Valentina dropped me off at my place, I went to the establishment and stayed awake until 2:30 a.m. before sleeping. After showering and eating breakfast, I returned to the office, where Carla was waiting for me with numbers from last night. The numbers were good for the first 2 days, and after doing quick math, I laid out the things I had to do, and there were many. I had to finish them before going to another party tonight. I don't think there will be a night during this whole week when I will be in the establishment. There were a lot of parties I had to attend. These have come for you, said Carla. Handing me the envelopes, I took them, and the first one immediately caught my eye. It's from my uncle. I recognize his pretentious sigil. He had finally called me. I knew he would after I sent the letter to grandfather. It is not the only letter from the family. There is another one, and when I read it, a mirthless smile appeared on my face. Nothing is free, I muttered, especially from my grandfather. If one asks him for something, you must be prepared to pay for it. Although what he asked is a little inconvenient, I will have to do it, considering he has promised to give me what I had wanted from him. The other letters are invitations to parties. Unfortunately, I will not attend any of them except today's. I will be leaving the city tomorrow. I hate to leave the establishment just a few days after it opened, but I have no choice. After reading all the letters, I began to work, especially now that I will be gone for several days. Now that I am leaving tomorrow, I have many things to do. I do not know precisely when I will return. It might be a few days or over a week. Soon 2 hours passed, and I left my office for my room below, where I changed my clothes before walking down to the ground floor. A few minutes later, I was in the carriage to meet with my uncle. The carriage turned onto a familiar road. It was a street where I had rented a house, but I was not going to my house. A few minutes later, the carriage stopped before a blue-white mansion no smaller than the Damon Hearts. It is the House of Silver Mansion. The house has one in nearly every city it does business in. As the carriage stopped, I got out and walked toward the door, where 2 muscular men stood guard. As I appeared, they stepped to block the door for me, seeing that I couldn't help but smile. They are my uncle's personal guards. I have seen them many times, and they, too, have seen me, but they still decided to block the way. It seemed like my uncle didn't like what I had done. "Who are you?" asked the one with the bald head and heavy scimitar. "Joss, Dan, step aside. I have to meet my uncle," I said to them with a smile. "We do not know you. Do you have any business with Mr. Silver?" asked curly-haired Dan. "If you do not step away, I will return and write a letter to the house about what just happened. I am sure grandfather would like to hear how you treated the member of the house." I threatened, and like always, it worked. They might be guards of my uncle, but it is a house that pays their salary. They stepped aside and I walked in. I had just stepped inside when I saw a man in his 40s approaching me. A faint surprise was on his face when he saw me walking inside, but he quickly hid it. "He is Tony, my uncle's assistant." "Master Remus, I was coming to get you," he said. "No need, it is my home too. I come and go whenever I want," I replied. His smile stiffened for a moment before returning to normal. I could have stayed here since it belonged to the house, and people in the city usually occupied it, but I did not. I wanted my own space without any shackles. Tony led me, and soon we appeared in front of the door, where 2 more people stood guard. "Mr. Silver, Master Remus has arrived," informed Tony. "Send him in," replied the voice from the room. Hearing that, Tony opened the door. I walked into what seemed to be an office, which was bigger than I have in the establishment and more opulent, which is understandable. The house had money to spend, but I did not. In the office, a man who seemed to be in his early 50s was sitting behind a huge desk. His thin and short frame looked even smaller with the desk. "Uncle Raymond," I greeted as I appeared before him. "Sit," he said as he looked up from whatever he was reading. I took a seat in front of him. He did not speak, nor did I. We just stared at each other. There was no change in our expressions for a few seconds before irritation flashed in his eyes, and a moment later, I felt a sudden strong urge to speak up. "Bastard," I cursed. He had used his skill on me, giving me a powerful urge to speak. I have experienced this skill before. My father had it, and his was stronger. So I had quite an experience dealing with this skill, as my father used it a lot on me. I remained quiet despite the strong urge, which got stronger every second till it became unbearable. I could see the irritation in his eyes flaring up, and there was irritation and a spark of anger. "Do you want a letter of recommendation from the house?" he asked. "Yes," I replied without changing my expression. "It is for which I had sent the letter to my grandfather." "You want to be a legal advisor of the Merchant Guild. Do you have any experience in the law or even a class?" he asked, his voice getting louder every second. "I want to be the Merchant Guild's legal advisor. Although the guild has a legal department, legal advisors are unique positions reserved for Merchant Guild members. It is unpaid, and most people were not interested in it. But it is the only position I could vie for and one that will keep me informed of things and give me some influence. It is not easy to obtain, as powerful merchants stake their lives on it, so it requires serious backing. You will make our house a laughingstock," he said, nearly shouting without giving even a chance to say the words. "This useless man," I cursed in my mouth. Of all my father's siblings, this bastard is the most useless one. He had never succeeded in any business he had been handed. He burned several to the ashes. Now he has become grandfather's errand boy, going to places to represent him. He is doing quite well in that job, and my father said he even took a class related to it. I am sure grandfather knows better, otherwise he wouldn't have given me his permission. I replied finally, making him glare at me in a fury. I received a law certificate from the academy a few months ago. My father was quite proud when he learned about it. It is tough to pass, especially without class. And in less than 3 years, it usually takes 6 years. And it is for those who attend regularly, while I did not. He glared at me for a couple of seconds before closing his eyes. When he opened them again, they were much calmer. "This is the letter of recommendation father had asked me to give you," he said, and passed it to me. I took the paper in my hand. Seeing it, a smile appeared on my face, though a moment later my expression turned serious as it was not without a cost. "Thank you, uncle," I thanked and got up. "Be here by 8 tomorrow. We will not wait for you if you are late," he said as I approached the door. "Don't worry, uncle, I won't be late," I said without returning. "I am going to Blaine tomorrow. It's the territory the family had paid a massive price to get. Take care if something happens beyond your control. Simply close the establishment," I told Carla for the 10th time in the past hour. "Don't worry about the establishment, Remus. Everything will be fine here," she replied. I nodded and picked up the rapier. The rapier had a red blade, silver handle, and black twirling guard. It's an elvish battle rapier and not a common weapon, but enchanted one. The blade's name is Rose. It was my mother's, and it is the only thing I did not sell before coming here. I would have gotten quite a lot of money if I did. It felt familiar in my hand, even after I had picked it up after quite a long time. Old Remus had used this blade for years, which was like a limb to him, killing many monsters with it until he was killed by it. He had this blade in his hand when he struck a blow that shattered his soul, and I entered his body, merging with all the broken pieces of his soul, becoming him. Soon I appeared by my carriage and looked at the establishment, which I would not see for the next few days. "It will be fine, I will take care of everything," she said. I nodded before finally stepping into the carriage with a sigh. The carriage began to move, and I looked back until it disappeared from my view. I hope everything goes well. I have worked too hard for it to fall apart. I regained control over my emotions and let rational thoughts flow, which told me everything would be all right. Carla is very capable. She can handle everything that comes her way. Soon my carriage entered the gates of the Silver Mansion. As I stepped out, I saw some familiar people already there. They are all guards, and they are from the house. The House of Silver is a big mercantile house, and we have our forces. I heard grandfather had sent competent people to form Edwin's army. They were veterans with good experience. I am quite curious about the person leading them. My grandfather wouldn't send someone ordinary. He had invested too much for this title to do that. Master Remus, they are waiting for you upstairs, said the guard, who led me inside soon. They led me to the place where everyone was. Several people are sitting in one of the meeting rooms, including Uncle, Edwin, and Madam. I focused on Lester Woods, a man who looked to be in his mid-60s. He is one of the captains in our private force. He had spent decades in the army before joining our house's force. Seeing him, I couldn't help but feel relieved. The journey would be much safer with him. Master Remus greeted Lester as I appeared, Captain Woods. I replied before turning to my brother. Lord Baron, I said, and sat across him without hearing his reply, for which I should have waited, but I do not care. Though he does, which is why he glared at me and opened his mouth, but closed it from the look on his mother. You have come to time, Remus. We were discussing some last-minute details, said Madam. Are we not going with everybody else? I asked. My brother is not the only noble who has received the title. Over 30 people have received it, and half of them are forming a group with the security of Mirador hold forces, which will take them to their respective territories. No, they have time and we are not waiting, he replied, impulsive as always. Your uncle also had to return home soon. It won't be dangerous, many nobles have gone before us, added Madam. They had already discussed the route and were now discussing the finer points. I stayed quiet, listening without saying anything. Now that we have discussed everything, let's go. I could not wait to reach my territory any longer, said Edwin excitedly, making his mother shake her exasperation. Still, everybody got up and walked out. And soon we were setting out. Remus, are your people coming? Said Uncle, looking at my 2 guards. Yes, I replied. He had asked me to come alone, but I will not. Putting my safety in the hands of my family would be the greatest mistake. I would not make that mistake. These are the new guards I hired from the mercenary guild. Their services are very expensive, but they are level 20+ and have done the missions in the area we are going to. Your carriage can follow us then, he said, walking toward the carriage where Madam and Edwin had already entered. There was enough space for 4 people there. But he did not invite me. Not that I was not surprised. I had already expected this behavior. I sat down in my carriage, and a minute later the carriages rolled out of the mansion's gate. Half an hour later the carriages stopped at the port, which had changed a lot since I had seen it first, even from a few days ago. It is pretty crowded, even in the morning, with people loading and unloading goods. Most ships come from merchant cities, but some go toward them. I exited the carriage and walked with the group toward the boat waiting for us. As we stepped into the boat, the boatmen began rowing. I felt their skills activate as they rowed toward the other side with the smooth, practiced motion. Nobody spoke much, not even my brother. Everyone was enjoying the serene beauty of the river. Its water was so clear that one could drink it without a problem. Unlike water from the Earth's rivers, which is dirty and would require a trip to the emergency room, the water of Trollmouth is relatively pure. One can drink it without fear. The boat ride ended sooner than I liked. We got out of the boat, where a woman in her 40s with a blue staff in her hand waited with a few people. I did not recognize her. It's not like I recognized all house employees. She is definitely a mage. There are 5 mages in Edwin's army. The 4 are offensive types, while the 5th is a water mage proficient in healing. Their services are pretty expensive, but the house has money. Soon we reached the meeting place where our forces were, and I was quite surprised by their numbers. There are nearly 100 people, with lines of over 10 carriages loaded with goods. 72 among them are part of the army, while others are servants, from cleaners to drivers. A few expert miners and farmers will also look around the territory for the most fertile land and things to mine. The prince will send people to the territories later in the month, and they will have to prepare for them. Nobles are nothing without people to rule over. Remus, you will sit on this carriage, informed Uncle Raymond. The carriage is nearly at the end. There are only 2 carriages behind it. It was not what disappointed me. What disappointed me was the cargo all over it. He placed me in a cargo carriage. Thank you, Uncle. I thanked with a sweet smile, taking a bag from Jonah before opening the carriage door and walking inside. I had expected nothing less. While I could have argued, I know he would have made some excuses with my brother, who is watching from a distance. So I should comply with a smile, as the day will come when I will have my revenge. I am not open-minded enough to forgive these petty offenses. As I entered the carriage, I realized I was not sitting alone. Another person was already there. It was a thin man in his mid-20s with raven hair and deep brown eyes. He seemed quite surprised, seeing me. "Hello," I said as I sat across from him in space, barely enough to seat. The man opposite me was in no better condition. "There is stuff all over us. On the roof, back of the carriage and inside, including beneath our feet. It is going to be one uncomfortable journey." Master Remus greeted the other man as I put my rapier inside a gap behind the wooden box while I put the bag in my lap. "You are?" I asked. "Brian Dusk, accountant for the barony of Blaine," he said in a familiar accent. "You are from Red Fawn?" I asked. "Yes, I used to work in headquarters before being sent here," he replied nervously. It's clear the man didn't like it but had no options but to come here. "Well, Brian, brace yourself for a rough journey. It won't be comfortable," I said as I settled in an uncomfortable seat. "I will fucking kill them." I cursed loudly in my heart as I adjusted myself for the 100th time. It had been just an hour, and it had already felt like hell. My shoulder was already sore from being hit by the shifting wooden box that was latched beside me. The constant rocking of the gravel road made it even harder to read from the book in my lap. The driver had activated his skills, but they were useless due to his low level, and this carriage wasn't much better either. They had done this intentionally. Not only had they sat me in the worst carriage, but it was also driven by a low-level young driver. There is not the slightest comfort I could feel through it. I would have brought my carriage to this side if I had known they would stoop this low. "Master Remus, take this. It might help," Brian said as he took a small, thin pillow from his back and gave it to me. "Thank you, but please keep it. I don't want to trade your comfort for mine," I declined, despite wanting to take that small pillow from him. "It is no bother, Master Remus," he insisted, and I took him at his word without hesitation. "Thank you then," I said, taking the small pillow from him and placing it between my shoulder and the wooden box. It felt good when the solid surface no longer hit my shoulder. After a few hours, the journey became uncomfortable. The small pillow provided more relief than the skills of our low-level driver. I passed the time by reading, talking to Brian, and massaging my head, which hit the wooden box quite hard when the carriage wheel went over the rock. The scenery also did not help my mood. It was a dry wasteland. The green patches appeared occasionally. They were as small as a few meters, and the largest was a few miles, but compared to the whole wasteland, they were akin to drops of paint thrown on the canvas. It felt good when the carriage stopped for a break. They had been moving for 4 hours, and many people, including me, needed to relieve themselves. I also used the opportunity to stretch, which helped me a lot with cramped muscles that returned after we resumed riding. 2 hours after the first break, we took another break, a lunch break. The bastards didn't even invite me for lunch, they just sent it, and it was cheese and bread with a small pickle, the same lunch the guard ate. I ate with my guards and Brian. No one could see the slightest bit of anger in me. I am happier with them than with my family, who are snakes. After lunch, the carriages began to move again, and I was again stuck in a tiny space. I wish I could ride, but there were no extra horses. Soon it was evening, and we continued before stopping at a mile-long green patch called Sard. It was a grassy area with trees, and if one did not look at the wasteland surrounding it, one would not feel like they were in a wasteland. "Master Remus, this is your tent," said the guard, handing me a worn-out tent that was torn in many places and had patches attached. Though bullies have limits, my uncle and brother did not seem to have any. They gave me a tent that was even worse than the tent. "For guards, there is no need. I have brought my personal tent," I said, praising myself for making at least this much preparation. I still remember the day Edwin and my siblings took me to camp when I was 7. That night was one of the worst I had ever experienced, and I did not want to experience it again. The guard was a bit surprised but nodded and turned back. From the corner of my eye, I could see that he had gone directly to my brother. A few minutes later, my camp was ready and dinner was served. I had the same dinner as the guards, while the 3 ate a sumptuous meal. They sat at the table, while I sat in front of a small bonfire with Brian and a few others. I could see them looking at me, and even heard the word bastard spoken by many people. I am quite used to this, but that does not mean it did not bother me. I have noted down everything in my mind. There will come a time when I will take revenge for every little insult. For now, I will bear it without saying a single word. I did not stay by the bonfire for long. After finishing dinner and a few minutes of talking, I went to my tent and slept. The journey had been tiring, and sitting in a constrained space caused pain all over my body. It would have been wonderful if I had a skill related to helping Gothers, but I did not. I had to bear it like a normal person. I fell asleep quickly, almost immediately due to how tired I was. Jonah woke me up before dawn. I readied myself quickly and even had some comfortable reading before we resumed our journey again. Half an hour after dawn, we began to move again. Our target was to reach the territory by afternoon. That wouldn't be a problem if we moved unhindered by anything like yesterday. The journey is slow. Even by this world's standard, the cargo carriages move too slowly. But nothing can be done except bear it. About 2.5 hours passed when the abrupt change began to occur in the scenery. The wasteland begins to disappear, and greenery begins to appear. It is not green spots that appear now and then on the wasteland, but actual greenery. Nakar Forest is the largest fertile area in the Renwell region. It is currently a forest, but that will change soon. The prince is quite clever. He created 32 baronies in a small area. Each barony is nearly the same in size, and they are baronies of kingdom standard, not the empire standing. Those are bigger. Even by the kingdom standard, they are pretty small. The people will have to work hard to gain the class of baron with such small lands. Some might not even be able to get it. These baronies had not only provided the prince with immense wealth, but also with the subjects that would be loyal to him, with much less chance of getting swayed by others due to their distance from the mainland. If things worked well, a trade route could be established with the merchant state of Oxal. There used to be one centuries ago. Not to mention the food they would provide for the city. The prince ordered new nobles to focus on farming. I heard it was one of his conditions before granting the title. Nearly all of the Renwell region is a wasteland, and most foods must be imported. If the baronies farm, they will supply the city's increasing population with food. So if the imports are cut for some reason, we can manage for a while without starving ourselves. After just 20 minutes of carriage travel, we have crossed the boundaries of 2 baronies. We did not have to travel through the baronies. The road was common and anybody could use it. The prince had planned well and made a public road that could reach all baronies. Carriages moved through the rough road in the forest. Looking at the tracks, we saw that we were not the only ones who had come here. A few barons had already come yesterday and today, and half as many others come together in a few days. A few hours passed and we took another break. We had come quite close to the barony. Lester had said it would take about 2 hours to reach, which was on time. Phwe. I had relieved myself and was stretching when suddenly, sharp whistle rang through the camp. The relaxing atmosphere disappeared, and everybody became alert instantly. The guards already in position became alert, with their weapons out and skills roaring. I also drew the rapier from my waist and strode toward the guards surrounding me, Uncle, Edwin, and Madam. "Move away," said a middle-aged mage as I reached the group. It couldn't help but surprise me. I looked at my uncle, Edwin, and Madam, who were in the center of the group protected by the guards from all sides. To my utter shock, I saw them looking at me. Madam was expressionless, while my uncle smiled. Edwin was simply grinning. I've got my answer, which shocked me to my core. Even saying that would be understanding. I knew they hate me and even schemed to get my share of the inheritance, but I thought their hate didn't reach the height that they would want to see me dead. I thought that when our lives come into danger, we would help each other, forgetting our petty differences, but it seemed like I was naively wrong. At this moment, I understood that they had never considered me their own. To them, I was even worse than a stranger. My father was 1,000,000 times better than them. When the assassin attacked, he leapt to protect me. Letting me in the circle will cost them nothing but the space they already have. I stayed frozen there for a couple of seconds before a smile appeared on my face. I nodded at them and turned, acutely aware of people looking at me with pitying eyes. "I hope you guys will protect me," I said to my guards, who were following behind me. "We will not sacrifice our lives for you, but we will protect you to the best of our abilities," replied Jonah. "That is all I ask," I replied with a smile. A few seconds later, I stood with my back against the carriage wall, with my guards in front of me, waiting for a threat which I desperately hoped was a false alarm. "Stay alert, orcs are coming," warned Lester as he walked out of the tree with his horse, dashing all hopes of it being a false threat. Hearing Lester's warning, I gripped the rapier even more tightly. For half a minute, nothing happened before we finally began to hear the heavy steps, and with each second, they became louder and louder, till a minute later when a big orc rode out of the forest and stopped in front of us. I saw the orc, the first real orc since I came here. It was big, over 2 meters tall, with gray skin and a muscly body that would shame even the biggest bodybuilder on Earth. Its big head matched its body and its sharp teeth, especially those long fangs tipped in metal. He came riding on an urvar, the green rhino monster with a sharp horn. He had not come alone, one by one. Many orcs came behind him, riding on the urvars. Soon their number reached 26 before they stopped. They have a third of our numbers, but it might not be their real numbers. Some may be hiding in the forest, and we must be cautious in dealing with them. Nobody spoke, neither humans nor the orcs. We looked at each other. "Humans, hand over all your goods and we will leave peacefully. Resist, and there will be only dead bodies," said the first orc in a booming, accented voice. Lester opened his mouth to speak, but before he could speak, Edwin opened his trap. "I am the noble of the great Harsoth Empire, and I will not give you filthy orcs even a single penny," shouted Edwin to the people's shock. "Idiot," I cursed as I looked at the orc leader, whose face now had a smile. Without saying anything, more orcs began to come out of the forest. Seeing that, confidence finally disappeared from Edwin's face, and fear appeared. "Since you have declined my peaceful offer, now there will only be blood," he said, looking directly into Lester's eyes. "Attack!" It shouted loudly, and over 50 orcs charged toward us, shouting and roaring, with heavy weapons in their hands. My whole body shook seeing their charge. And I cursed that idiot. How could he be so dumb? He asked for everything, but that did not mean we had to give him everything. We could have negotiated. Most bandits agree to it. My father had told me this hundreds of times. I don't know. Maybe he missed teaching Edwin that, otherwise he wouldn't have acted so idiotically. Sub. The orcs had run over a few meters when the mages hiding revealed themselves, and spells began to rain down on the orcs. From fireballs to acid spray, lightning bolts and stone shots were used, and it was not just the mages who attacked. The 8 archers also began to lose their arrows rapidly. The orcs looked surprised by the barrage but did not stop. Their skills roared, and they charged with even greater fury as the spells and arrows rained down on them. To my surprise, the orcs were quite good. They moved their weapons and defended, but many got hit, including the monsters they were riding. Monsters collapsed. Those whose monsters had collapsed jumped off and came running, while those beasts whose riders had collapsed still charged in with fury. 7 seconds later they clashed. Lester clashed against the leader of the orcs, and others joined in, with archers and spellcasters reinforcing them from behind. I have often imagined magical battles, but what is happening in front of me is 100 times greater than my imagination, and horrifying. In just a few seconds, a couple of orcs got injured and died. Humans did not remain unscathed either. Many of them had gotten hurt. The house's forces were very strong. They worked in perfect sync, attacking the orcs with spells and sniping them with arrows. Seeing the humans holding the orcs back, I couldn't help but feel relieved. "Don't let your guard down, Mr. Silver. The bandits are not easy to handle," warned Jonah, sensing me relaxing. A moment after he warned me, I felt the sudden change in the orcs. The redness appeared in their eyes, and they became more aggressive. "Shaman," said Dan. I immediately understood what was happening. The orcs have a shaman who uses this rage skill. "Hun." I began to hear the loud steps, and my expression couldn't help but change further. The shamans were already bad, and now more orcs were coming, making things worse. A few seconds later, a group of 9 orcs came out of the forest and joined the group of 50. It immediately increased their power, and it didn't take some of them long to break the lines of humans and come inside. Horror couldn't help but dawn on my face seeing a group of orcs coming inside and running toward whoever was holding the weapons. The biggest group went toward the protective circle, while a few went toward lone guards, and the 2 came toward us. I unconsciously stepped, pushing my back against the carriages while my guards moved toward the two approaching orcs. "Die, humans," said the orc with one eye and went for Jonah while the other had gone for Dan. They swung their huge axes, and Johan and Dan attacked with their sabers. Looking at their movements, they seemed to have plenty of experience fighting against the orcs, which is what their resumes said. I am truly glad I did not believe a word of those bastards and hired my guards for my safety. It is the wisest decision I've ever made. I watch their high-speed battles, but do not have much of a problem understanding them. It is likely because of the old Remus. He was gifted with the sword and had been practicing since he could hold it. At 10, he killed his first monster, and by the time of his death at 15, he had killed over 50 monsters. Some of those monsters were not weak. Since I took over my body, I rarely practiced the sword and did it only as an exercise. But his experiences and memories always helped me understand the fights, despite never holding a sword before coming to this world. They began using one skill after another. It's a brutal fight in which a single mistake could have cost them their lives. Watching it, I did not fail to notice that no spells and arrows were coming toward orcs fighting against my guards. They went everywhere, even toward the guards protecting the servants, but not at my guards. It dawned on me how bad my decision to come here had been, and I promised myself that I would never let my guard down when I was with the family. Minute passed when 4 more orcs broke through the line, and to my horror I saw 2 orcs coming toward me. One was big, while the other was small. A deep horror couldn't help but fill my heart, and I felt frozen in panic. I wanted to move my body but couldn't. It had frozen. It did not take long for the orcs to approach me, and they were coming at me when Dan suddenly moved. He left Jonah to handle both orcs while moving toward the new orcs, seeing that a toothy laugh appeared on the big orc's face. He begins to fight against Dan, and within a few seconds, it becomes clear that the new orc is much better than the 2 orcs fighting against Jonah, seeing how Dan's fighting style changes from the offensive to the defensive. He is quite good at it, defending well despite orc using one powerful skill after another, some of them so fast that I could not see them properly. Not to mention the little orc, who is acting as a nuisance, but Dan is handling it well. Nearly a minute passed when the big orc barked something at the little orc. He stopped, and to my horror, turned and began to walk toward me. He didn't take long to reach me. "Nice sword, it will fetch a good price," he said in a heavily accented voice, and swung his black saber toward me, intending to hack me into 2. I watched in horror as I felt my end coming closer and closer, while I remained frozen in fear. Even in this panic state, I have become acutely aware that no arrows and spells are coming toward me. If they wanted to help me, they could have, at least now, shot a few arrows and spells when the orc had launched his killing attack. Every notion I had that someone might help me had disappeared. It was absolutely clear that they had been ordered not to help me, even when I was about to be killed. As I realized it, clarity formed in my mind. I found myself moving, not just moving, but swinging the rapier with the familiarity and intent that only existed in my memories. Clang! My rapier clashed against his saber, and I received a shock so high that I nearly threw away my rapier, but I bore it as I unconsciously did a subtle movement that helped me divert the force of the attack. "So the little human could defend," he said mockingly, while I also looked at the orc with eyes that were not clouded in fear and panic. Although the orc was one of the smaller ones that attacked us, he was still bigger than me. "Let's see how long you survive," it said. "Rapid slashes," he said, and his saber came at me again, but this time at a much faster speed. He had used his skill to scare the hell out of me, but this time I did not panic. Instead, I leaned into the memories and let my instinct guide me. I moved left and avoided its saber by mere inches, surprising him and myself before attacking it swiftly with my rapier. My attack was quick, but he was faster. It quickly moved its saber to defend before attacking me again with its skill. Clang! I used the force that pushed me back and defended. Against the attack, this time the shock was even greater. But I diverted it without being shaken. "You are good," said the orc, and came at me again. I am also surprised by how I am defending against him. This is an orc who already possesses greater physical strength than humans, not to mention he has the class and skills. He has added attribute points in strength and vitality to increase physical strength and dexterity. Still, despite all the advantages, I have not been killed yet or even injured. I had underestimated old Remus's skills too much. He was called a combat genius by all the instructors, and even had readied to take the test for the Imperial Knight, which he would have passed, according to his instructor. But all that praise had gone to his head, and he fought a monster above his level, which ended him. Clang! Once again, my sword clashed against the orc's saber. My body was moving on its own to deal with the orc's every attack, if they had memories of their own, and they did. The muscle memories that had imprinted with more than a decade of training. Clang, clang, clang. My rapier continued to clash against its saber, and the more we clashed, the easier it seemed to have become for me. However, I clearly understood that given my disadvantages, it would be hard for me to do anything to the orc, much less kill it. The only reason I even fought was because of old Remus's immense training and his mind, which seemed to be made for fighting. "Haze strike!" he shouted suddenly, and its saber became hazy. As it approached me, it became difficult to track its movements. This skill is really good. Such skills are only received after level 10 or above, but this orc received it before. I did not even think it was level 10 or above, as I would have been dead if it had been. I calmed the panic in my heart and focused hard, letting my instinct guide me. Old Remus had a fantastic fighting instinct, so he could kill many monsters before reaching level 5. Rip! I moved to dodge but felt a rippling sensation and pain in my shoulder. It was a saber that cut through my sleeve, but it was not the only thing the saber had cut. It had cut across my shoulder, leaving a gash that was a few inches long and a centimeter deep, giving me quite a pain, but I did not even look at it as all my focus was on the orc. I took a step forward, and now my rapier was moving toward the orc fast, with its eyes wide in surprise. The orc moved fast, and although I flicked my wrist to change the direction of the rapier, which lessened its speed, it was still able to reach it. It touched the armor covering the orc's stomach, and the runes on the rapier came to life the moment it did. The blade cut through the armor and the orc's belly, leaving behind a gash across its gray skin that was at least 5 inches long and a centimeter deep. "Enchanted weapon," he said as he retreated out of range of my sword. I could see the fear in its eyes, but also a blazing greed. "That blade will be mine," he said, approaching me. I also believed in the instinct that had saved my life. A moment ago. Clang, clang, clang. Our weapons clashed, but that did not stop us from attacking each other again for a moment. This time, I dodged the attack before attacking again, making our weapons clash again. As I fought against it, I felt like I was dancing with death. While I might have been able to give it a cut that only made it seem that it had underestimated me, now it will not. It is cautious, not giving me even the slightest chance to cut him. I am also feeling quite a pain in my left hand, which is bleeding. While the bleeding is not much, it will create trouble if we fight for a long time. Slash. Another minute had passed when Saber cut me again, this time on my waist. And the cut was long but not deep. However, it hurt like hell and will make the battle even more challenging for me. Clang. "You will not live long, human," it said and attacked, and a second later our weapons clashed, giving me a sharp pain across my waist as the force reached the wound. Fudoa. The pain did not stop me. I attacked it but stopped when a sharp whistle rang through the forest, stopping all the fighting. "Retreat!" shouted the leading orc, who had his whole body bleeding. A moment later the orcs began to retreat, and we did not stop them. The spell stopped, and so did the arrows. As the orcs began to retreat, nobody prevented them. My brother stayed silent this time as he watched them leave, with fear written all over his face. "Pray to your gods, human, that we never meet again, because the next time we meet, I will kill you," he said with a laugh and retreated with the big orc fighting against Dan. I watched as the last orcs disappeared through the trees, stepped back until my back touched the carriage, and closed my eyes for a moment. When I opened my eyes a second later, I heard the sound, which instantly made my eyes widen. Class obtained, Warrior. Skill gained, Quick Steps. Skill gained, Consecutive Strikes. Class obtained, Warrior. Warrior LV 1. Skill gained, Quick Steps. Skill gained, Consecutive Strikes. When I opened my eyes, a text was in front of me. I froze for a moment, seeing it before a big smile appeared on my face. "It is a surprise. despite knowing the chances of it happening are quite high. Old Remus had trained tirelessly for decades, and if I had not taken over his body, he would have undoubtedly earned a combat class. Now that I had it, a sense of relief washed over me. I felt more in sync with his soul, as if our essences had fused more completely. Everything felt right. Old Remus had longed for combat class with all his heart. It had been his dream, second only to finding his mother. Now that I had achieved it, the fragments of his soul within me seemed to settle, finally at peace. I have received a warrior class, which is not the common fighter class above it. The class isn't the only thing I have got. I also got skills too, actually. The skills are nothing special, they are basic combat skills, but basic isn't always bad, and these two are very good. Especially the quick steps. It is a speed skill that will quicken my steps, while consecutive strikes help me launch many strikes at a fast speed. The power of these skills depends on the level of class and the attributes of vitality and strength. Class: Souteneur Merchant LV 5, Lawyer LV 2, Warrior LV 1, Charisma 10, Intelligence, Vitality, Strength, Skills: 1 Trusty Presence, 2 Worthy Goods, 3 Contract, 4 Shop Open, 5 Quick Steps, 6 Consecutive Strikes. Attribute points. I summoned the class window, which appeared in front of me. I saw my new class and its skills, but they weren't the only things new there. I also got a new attribute, Strength. One gain in this attribute is in labor-intensive classes, like combat classes like Warrior, or carnal classes like Prostitute. Some variations of merchant classes also get it. It is for this reason that I wanted the combat class. I received it earlier than I had imagined, and after what I experienced today, I will not use it only to balance my attributes. Thanks to the old Remus, I have a talent and will not let it go to waste. I will be fostering it despite having no desire. Today has proved that I need to be able to protect myself if I want to survive in this world. Now warrior class, I now have 3 classes. I will have to refrain from taking more classes. After 3, it started to affect leveling speed. Click. I did not spend more than a few seconds looking at my class window before taking the healing potion from my pocket and drinking a sip. I felt a cool feeling as the liquid entered my stomach before spreading into my whole body. As it did, my wounds began to heal at a visible pace that awed me. I looked at it for several seconds before walking to Jonah and Dan, who were nursing their injuries. Here, take this, it will heal your injuries faster, I said, and offered the potion to Dan, who was getting bandaged by Jonah. Jonah was fine with minor injuries, but Dan suffered a few heavy ones. The orc he had fought was quite powerful. They looked surprised to see me offering a nearly full bottle of potions. It cost as much as their services, but I did not care about the price of the potion. I want them in perfect condition, as they are the only ones who will save my life. I did not forget how everyone had ignored me conveniently in the battle. Only these 2 fought to protect me. He looked at me for a second before finally accepting the bottle with a hint of gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Silver, Dan thanked. I hope both of you will heal your injuries quickly, I replied before walking back toward the carriage. As I walked toward the carriage, I noticed the gazes of many people. Their eyes were surprised, shocked, and even understanding as they looked at me. The most prominent gazes belonged to my family. I met their eyes and grinned. They have tried to kill me. They will pay the price for that one day. Click. I opened the door of my carriage and went inside. I took out a small first aid kit there. I sanitized my wounds with spirits before wrapping the bandages around them. I did not have to do this, as the potion would heal the injuries within a few minutes, but I did not like the discomfort the open wounds gave me. After bandaging myself, I looked out through the windows. Nearly everyone was nursing their injuries. The healer casts her spells on important individuals while the staff bandages the guards. Nobody came to me or asked me about my condition, not that I expected them to after what had happened. A lot of people died in this battle that did not last more than 15 minutes. Most of them were the orcs who died, but 2 humans died too, and many suffered injuries, and it was all because of that idiot. My father never told me why he brought the title, but I understood it. It was Madam. She wanted her eldest child to be noble, so she pressed him until he accepted. He did not resist much since he wanted the same thing but had a different candidate in his mind. He should have gone with them than this idea. He is the last person who should be the Lord. If he behaved as he did earlier, he would get himself killed, along with those under him. Click. A few minutes passed when the door opened and Brian walked in. He still looked quite shaken, and he nearly stumbled as he came inside. "How are you feeling?" I asked as he sat across from me. "Not good." I knew there would be danger, but I did not expect we would be attacked on our way, he replied, his voice shaking. "The danger is only for a few days. It will lessen a lot after we reach the barony," I consoled, to which he gave me a small smile. "If you find the barony too dangerous, come to Grelthaven. I will give you a job," I offered, which surprised him. In my conversation, I learned that he is pretty good at his job. Having an employee like him will benefit my business. I do not need an accountant now, but if the establishment continues to earn me money at this pace, and I follow through with my plans, I will need one. However, his chances of accepting it are small despite the hell that bastard will put him through. Working under the noble has many advantages, including a unique experience, faster leveling up, and greater chances of getting a better class. "I will think about it," he replied after a few seconds of silence. I did not say anything and just waited. Half an hour later, the carriages resumed the journey toward the barony. Time passed in silence. I watched the forest and was amazed at how quickly the potion healed my injuries. It did not take even an hour for my injuries to heal, and they have not left behind even a mark. Even with all modern medical advancements, such a thing is impossible on Earth. Over 2 hours passed, and the carriages slowed as we finally reached our destination, the barony of Blaine. In front of me was a castle. It is made of gray stone and is covered by a wall on all sides. The castle is new, only a few months old. The prince has made a castle in each of the 32 baronies. Building so many castles is expensive, but the expense becomes minute when considering how much he charged for the noble title and deed. This move is also strategically important. The castle is big enough to house the forces and is defensive. It can easily be defended, even when 4 times the number of enemies attacked it. "My castle," crowed Edwin unceremoniously as he walked out of the carriage with my uncle and madam behind him. They walked toward the castle. As they approached, the massive gate began to open until it was completely open. 5 people walked out of it, led by a middle-aged man. "Welcome to Castle Blaine, Lord Silver," said the middle-aged man as he bowed faintly. "Captain Marcus, thank you for taking care of my castle," said Edwin, shaking hands with the middle-aged man before walking inside with them. "These are the prince's people. They will leave for the Mirador hold after they hand over the castle." The carriages were ordered in a few minutes. I watched my carriage enter through the substantial metallic gates and into the castle's bailey, wide enough for 1,000 people to stand comfortably. I got out of the carriage and looked at the castle. It was not the first or the biggest castle I had seen. It is one of the smallest, but it made me envious of him. I looked at the keep where Captain Marcus had disappeared with my family. Nobody invited me, nor did I expect them to, after what they had done. I picked up the diary and began to walk around the castle with my guards behind me. I would stop and take notes on everything I noticed. I had been doing it since we left the Silvers' manor. Grandfather had not sent me to watch the scenery. I also had some work to do, which I would do with complete honesty. A few minutes passed when a short, older man appeared in front of me with scorn in his eyes. "Sigmund Ross is the butler. He is one of Madam's most trusted men and used to be the major domo of her estates. Master Remus, you have been assigned room 4 on the 3rd floor of the keep," he said without a hint of politeness while I looked at him. "The keep is 3 floors tall. The top should be 4. Barons and family members, the 2nd floor should be for the guests, and the 3rd would be for staff. There might be some changes according to the preference of the master, but this system is usually followed." Seeing me not react, the scorn in his eyes deepened, and he snatched the diary from my hand. Lord Baron had ordered that no information about the castle should be leaked outside. If you noted any information about the castle again, you would be punished according to laws of barony, it said, with scorn dripping through his voice. For a few seconds, I remained unresponsive, making some hesitation appear on his face when he smiled. "Do you know what I was writing?" I asked with a big smile. "I don't care what you were writing. You were not allowed Baron orders. he replied with the scorn appearing in his eyes. Idiot, I cursed, making a deep anger appear in his eyes. That is a report to grandfather. That is why I am here, not to sightsee this little castle, I added. Immediately all the anger in its eyes disappeared, replaced by fear, making him shudder visibly. While Edwin may be a baron, the house controls everything. If it wants, it could easily replace Edwin and replace him with someone else. Grandfather is the head of the house. His words are law. My apologies, Master Remus. I made a mistake, apologized the old man. He bowed deeply before handing the diary back with shaking hands before running away with his tail tucked between his legs. I shook my head, seeing that, and continued with my work. 10 minutes later, I walked inside the keep. I looked at everything and noted it down. I had just entered the second floor when I saw Madame approaching me. Madame, I greeted her with the same polite tone as I usually greet her. There was no hint of anger or any other emotions that she would have expected, with them trying to kill me. Of course, I am angry-raged, but I am powerless to do anything against these bastards. She seemed surprised by this, but quickly schooled her expressions. Remus, my apologies for Ross's behavior. He had too many things to worry about with us moving into this dangerous territory and ended up speaking the way he shouldn't, she said with a slight smile. My apologies, Master Remus. Apologized the old man from behind. I did not even look at him and stared directly at the eyes of Madame. Keep your dog on the leash, Madame, or I will discipline him if he ever crosses the boundary again, I replied, shocking the woman and the old man behind him. I never spoke to them like that, but it is necessary. I need to let some of my anger out. Also, tell them I am not a pushover. If I remained polite after what had happened, they would trample me all over. I will never let them do that to me ever again. I nodded at the shocked woman and walked away from her. Remus, Ross had fixed his mistake. Your chambers are on the 3rd floor, 4th room, said Madame from behind. I stopped as I heard that and turned toward her. She is in control of her emotions once more. Thank you, Madame, I replied and moved toward the 3rd floor. She appeared beside me and walked silently. When we reached the 3rd floor, she turned toward me. Remus, I hope you will not be harsh in your report to father, she requested, emphasizing the last word as if reminding me she, too, had a good relationship with grandfather. I will be writing what I have observed, Madam, nothing more. Nothing less, I replied. The sparks of anger lit up in her eyes once more, and she opened her mouth but closed it a moment later and walked away. Click. I reached the door of my room and opened the door before walking inside. Seeing all my stuff inside, I walked to the bed and lay on it tiredly before closing my eyes. So much had happened in the past few hours. I was able to see the level of hate my family has for me. It is strong enough. They want to kill me. I knew they hated me. They wouldn't have taken my inheritance if they hadn't, but they never expected to the level of trying to kill me. It was beyond my expectations. I shook my head at those thoughts and took a deep breath. I am tired. The journey, the battle, and the treatment had tired me out. It took me seconds to fall asleep. When I woke up, it was evening. It is 6:30, and I am looking at my pocket watch. I slept for almost 3 hours, which alleviated much of my fatigue. This is good. I need to remain alert to face any challenges. They had tried to kill me once. They might try to do it again. Knock, knock. I had just freshened up when I heard a knock on my door. Click. I opened the door to find a blonde-haired woman, no older than 30, standing on the other side. She was Marge, Madame's maid. Master Remus, Lord Baron, had sent his invitation for tonight's banquet, she said, and handed me the pearl-white card. Thank you, I thanked her as I took the card and opened it after I closed the door. I left my chambers a minute later, with Johann following me. Soon I was out of the keep and climbing the battlements. Nobody had stopped me, and the guards did not even dare look at me. I am sure what happened earlier had already spread, which is great, as now nobody would stop me from enjoying this wonderful night. It's a beautiful night, I said as I looked at the silvery moon in the sky, bathing the forest in its light and making the whole scenery even more beautiful. It really is, Jonah said from behind. Seeing the moon, I couldn't help but think of the establishment. It would be an understatement to say I'm thinking about it. I'm consumed by it nearly every minute. I can only hope there won't be any problems. It's not that I didn't believe in Carla's abilities. I just wanted to be there, keeping an eye on my business that had only opened a few days ago. I walked around the battlement before walking toward the Barbican. The guards were posted everywhere, watching everything vigilantly. They didn't want to miss the orcs if they attacked again. Soon it was 8:40, and I returned to my room and changed into the suit for the banquet. After checking myself in the mirror, I opened the door and walked toward the banquet hall. Today, we will begin a new chapter of our life, a beautiful chapter. Edwin had rambled on for more than 10 minutes, and even now his speech wasn't over. As he spoke, he seemed to be in his own little world, not seeing how everybody had become bored and plastered fake smiles on their faces, including his mother. I am sitting at the head table with the family. I don't think I would be sitting here, if not for the incident earlier. It affected not only Madam, but also my brother and uncle. They are speaking with smiles on their faces, and they have never done that before, making it all look unnatural. They all want me to write good words in my report. A lot of it depends on it. As you can see, I have done a wonderful job here. Be sure to mention that to Father, dear nephew," said my uncle. I nodded absently, which made him angry, but he controlled that anger. There are more guests than I had expected. Aside from Lester, mages, and other members of the new army, there's also Commander Marcus and a few of his people, whom my uncle was able to convince to stay another day. We will go to the Mirador hold with them. It is the only way to reach Grelthaven safely. Going back the same way as we came would be dangerous, with orcs roaming around and Edwin unwilling to send too many of his people with us. So, we will first go to the Mirador hold and then travel to Grelthaven. It is the safest way, but it comes with its own dangers. These dangers won't harm us for now, at least. To the prosperity of Blaine, he said finally, raising his glass. We raised our glasses with him. The food was served a minute later, and I couldn't help but feel grateful for that. I was famished. What happened in the afternoon took a lot of energy. I ate some of the snacks I had brought, but that did not satisfy my hunger. It is frustrating that I had to eat with manners while talking and laughing. If I had been alone, I would have dug in. The dinner lasted for nearly an hour before we mingled. There were not many people I had to talk about. I did not talk to Lester, mages, or the other important people in the army, especially Lester. I had heard quite good things about him from my father, but after what he did, I am simply disappointed. Angry, I would have died there. I could see him looking at me with guilt, but what's the use? I was watching the hall with a nearly empty glass of wine in my hand, when a middle-aged man with dark brown hair walked in front of me. "Mr. Remus, I did not think I would see you here, though I had very much wanted to meet you," said a middle-aged man, to which a surprise couldn't help but appear on my face. "I did not think we knew each other, Captain Marcus," I said with a smile, searching through my memories to see whether old Remus had met him, but there was nothing. "We did not, but I have heard many things about you from my uncle," he said, and immediately it hit me. That dark brown hair, light blue eyes, and that nose reminded me of someone. Instructor Arthur, I remembered. "How is the old man these days?" I asked, remembering the old man with the same eyes and nose, a little shorter. "He is doing good, teaching some promising students, but even now he tells me he had never come across someone who had a tenth of talent and dedication as you," said Captain Marcus. "He was heartbroken when you decided to leave the way of the sword after your accident," he added with a shake of his head. Everybody was shocked by my decision to leave the way of the sword after the accident. Even the grandfather had sent a letter to me asking me to reconsider it. I was their best chance to be closer to the throne. There was a high chance I would have been accepted into the Imperial Knights. They bear a lot of influence in the Empire. "Those days are past now, Captain Marcus. I am now just a humble merchant," I replied. Hearing my reply, a small smile appeared on his face. "I have heard you fought an orc today," he said after a second of silence. "More like nearly died," I replied. "Most people would have died if they had fought against it without skill and class," he added. To that I just smiled. I talked to him briefly before walking out of the banquet hall. There are not many people I could talk to. Not to mention, I woke early tomorrow for an important thing. I woke up before dawn. Though it was not as refreshing as I would have liked, I had a few nightmares about the orcs. In them, I got killed and even stereotypically eaten. I shook my head at the thought of the nightmare, got out of bed, and went to the bathroom to freshen up. Click. A few minutes later, I came out and changed into more loose clothes I could find before walking out of my chambers. Dan followed behind me, and soon we exited the keep through the stairs, which were only lit by the magic lights. The sun had started to rise, but it barely lit up the sky. It would take a few minutes before light could fall on the forest and the castle. Soon we reached our destination. A few guards from the army and the men of Captain Marcus were already there. They stopped as they saw me come. I walked toward the weapons rack and picked up a practice sword while Dan did the same. "I am no instructor, Mr. Remus, so please forgive me if I hit you a little too hard in the heat of the moment," said Dan. "It is fine," I said and lunged at him. I have no interest in fighting, which is why I didn't choose to walk on that path. If I had wanted to, I could have made a respectable career and might even have joined the Imperial Knights. But I did not want to choose this path. My thoughts have not changed even now, but I have become aware of my condition and know I cannot depend on others for my safety. Since I had inherited Remus's talent, I might as well exploit the hell out of it. Clang! I swung my sword at Dan as I appeared before him, but he moved quickly and defended against it with a smooth, precise motion before attacking me. I dodged left but smoothly changed the sword's direction efficiently, and it followed me like a snake. Thap! Before I could defend, the sword hit my shoulder, giving me stinging pain. Again, he asked, and I nodded and started with the attack. Dan responded at the same pace. His speed was not faster than mine, but he was far more skilled with his experience. I soon learned I could forget hitting him. I couldn't even get my sword near him. In the short few minutes, I was hit across my body many times but kept pushing myself, trying to land a hit. This is impossible. He is a level 20+ fighter with decades of experience. Most of his attributes go to strength and vitality. He is not using any of them, just fighting me with his experience. As for his skills, he did not even think about using them. The sun ultimately came out and more people gathered, but I did not stop. I kept pushing myself against him while he made me red with his strikes. I am improving tremendously. All the old Remus experience and skill lost through time are returning as my movements become efficient and my attacks finer. The most surprising thing is that I am having fun. I had never thought I would have fun fighting. As I had said, I did not enjoy it. Thap! Once again his sword hit, this time at my thigh, giving me another wave of stinging pain, and this one sharper, considering he had already hit that place a couple of times. "I think it is enough for warm-up. Mr. Remus, use your skills," he said, and I nodded. It is time to use them. Quick steps. I activated it, and my speed doubled as I moved toward him. A second later, I activated my second skill as I swung my sword. Consecutive strikes. I felt resistance, like something grating in my head, but I bored it as I activated the second skill. Using multiple skills at a time takes practice. While charm and intelligence make it easy to bear mental pressure, it still felt grating that I nearly let go. Clang! My sword clashed against his, but to his surprise, he saw my sword did not lose momentum. Instead, its momentum seemed to have increased. And immediately, the understanding dawned on his face. Clang, clang, clang. He defended against my second attack, but I launched the third and then the fourth without losing power. This is consecutive strikes. I could keep launching the attack without losing momentum, a great skill that worked flawlessly with quick steps. Right now, I am moving around with the quick steps and attacking with consecutive strikes, not giving him even a window to hit me. For the first time since we started sparring, this was the full minute he couldn't hit me. Though I know it restricted his power, it still didn't make me happy. This is why I am suppressing my tiredness and pushing myself harder to go faster and make powerful attacks. Thap! Finally, he dodged my attack and attacked my thigh with the back of the sword, sending me stumbling to the ground. You should control the skills, not let the skills control you. Don't go for speed and power, it will drain your stamina fast. It is better to find a balance so that you can last longer, advised Dan as I got up. I will remember it, I replied, once again activating both of my skills and going for Dan. For the next 45 minutes, I collapsed many times till I collapsed again and did not have the energy to get up for a minute. "I think it is enough for today, Remus," Dan said as I sat in the dirt. "Okay," I replied with a breathless voice. Even if he had asked me to continue, I did not think I had the energy, not to mention the pain I was feeling at every movement I made. This was just the beginning. The soreness would soon come, and it would bring the pain with it. If you were not an honorable merchant, Mr. Remus, I would have invited you to join our mercenary company, said Dan as he helped me get up. You praise me too much, Dan, I replied as I got up. A lot of people gathered. When I came here, there were only 6 people here, but now there are around 20, including Captain Marcus, who is coming toward me. My uncle was not exaggerating about you, Mr. Remus. You are really something, he said. It was only a spar, Captain Marcus, I replied humbly, to which he smiled. After speaking a few words with Captain Marcus, I walked out of the training area with Dan, my legs already starting to feel like jelly. I have overdone it, and now I will pay the price. Though I do not regret it, if I were to fight that orc now, I would have a much better chance against it. I might even be able to score a few strikes. Use a muscle-numbing medicine. It will help with soreness and pain, Dan advised as we began to climb the keep stairs. A mirthless smile couldn't help but appear on my face. I did not have any with me. I have it home, and if I knew something like this would happen, I would have brought it, but I am no seer to know. I might have needed that. Click. Soon I reached my chambers. I closed the door behind me and was about to go for a bath when suddenly I remembered something. It is a way to relieve soreness and pain. It is expensive compared to muscle-numbing cream, but it will help. I immediately took a healing potion and filled the glass with water before carefully dropping a single drop and mixing it well with the spoon. After that, I dipped a clean cloth in the solution before applying it to my body. The potion could heal any kind of body damage, including the soreness that appears due to the strained muscles. I applied it all over my body. It took a little ingenuity to reach the hard-to-reach places, but I was able to do it. I lay naked on the floor as I let the healing potion do its magic. It would take around 10 minutes to seep inside my muscles and work its magic. 10 minutes passed, and thankfully no one had disturbed me. I got up and took a long bath in a heated tub. It relaxed me, especially after the taxing days. I stayed in the bathroom for nearly an hour before getting out, changing my clothes, and going to breakfast. Thankfully, I was alone and did not have to suffer the presence of the family. After breakfast, I returned to my room and read the book I had brought for about 2 hours before getting up and leaving. Mr. Remus, I am glad you are joining us, said Captain Marcus as I appeared at the entrance of the stable where the horses were being readied. I can't resist the offer, I replied. We will tour the barony. Everyone important is present. My brother, madam, and uncle. I don't want to join them, but I have no choice. It is what grandfather asked. I have to do it. Captain Marcus knows the territory well since he has been here for over a month. 10 minutes later, all the horses were readied with their saddles. One of the guards brought me the horse, a red horse with green metallic hooves. Iron-scaled horses are bred with monsters, which gives them better stamina and bigger size, while making them easy to train and control like normal animals. Seeing the horse, I couldn't help but remember my parents. My mother loved horses. She competed in her younger days before she had to leave due to injuries, but her passion never died out. My parents had even planned to buy a farm after retiring, where he hoped to rekindle that. I hope they are following their plan. I petted the horse a few times before mounting it. It was very well trained and barely reacted as I sat on it. Good boy, I praised as I petted again gently and waited for the castle gates to open. Soon the gates opened, and horses trotted out under the lead of Captain Marcus. He seemed to have some skill in controlling the large group of horses, which is not surprising, seeing as he is a captain in the cavalry. As the horses exited the gates, we approached the forest. The weather is wonderful today, don't you think, mother? Said my Edwin. Yes, Lord Baron, it is perfect for a tour of the barony, she replied. They talked while I stayed silent, talking to them only when they asked questions. Lieutenant Vans, what do you think of bandits around? I asked the woman beside me. Most groups could be defended with the men you had, like the ones you encountered yesterday, but there are some groups that are very powerful, she replied, and her eyes became a little distant. Some groups have high numbers that reach over 100, while some barely have 20, but they could easily break through the castle walls and slaughter everyone, she added with a low voice. Numbers aren't everything, levels and skills have a far more significant impact on battles, as do the weapons they wield. So if the bandits are at reasonable levels and skills, even a quarter of the numbers would be more than enough to break through the castles. But they would not attack the castle, right? I asked. Yes, she replied, unless the bandits have good enough reason. The bandit orcs are not idiots. You could loot but never attack the castle, especially kill the noble, as it would bring the wrath of the Empire. The Empire will send forces to wipe them out, and if they hide in places where armies can't come, there will be a huge bounty. Adventurers and mercenaries would be more than willing to finish the job that the army couldn't. Time passed as the horses trotted through the forest. It was a wonderful place, especially in sunny weather. I wish there were only a few people, especially not my brother, who was constantly running his mouth. I did not listen to his chatter and focused on something else, the trees and the very fertile soil. If used well, it will bring Edwin huge benefits through farming. This is where the western boundary of barony ends, Baron Edwin informed Captain Marcus. Even if he hadn't informed us, it was marked by the massive stones and deeds that detailed the boundaries of the barony down to the last inch. So it is hard to mess around with boundaries. Our horses turned and went toward the northern side. As we did, our expressions turned serious. Lane is one of the last baronies. At its northern border there is buffer land, and after that is the territory of the Oxall city-state. It is a large forest with a lot of orc tribes. Most of them are good. They trade livestock and hunt, but many tribes have resorted to banditry. Oxall sent their forces to clean them out occasionally. But given how vast the forest was, they could never deal with them. And it was not very important to them. For more than 1 hour, we found nothing more than a few prints of orcs, but when we reached the northern boundary, we saw them. They are not even trying to hide, said my uncle, looking at the small hill ahead with his spyglass. I also looked through mine and saw the tiny figures on the hills, some even waving at us. Why didn't Prince send the forces and wipe away these bastards? Asked Edwin as he looked at the orcs hatefully. Even his rock for a brain understands that he will have many problems dealing with these orcs. Because, Lord Baron, we won't be able to kill all of them, as they could easily hide on Oxall's side and come back when the force leaves, replied Captain Marcus. Edwin wanted to speak, but his rock for the brain couldn't think of any question and closed his mouth. There is another solution. Give us the job and we'll finish them off until not a single one remains, said Jonah, but loud enough for those around me to hear. Which will be very expensive, I said softly, to which he smiled. Even a prince wouldn't want to spend that much money. And he didn't have to. The bandits are now the problem of these new nobles. They will have to deal with them on their own if they want peace. One day I will wipe away these bastards from the face of the earth, declared Edwin, and I could literally see more than half of the people rolling their eyes at his statement. Idiots should understand the complexity of the problem before making such statements. We stayed there for a few minutes, watching orcs as they watched us before returning to the castle. Thap clang thap. Swords of ironwood clashed. But this training was more like clashing of the slapping of sword on my skin. Unlike Dan, Jonah's training is all-out offensive. He is attacking me rapidly, and I have to stop his sword from hitting me directly in any way. I could dodge, defend, or even counter, but I failed spectacularly despite his attacking me with the same strength and speed I have. 3 out of 4 of his strikes would hit me, while the one I would stop by either my sword or by dodging, taking help from skills. Without them, I could not even have stopped a single attack. Jonah asked me to use skills from the beginning. According to him, I should get used to them, as they will help me kill the enemy. The more familiar I am with them, the better. So for more than half an hour I was being beaten up. I had asked him not to hold back, and he didn't. It is hard to take his repeated beatings. It is a repeat of my attempt last night when I sparred against him and Dan after dinner. The spar with them nearly made me vomit what I had eaten. Thapu. Another strike of the back of the sword hit me hard against my waist, making me fall to the ground, and I stayed there for a couple of seconds, squirming in pain, before sitting up with laborious breaths. The speed of your improvement is quite amazing. Mr. Silver, yesterday you were only taking a beating. Today you have defended 1 out of 4, praised Dan, and he was not mocking but staying in a deadly serious voice. It is not an improvement. I am just remembering what I have trained for years, I replied. I may have acquired the skills, but am still not as good as old Remus. It will take me some time to regain everything he had trained for, but given the speed of my improvement, it shouldn't take long. A minute later, I got up and walked toward the keep, with pain shooting all over my body with every movement I made. The walk to my room felt like pure torture. The sun hadn't come up yet, but it would soon. I must be ready by then. I will be leaving Mirador Hold with Captain Marcus and his men. Soon I reached my room, and like I did yesterday morning and night, I put a drop of healing potion into the water, applied it to my body, and rested on the floor. I felt the cold sensation spreading into my skin. As it spread, the cooling feeling spread, and the pain began to disappear. By the time 10 minutes had passed, all the pain in my body had disappeared. When I got up, I took a quick bath and changed into a new set of clothes before leaving my room. When I reached the bailey, the sun was out. They were already gathering. Even my brother and Madame were out. Madame is staying. She very much likes her role as a mother of the Lord, and more than that, she knows she needs to be here to help her son. Without her, he would burn the barony down to the ground or get himself killed. Mr. Remus, we will leave in 5, informed Lieutenant Vans as I reached the horses. I nodded my thanks and walked toward the horse I rode yesterday. Jonah and Dan fixed my stuff to the horse before I mounted on it. We are riding the horses to the Mirador Hold, not taking a carriage. It would take too long. The horses are much faster. If we are lucky, we should be able to reach there by afternoon or sooner, if Captain Marcus's words are to be believed. Let's go, Captain Marcus said, and his horse moved. As it did, I felt a skill enveloping the horse and me. Soon, a few more skills are added to it. They had activated their skills, and I could immediately feel their effects. I felt more comfortable and in control of the horse, which moved more easily than yesterday. Most importantly, we have picked up the speed from the start. In a few seconds, we were out of the castle and in the forest, moving through the road toward the Mirador Hold, with a speed that would have tired even racehorses on the earth very quickly. These horses were picking up speed. They were getting faster by the minute, and no turns or twists seemed to reduce their speed. It is amazing, right? Asked Lieutenant Vans, whose hair is strangely in place despite the speed. Yes, I replied loudly, which I didn't have to. There are skills activated here that would make other people see them just as clearly as they are standing, nullifying the effects of the hooves and the air friction. Riding at this speed feels exhilarating, and despite the speed, there is no hindrance to vision. I could see everything clearly, more clearly than I would through my ability and at a much wider angle, which too is an effective skill and is very necessary. While the bandits won't attack the people of Mirador Hold, there are always desperate and daring people whose actions one could not predict. 2 hours passed, and we crossed a considerable distance, and the horses were still running without stopping. As we rode, we saw a massive caravan of carriages. Even greater in number than my brothers, the horses slowed down a little as we passed them. Before picking up speed, Baron Herods, I said after seeing the flags, a man of considerable power who had earned a barony with merits. He is a veteran of many wars. The prince did a very smart thing by placing him here. He will be my brother's neighbor, whose territory too is on the boundary of Oxall. The orcs would be wise not to attack him, or they would pay a high price. 2 more hours passed, and we finally stopped for break. The break was only 20 minutes, but it was enough for us to stretch our legs and horses to rest. Soon the break was over, and we resumed the journey. An hour later, we came across the caravan of 2 more nobles. Within a week, all the nobles would take control of their territories, making the forest much safer. However, it would also become a little chaotic, as, like on Earth, the nobles squabble over every little thing. 2.5 hours passed when we crossed and climbed up a hill, and I finally saw the Mirador Hold. It is a sight to behold. Amazing, isn't it? Asked Lieutenant Vans, and I couldn't help but nod as I looked at an enormous fortress nestled in the mountain range. The fortress is vast and old, over 1,500 years old. It had been destroyed by the undead many times and rebuilt by whoever controls Renwell region just as many times. Its most recent destruction was 3.5 years ago, when the undead horde of Navarre swept through the Renwell region. That event gave the Empire a chance to snatch the region from Thebes. "Let's go," said Captain Marcus, and the horses began to run down the hill. As we moved toward the fort, I began to feel constrained in my chest, and all the hair on my body stood up. I needed to take deep breaths to control this feeling. Yes, the fortress is dangerous, but to our enemies. 15 minutes later, we reached the fortress's giant gates, which were huge, 3 times bigger than the gates of the Blaine Castle. We stopped as we appeared near the enormous gates. An older man who looked to be in his 60s walked toward us with a team of people behind him. Captain Marcus of the 11th Regiment, returning from the guard duty of Blaine Castle. With me are Raymond Silver and Remus Silver from the Mercantile House of Silver, informed Captain Marcus to the old man and handed his badge. "Welcome back, Captain," replied the old man, returning the badge after checking it. His men checked the badges of the rest of his team, and the man turned to us. "Gentlemen," he said as he appeared beside my uncle and me. We nodded at him and handed him our ID. He inspected them before handing them back while his men checked our bags and everything else. "Everything is in order. Welcome to Mirador Hold," he welcomed. We rode inside, passing through the massive gates, and soon the fort stood before us in all its grandeur. "Wow" is the only thing that came out of my mouth as I looked around. The fort is majestic, the largest I have ever seen. Its massive, warded walls are strong enough to withstand even the most powerful spells, and its cannons, each as big as a truck, could decimate anything in their path. There are also massive fortified keeps within the walls, each serving a different purpose. They appear old and weathered, with some clear signs of recent repairs. One could feel the history of this place just standing here, and also the danger. I could see the thousands of people, mostly soldiers, marching, standing alone, or guarding, with alertness flashing in their eyes. If the undead attacked, the soldiers would quickly move to assemble and march toward the enemy. "It was nice traveling to you, gentlemen. I hope you will have a pleasant journey to Grelthaven," said Captain Marcus, and rode off with his team while we rode toward the buildings, which had civilian lodges written in big letters. We put our horses in the stable and walked inside the lodge. "1 top suite and 6 general rooms," said my uncle to the reception, again ignoring me. He came back to his usual self in the morning. The fear he felt yesterday had vanished from his eyes. "I don't care much. One day he will pay for what he did." He took the keys and walked away with his assistant and guards, while I booked the rooms for my guards and me. I am tired. The journey to the had been fast, and Captain Marcus and his people made it as comfortable as possible, but it was tiring. Now, I want to eat and sleep until all this tiredness gets swept away. Knock, knock. I was sleeping soundly when a knock on my door woke me. Before getting up, I glanced at my watch. I had slept for 2.5 hours, half an hour longer than planned. Surprisingly, that extra time soothed my anger a little. Click. I opened the door, and to my dismay, it was Tony, my uncle's assistant. Irritation flared in my mind once again, but I pushed it down as I spoke. "Tony, does my uncle need something?" I asked, keeping my voice as calm as possible, though a hint of my irritation still slipped through. Though he acted like he did not hear it, as there was no change in his expression. "Yes, he requires your presence," he replied, hearing that I had just looked at him without any reaction. I refused to come running to my uncle every time he calls, especially after what they did. Silence stretched between us as we looked at each other. Finally, irritation flashed in Tony's eyes before he opened his mouth. "He's with people who need legal advice on a contract," he finally said, but upon hearing that, I couldn't help but frown. "You're a lawyer, Tony, I'm sure you can give them all the legal advice they need," I replied. After all, he was more than qualified. Those seeking my so-called legal advice had surely brought their own lawyers. This was, without a doubt, one of my uncle's schemes. "It's the vice head of the Merchant Guild, Soren Arin," he finally revealed, and despite myself, I was caught off guard. "I'll be ready in 5, I replied, and just before I shut the door, I caught the smug, knowing smile creeping onto his face. It made me angry to show such desperation, but the vice guildmaster would greatly help me get a job. I know things aren't straight with my uncle involved, but it is a chance I couldn't lose. I quickly freshened up and changed into a new set of clothes before returning to the door. I opened the door and found Tony standing in the same spot as before. Seeing me coming, he began to walk without a word. I followed behind him. The place we're heading to is 2 floors above a level inaccessible to ordinary people. I couldn't even book a room there. It's reserved for the elite, a privilege granted only to the most influential. My uncle managed to secure it only because he serves as the house's representative. Soon we stopped in front of golden doors with an elaborate design, and Tony knocked. Click. A short, raven-haired girl who seemed to be in her late 20s opened the door and invited us inside the suite. The suite is good enough that one would not think the military runs it. It is opulent with all the amenities and expensive enough that I wouldn't stay in it, even if it were available. Soon I arrived at the room where my uncle and the Vice Guild head were. They weren't alone, for others were present, but judging by their seating arrangement, they were clearly staff. "You have asked for me, uncle," I asked directly as I appeared. "Vice Guildmaster," I greeted the old man. "Yes," my uncle replied. "Your uncle had praised your legal talent a lot. He even said the leader of your house had praised it. I hope you will do a little something for me," said the old man, looking at me with a smile. "It is adequate," I replied politely. Yes, my grandfather praised me openly, but it was only because my father began to write down good things about me to him. Oh, he had reason to do so since I had got the law certificate. I began helping him, and I was doing a better job than his lawyers. "See, Soren, didn't I tell you my nephew is humble despite having great ability?" said my uncle, looking at me with affection and pride. "This bastard surely has an acting class, or at least a rare skill." It is not me who is saying it, but even my father had said it, given how he could change his colors immediately. "Remus, I want you to look at this contract. If you find some problems with it, even a single one, I will back your position as legal advisor in the guild," he said, as he motioned toward the small pile of papers. I could see a hint of mirth appear in the eyes of a couple of people, including my uncle and his assistant, as they heard that. My bastard uncle had set me up perfectly. I couldn't refuse, it wasn't an option. If I didn't impress the guild master somehow, this older man would withhold his support. He might even block my position as the legal advisor in the guild. Frustration boiled inside me as I realized just how carefully my uncle had manipulated the situation. However, there's also a question. Why had he asked me to do it? Usually, people like him bring their lawyers. Most importantly, they don't show the trade contract to the others. "Thank you for the kind opportunity, Vice Guild Master," I thanked as I walked toward the table. Lifting the contracts, I immediately felt the powerful skills attached to it. My hands shook, and I nearly dropped it. I gripped it tightly and sat down on the empty chair. The first contract is an NDA. This immediately relieved me. If there wasn't an NDA, it eased some of my suspicions. I signed and turned to the main contract. "What do you want me to find in it exactly?" I asked Vice Guild Head Arin. His words were too broad. Such a contract has tens of things that could be called problems. I need to know the specifics, otherwise even the rest of the day and night won't be enough. As he heard my question, his expression grew serious. Now, he looked at me with a level of favor far exceeding what my uncle claimed. "I want you to find ways for the person to cancel the contract," he said. Hearing that small smile couldn't help but appear on my face. "It is too broad. I am sure the contract has more than 10 ways for both parties to cancel the contract," I replied, and finally, a small, genuine smile appeared on the serious face of the old man. "I want you to find out if there is any way the other party could cancel it without paying any price, despite one party fulfilling all obligations under it," he stated. "Such things are tricky to find." "I will do my best," I replied. "You have until 7, Remus. I have to sign it by 8, the old man said, rising from his seat before leaving the room with my uncle. My uncle glanced at me, flashing his most wicked smile as he followed him out. Now it was just me and the young woman who had opened the door, both of us alone in the room, along with the heavy contract. It is around 3:30, and it is a 40-page contract. If it had been a regular contract, it wouldn't have been a problem for me, but many skills are attached to it, and that will take a lot of time. I put a notepad on my thigh and started to read the contract. It is a standard bill of sale contract between Murador Hold and Soren's mercantile house. The details of goods and their amount are carefully redacted. Of course, they wouldn't reveal it to me. Still, I could tell it was a big contract, and the skills applied to it were very powerful. They are forcing me to reread and making me forget what I read. I read every line several times and wrote down its main points. Even when writing it, I have to write every word carefully, or I end up writing gibberish that I couldn't even understand. I remember the first time I read the contract with skill applied to it. It made me tear my hair apart in frustration. My father used to have fun watching me like this, always throwing contracts with powerful skills at me. It's better now, thanks to my lawyer class, which has given me some resistance, and the contract skill, which helps me understand it more clearly. The contract skill isn't just useful for forming contracts, it also aids in deciphering and interpreting them. It was frustratingly hard, but I continued reading, double reading, and triple reading until I understood everything the line said, what it didn't say, and what it implied. 2 hours later, I asked the woman, "Can I have some water, please?" She nodded and poured me a glass. "Thank you," I said as I took a glass from the tray and drank it whole before focusing back on the contract. It was 5 minutes to 7 when the Vice Guild head, Arin, returned with my uncle. Seeing them, I closed the contract. "So, did you find anything?" asked Vice Guild head Arin. "Yes," I replied, and he expressed surprise while the middle-aged man walking behind him walked up and sat beside him. Section 7, subsection D, gives the authority to cancel the contract without paying a high enough price. I informed him. The Vice Guild's head turned to the middle-aged man, who was looking at me with a barely hidden mocking smile. "The 3 clauses of Section 9 nullify it," countered the middle-aged man with a smug smile, which he was not even trying to hide. "Yes, it did, but when you add Clause C of Section 13 and Clause F of Section 16, it will give them the authority to nullify the contract with a small penalty," I stated, to which the middle-aged man shook his head. "No, Section 9 nullified them too," refuted a middle-aged. "Recheck it very carefully," I replied with a smile. "Kerman, check what Remus said," said the Vice Guild head when the middle-aged man opened his mouth to refute again. The middle-aged man took the contract from me begrudgingly. His eyes were initially filled with confidence, but that confidence started to waver within a minute, and his expression grew serious. In contracts, every comma and every period carry weight. Change one, and the entire meaning can shift. We must do things ingeniously as we did on Earth, where there were no skills and magic. Companies pay lawyers millions to create loopholes that no one can recognize or find the loophole the contracts have. "Well?" asked the Vice Guild head with a slight hint of irritation. "I think what Mr. Remus said is right," he agreed grudgingly. "But it would require a favorable judge," he added a moment of silence. The Vice Guild head sighed, and my uncle's smile froze. He looked as if he had eaten a bug and wanted to vomit but could not. "Is there any other way than this they could cancel the contract within a year?" asked the Vice Guild head as he turned to me. "If there is, I did not see it," I replied. I did not directly say no, even though I am sure they could not, but it might be possible, and I might not have seen it. "Good, thank you, Remus. As I had promised, I will support you for the position of legal advisor," he promised. It made me relieved. It didn't work as my uncle expected, but it helped me. Now I feel I have a 90% chance of getting the job. "Thank you, Vice Guild Master," I thanked. He nodded, but then suddenly his expression shifted. "I am leaving in the evening. If you want, you can come with me to the city," the old man said, and my face lit up. "I would be grateful," I replied quickly before my uncle could say anything. The bastard had opened its mouth and would have made an excuse. If it had been safe, I would have left for the city from Blaine. But it was not, that's why I came here. "Good," he said and turned to my uncle. "Your nephew is good, as you told me, Raymond. It seemed like I do owe you one," he said, and my uncle smiled. I could see how painful it was for him. Seeing it, I couldn't help but feel joy. "Lawyer LV3. The fork stopped near my mouth as the words flashed before me. It stayed there for more than a second before I took the bite. A knowing look flashed between my guards as they saw me suddenly stopping, but I did not care. "I am happy." I'm not surprised it's one of the reasons I chose to apply for the legal advisor position in the first place, so I would be able to advance in my class. I have brought my guards to the restaurant, treating them for what they did for me. Although I paid them to protect me, and they did, I am still grateful. Without their help, I would have died. Soon we finished our dinner, and I returned to my room. I would have liked to see the fortress more, but they had limited access at night. I had already seen what I could earlier. Even if restricted areas were open, I wouldn't have gone there. I had to leave the fort soon, and I wanted to be in my room when the Vice Guild head sent someone to call me. It is also the reason why I am not practicing today. Knock knock. I was engrossed in my book when a knock echoed at my door. Closing it, I rose and walked over, opening the door. Mr. Remus, Vice Guild head Arin is ready to leave, said the blonde-haired man in his late 20s. Okay, I said. Without me saying anything, my guards, who was standing by the door, came inside and picked up my bags, and we began to follow the man Arin had sent. Hun. I had thought he would take me to the suite of the Vice Guild head, but I was wrong. We were going down. Soon we left the lodge and reached where a long luxury carriage with around 20 guards was waiting. Mr. Remus, said the guard before opening the carriage door. I nodded and stepped inside the carriage, immediately feeling glad to see no sign of my uncle. I expected him to weasel his way in to make this journey hell for me. He would have if not for the important business that brought him here, a business he chose to keep entirely to himself. Vice Guildmaster, I greeted as I entered inside and sat opposite him. A second after that, the carriage began to move. Young Remus, with you joining, the journey wouldn't be very boring, he said. To that I smiled. We are not alone in the carriage. There are 3 other people, including the middle-aged man, who is likely his lawyer, a man in his mid-30s, his assistant, and the maid I had seen earlier. You have helped me a lot there, Remus. If you work like this, the guild will benefit tremendously, he said, sounding quite happy. I am glad I could help, Vice Guild Master, I replied. He nodded before his expression turned serious. With the letter of recommendation from the head of your house and my backing, it nearly guaranteed you have the job. But I must say, Remus, it is a difficult job. Usually lawyers with the favor of leadership get this job, he said. He is right. Most who get the jobs are people loyal to people in the leadership. It will be hard to manage the job and your business, he added, indirectly asking me to think carefully without stating it aloud. I know, but I'm young and believe I can handle it. If I ever feel that I'm failing the guild, I'll step down on my own, I replied. If you are able to do what you have done today, there is no way you will be letting down the guild, he said. Though I have to warn you, there will be quite a lot of work for you. The guilds are establishing contracts with the many cities of Meldhorn and the Empire. In just a few months, hundreds, even thousands of intra-guild contracts will be signed, he added. I expect nothing less, I replied with a smile. This is another reason I applied for the position within days of the inauguration. I could have waited, but I didn't want to miss the opportunity. The work will be tremendous, especially with my business, but the benefits it will bring me will also be immense. I will be in the guild's inner circle, able to make connections quickly and get valuable information to help me with my business. The carriage stopped at the gates only for a few seconds before passing through them and then picking up the pace. It is an enchanted carriage. Every enchantment laid out in it is for the maximum comfort of the people inside. The carriage glided smoothly, enhanced by enchantments and the skill of a driver who was undoubtedly level 20 or higher. It wasn't just the comfort that impressed me, the speed was remarkable, and it was only increasing. If everything goes well, we could reach Grelthaven by afternoon or before. I talked with the older man for a while before we stopped. He began to read through the documents and discuss something with his people, which I could not hear due to privacy skills. I also picked up the book and began reading. An hour and a half later, I closed the book, reclined my seat as the old man had done, and closed my eyes to sleep. The carriage was so comfortable that I fell asleep within a minute. Sotner Merchant Level 6. I woke as the first rays of dawn pierced through the clouds, but my attention was fixed elsewhere. The words appeared in front of me, informing me that I had leveled up in my base class, and it couldn't help but surprise me. Something good must have happened in the establishment for this to happen. Now I am more excited to reach the establishment and learn what had happened to make me level up. I calmed my excited mind and opened the interface. Class: Soutnor Merchant LV 6. Lawyer LV 3. Warrior LV 1. Charisma 10. Intelligence, Vitality, Strength, Skills 1. Trusty Presence 2. Worthy Goods 3. Contract 4. Shop Open 5. Quick Steps 6. Consecutive Strikes. Attribute Points I immediately looked at the attribute point that appeared as my base class had leveled up, and I desperately wanted to add it to my strength. I need strength to deal with any threat, but it is not the only thing I have to deal with. Once I return to the city, there will be a lot of work, and intelligence will help me with that. The days ahead will demand sharp mental attributes, especially since most of my skills rely on them. Conventional wisdom suggests that intelligence should be 20% to 30% lower than charisma, but I plan to keep them at similar levels. This is not because I disagree with the standard approach, but because pushing intelligence to the capstone of 10 points will immediately grant a significant power boost, which in turn will increase the power of my skills. After it reaches 10, I will let it rest for a while and focus on the other attributes. So, with my mind made up, I immediately dumped the attribute point into intelligence and felt the change immediately. Class: South Noor Merchant LV, 6 Lawyer LV, 3 Warrior LV, 1 Charisma, 10 Intelligence, Vitality, Strength, Skills, 1 Trusty Presence, 2 Worthy Goods, 3 Contract, 4 Shop Open, 5 Quick Steps, 6 Consecutive Strikes. Attribute points. The intelligence attribute reached 9. I need 1 more to reach 10. I could already feel the effect of a single point. The world had begun to look much clearer to me. I perceived things with greater clarity. I opened the window and looked around. Arin, his lawyer, and the maid were still sleeping. His assistant, however, had woken up. I nodded and looked outside, watching the sky, which had brightened up a little more. Half an hour later, everyone had woken up. And we took a break. We traveled without stopping and needed a break to relieve ourselves and stretch our legs. The horses, too, needed to rest before they could continue. They could be pushed, but it would be straining, so it is better they rest a little. We have relieved ourselves, stretched, and freshened up before eating breakfast. It was much better than my family had given me. Even the guards' breakfast was much better. We should be able to reach Grelthaven by early afternoon, I said, sitting on the tree stump. Sooner, replied Arin with a smile. We crossed a considerable distance through the night. I was quite surprised when I looked at the map. Soon breakfast was finished, and we entered the carriage again. It began to move, and within a few minutes it had picked up a speed even greater than the night's. No wonder the old man said we might be able to reach the Grelthaven sooner, I said as I looked at the passing wasteland before returning to my book. Vice Guild Head, if you don't mind me asking, what is the Empire's response in this thawing of ties with merchant city-states? I asked the older man, who looked up from the papers he was reading. It is a simple question. I am not asking about the opinion of common people, but about elites, whose opinions really matter. Once upon a time they were vehemently opposed to it, especially the nobles and church, while the merchants always favored it. The nobles are in favor now, especially those powerful ones of the frontier regions, so are the common people, and us merchants are always in favor of trade, he said. His expressions have become a little hesitant. Some princes and nobles are still opposed to it, especially those who are closely aligned with the Church of the God of War, he added. No surprise there, I replied, and the old man smiled. The Church of the God of War has always opposed anyone who does not let them proselyte and impose taxes, and merchant city-states did. It's also true that merchant city-state churches are among the continent's wealthiest. Despite the challenges, every religion seeks to establish a foothold there. Hours passed, and the city's silhouette finally emerged on the horizon. Soon, the Trollmouth River came into view, and we reached its banks half an hour later. I thought we would have to exit the carriage and enter a boat across the river as we did a few days ago, but to my surprise, we did not have to. The carriage had directly entered the big barge and was already waiting for it. Soon the boat began to cross the river. It made me sigh. Money and power could make things quite comfortable. One day I will have it. I have already taken a step toward it with my business, and my position in the guild will be the second step. Soon the boat crossed the river and began to move through the port, which seemed more crowded than before, making us both happy. If the city isn't destroyed within the next decade, no one will be able to stop it from becoming a powerhouse, I predicted, and the smile on the old man's face grew brighter. You have read my mind, Remus. It is risky here. But if we survive long enough, Then we will earn a fortune that would not be possible anywhere else in the whole empire, replied the old man. Let it become true, I said. It will, young Remus, it will, replied the old man. 20 minutes later, the carriage stopped in front of the gates of my house. Thank you, Vice Guild Master. Without you, it would have been a long, uncomfortable journey for me, I thanked. It is the least I could do after the help you have provided me, replied the old man. Still, thank you, I said before leaving the carriage. Thank you again, Jonah and Dan. Without you both, I wouldn't have been able to return to Grelthaven in one piece. I thanked as they dropped me at the establishment. You have thanked us enough already, Master Remus. If you are truly grateful, then hire us when you need security next time, replied Jonah. You can count on that, I told them as I walked through the establishment's gates. I looked at the mansion, and a smile appeared on my face. I had been away for days and missed it a lot. I hope everything went well. It should be, considering I have leveled up in the morning. I had just reached the fountain when the door opened, and Carla walked outside radiantly in a purple spaghetti dress. You have arrived early, she said as she stopped before me. I got a ride, I replied. She arched her brow in question, and I told her about my ride with Sir and Erin as we walked inside the manor. Soon we reached my office, and I sat on my slightly warm seat. Carla was likely sitting on it before I arrived. So how was everything? I asked. Good, very good, she said and forwarded the file to me. I took it without question, and in a minute my eyes widened before I even finished reading the first page. I flipped the page, and with each page I flipped, a greater shock spread through my heart. Even after I placed the file down 20 minutes later, I wasn't able to calm myself fully. The first night at opening, the establishment had earned 137,000 crowns. On the second night, it was 1,079,000 crowns. On the third night, it was 191,000 crowns. And on the fourth night, it was nearly the same. Seeing nearly the same earnings on the third and fourth nights, I thought the earnings had stabilized, but I was wrong. On the fifth night, on which I was on my way to the barony, the establishment had earned 202,000 crowns. On the sixth night, it was 204,000 crowns. On the seventh night, it was 204,000 crowns, the same as the previous day. Things have changed on the eighth night. Several things happened. The first was an increase in rates. We have increased the rates by 100 crowns, making them 300 per hour. It happened after all the high-class brothels decided to increase the rate. I had asked Carla to follow suit if they did, increasing our rates to be comparable to the brothels charging the highest. Still, it wouldn't have made such a huge increase, at most. It would have made us around 30 to 40,000 crowns extra. The increase is more than that. We earned a total of 288,000 crowns last night, a shocking amount. Taking the 4 nights' earnings over 900,000 crowns, even after paying bills and everything, we had 600,000 remaining 4 days of earnings, not to mention little over 200,000 we had from the first 4 days after taxes and all expenses. So, now we have 850,000 crowns in our coffers, which is enough for me to do some things, but before I begin to discuss them, I want to ask one thing. So what happened? I asked directly. She understood the question and even expected it, as she immediately opened her tantalizing mouth. A little before midnight, a large group came. They were from Meldhorn and felt relatively high level. They stayed till morning before leaving, she replied. Were you able to find out who they were? I asked. She had access to the information I subscribed to from the Grey Guild and our intelligence network. Some, she replied, pulling a page from the file before her and handing it to me. I scanned the names, noting the details listed beneath a few of them. As I read, a smile tugged at my lips. No wonder we earned so much it even made me level up. These people were not just powerful but wealthy beyond measure. Now let's move forward with the plans we made, I said as I removed the file from the drawer before opening it. We are renewing the teachers' contracts, and this time for 3 months, I stated, writing something down at the end of the page that I took out. We will also be hiring new teachers in these fields. I added, sliding the page toward her. The list used input from the girls, Carla, and my opinions. The teachers we hired teach them only basic things like etiquette and speech, while these new teachers will teach them different things, mostly art. Music, painting, dancing, and other things like mathematics and language. Most girls only know the common language. I want them to be fluent in more languages. I am teaching them these things not only because I want them to be knowledgeable about them, but most importantly, to advance their class. Learning these things will take their class in the direction I want it to go. The girls will be happy, said Carla, her eyes becoming a little emotional. I am glad, I replied before turning to other things. I want you to contact Miss Rand and ask her whether she is willing to work for the establishment. If she is not interested, then ask Miss Cooper, I said. Though make sure they know they'll be working under Udo, I added. Her surprise was evident. She hadn't expected that. This is not something I had discussed with her before. Udo is doing fine, she replied after a brief silence. We're making a master artist do assembly line work. Here, I replied with a smile. His true talent lies in finesse. We should let him excel at what he does best. She seemed to grasp my meaning and nodded in agreement. Also, renew the staff contracts and hire a better band. This one is good, but I think it's time to bring in a higher-level group. We can afford it now, I ordered. She nodded and noted it down. For the next few minutes, we went over more minor details before I stepped out of my office with Carla. Now that I finally have the budget, it's time to implement my plans. The impact will be immediate, and the establishment's earnings will rise. As I walked down, I could hear the lessons in the different rooms. There will be more noise from the rooms very soon, probably starting tomorrow. It is a good thing you have brought in more guards, I praised. Nearly every room where the lessons are being held has guards, and most of these guards are women. If there is any problem, they will act immediately. Thankfully, no problem has occurred. I looked at Carla as if she had read my mind. She shook her head. It would have been great if we had dedicated space for learning, I said softly. While I could rent a building, that is not an efficient approach. The space needed to be close, within walking distance of the establishment. We will have it, if the business kept going this way, she said. To that I couldn't help but nod. Soon we reached the first floor, where Miss Elmy is conducting her lessons. The old woman is directing 10 girls to walk gracefully while keeping a glass filled with water to the brim on their heads. Spilling even a single drop would cause the old woman to hit the girls' bottoms with the cane. I still remember the time they used to drop the empty glass, and now, a month later, they are barely spilling a single drop from the full glass. The girls did not glance as we walked by the hall, and neither did Miss Elmy. When teaching, the old woman focused on her lessons only, while the girls did for fear of punishment. The old woman did not hold back when it came to punishing. Soon we walked out of the manor, and a minute later, the carriage exited the establishment's gates toward River Street. Around 50 minutes later, the carriage rolled through the River Street. The street houses the most expensive shops one could find. Everything here, from boutiques to shops that sell enchanted weapons. The only thing one needs here is money in the pocket. The carriage stopped in front of the 3-story building with large glass doors. Carla and I walked out of the carriage and into the building through the glass doors. As we entered, we saw the hanging sign of Harwood Wines like a chandelier in the air, with tall wooden racks by the wall filled with different kinds of wine bottles, with people purchasing them. It seemed like their collection had increased since the last time we were here, I said to Carla as we walked toward the big counter. We were just halfway there, when a familiar young man came toward us with a big smile on his face. Remus, you came. Miss Carla did say you would come here the day you returned from the barony, said Iden as he approached us and shook my hand before turning to Carla with enamored eyes. Miss Carla, he greeted, shaking her hand for a little too long before letting go unwillingly. Master Silver, welcome to Harwood Wines, said the old man, who looked to be in his early 70s, as he appeared in front of us silently. Mr. Taylor, I replied. Iden might be an owner in name. It's this old man who runs everything. When Harwood left, he left this man in charge of this vast shop and his son. Since you have come personally, then there must be an order, he asked with the eyes of the old man shining softly in anticipation. Yes, I replied with a smile. Then we should discuss it in private, he said, leading us to the private room with 20-some wine bottles placed decoratively. They are not decorative pieces, but expensive wines, more than half of which I couldn't afford with the money I have, but one day I will. So, what kind of wines do you want? Would you like a catalog? Asked the old man. "There is no need," I replied with a smile and turned to Carla, who took out the folder from her bag and slid a few pages toward the old man. "Do you want all of them in this exact quantity?" he asked. "Yes," I replied, and the old man nodded and felt the feeling covering me as he activated his skills. "Then it would be 943,000 crowns, he said, and I wanted to agree immediately. "The price is too high, Mr. Taylor. How about 900,000 crowns? I countered with a smile. "You must be joking." "Master Silver, if we sell to you at that price, then forget earning the profit, we will suffer a loss." "How about 940,000 crowns, said the old man. The power of his skills increased further, and the smile on my face became straining as I made the counteroffer. We negotiated, while Carla and Aiden watched in silence. "Fine, we will not earn a profit on this order and take 920,000 crowns, agreed the old man with a fake sad sigh. "In the next few minutes, I have signed a few bills and paid them half of the amount, nearly 500,000. Half of the wines will be delivered today by 5. While the other half will be by the end of the week. That is when I will pay the rest of the money. Usually I did not buy wine worth more than 100,000 at once, but seeing the guests and how much our guests drank, I decided to purchase the wines from the third list sooner than I had initially planned. It should last about a month or more, but I would be delighted if we could sell it all before that. Wine is one of the things we earn the most on. Each wine provides at least double margins, and some even give us a margin of 5 to 6 times when used through the cocktails. Master Remus, new stock of wines has come from the Meldhorn, ones we seldom find in the Empire. Do you want to see them? Asked the old man. Sure, I replied, and half an hour later I had 50,000 crowns more added to our bill. That old bastard, I cursed as I sat inside the carriage. We have gotten them at quite a good rate. If we had brought them outside, we would need to pay 50 to 100,000 crowns extra, consoled Carla. I know, I replied with a smile. Harwood is building a relationship. Smart ones always focus on that, and if my business continues to grow at such speed, then it wouldn't be long before he started reaping huge profits from me. We stayed out for 2 more hours, and in 2 hours, had spent all the money I had, even signed the bills I would pay in the coming days. The establishment had better keep earning as it is right now, or I would be in massive trouble with the merchants. When I walked through the hall again, Elmi was still teaching in the hall, but this was a different batch of girls, with her teaching different things than the morning. The hall is not as silent as before, with tens of small crates moving to the kitchen and wine storage. The bartenders came early today to arrange the new wines we bought and change the list we offer. The chef is doing the same. I watched them for a few minutes before walking toward my office. Closing the door, I sat on my chair and looked at the 3 letters in my hand. They came when we were out. The guards handed them to Carla, who gave them to me as she began directing the people who brought the new stuff, including wines, food, and other things. We could not just sell good services and liquor. Other things, like food and music, needed to be at the same standard. There were a few hours before the establishment opened today, and I am very excited. It will be different from the previous night, as the musicians will be at a higher level, the food will be better, and there is no question about the girls' ability to entertain. The first letter I opened was from the Merchant Guild. I opened it and began to read. My eyes lit up immediately, and a smile appeared on my face. I have gotten the job. I knew I would get it, especially after I had helped Soren Arin. Still, the confirmation made me very happy and ecstatic. They did it fast. I thought they would hold off until tomorrow, but it happened in just a few hours. It was one of the first things Arin did after returning to the city. It will be hard to manage my business and work at the guild concurrently, but I will do it. It is for my future and something I genuinely enjoy. They have asked me to appear in the guild tomorrow, even if they had asked me to come today, I would have done that too. I opened the other 2 letters and wrote a reply before taking out a stack of papers. I look at them like they might burn me, and they will if not handled carefully. This stack of papers contains the information. I should quickly read through them. I did not waste time. I read paper after paper, writing down what I felt was important in my diary in English. By the time it was 5, I had finished reading through them and burned them to ashes. The information was good. I found some interesting things about a few important people. Click. I had just finished reading when the door opened, and Carla walked inside. Is everything good? I asked. Yes, the new bottles have been loaded into the bar, the chef had already begun his preparations, and the new band was adjusting themselves, she replied. I had not heard the band, but they must be good if Carla had let them set up. She stayed a few minutes, informing me of a few things before walking out of the room. The establishment would open soon, and she needed to be prepared. Soon it was 6, and the establishment's gates opened. A few minutes after that, the carriages began to roll inside. A few hours pass, and at 10, the whole establishment is filled with people laughing, eating, and drinking the expensive liquor I had purchased. Looking at their faces, they are clearly having a good time, and the girls are happy too. They are earning quite a lot. In these 8 nights, they have earned more than they would have in years at their past brothel. I am not exaggerating. It is not just the cut they get from the hours they put in, but also the gifts their patrons give them. I did not take a single penny out of it, it's all theirs. It has made them richer than they had ever thought they would be. Their wealth is growing as a business is increasing every day. I watched through the small window before walking back to my office. I stayed there until 11 before going to my room and sleeping. I'm not tired, but I need to sleep early if I want to wake up on time. I woke up at 6 and freshened up before eating the hot breakfast, which was ready by my table. After I finished eating, I did not walk to the office as I usually did. Instead, I walked out into the back garden. I spread the mat on the circle of blue tile and started doing yoga. Since I came to this world, I have been doing it. It is the only type of exercise I have done, but since the will reading, I have nearly stopped, but that will all change today. I have learned my lesson in Blaine. I need to be in perfect condition to deal with any threat that comes my way. So I begin. I had started doing yoga after having a bad accident. My physical therapist had suggested it. I continued doing it for a decade before coming to this world. It is much better than the gym, and I could do it in a small space. I used to do it in my office when I worked till morning, but mostly in my apartment. Time passed as I continued. When I heard the footsteps, I glanced at the person but continued for 10 more minutes before stopping and turning to the middle-aged man who had appeared. The man is tall, with short black curly hair and brown eyes. He is fit but not muscled, and he carries a long sword and a practice sword at the waist. Mr. David, I asked. Yes, he replied. Yesterday I asked Jonah and Dan whether they knew an effective trainer, and they referred me to him. They praised him and said sometimes, even their mercenary company hired him to train their people. He is expensive, but I need a good trainer. I will not compromise on my safety. Shall we begin then? I asked as I picked up the practice rapier. Old Remus was good at all sorts of swords, but like his mother, he liked the rapier and was more proficient in it. Okay, replied David, placing his sword on the stone stool and taking out the practice sword. I am sure Jonah and Dan had told you, but don't hold back from hitting me if you think it will help me, I said, and I could see a faint surprise appear in his impassive eyes for a moment before disappearing. I will keep that in mind, he replied and suddenly leaped toward me. I reacted instantly and moved my rapier to defend. Clang! Our swords clashed, and I felt like I had been hit by an electric shock as the sword released from my hand. He had used his skill in that strike. Though its power had been toned down a lot, it still forced me to release my sword. Nice, I said as I picked up my rapier, and a moment later he attacked again, forcing me to throw my sword away. Thap! It happened 6 times, one after another, before I could finally bear the shock when he used another of the skills. His sword moved fast and struck my shoulder, making me feel like he had touched it with a hot iron. This strike again made me throw away my sword. Unconsciously, as time passed, he used many skills. Each result forced me to throw away my sword. He seemed to be teaching me to always hold on to my weapons, no matter what, just like some instructors had taught old Remus. Many of these skills were painful. Some made me disoriented, and some even made me vomit, but despite suffering, I did not stop. I kept going till it was time to stop 2 hours later. Jonah and Dan were right. Your base is extremely strong, and you are also quite talented in the sword. The only thing you need is experience with it, he said. Thank you, Instructor David, I said, and he nodded. We will meet at the same time tomorrow, he said, leaving through the back entrance. I rested on the bench for a few minutes before taking my tired body upstairs. I saw Carla watching me through the door, but she did not say anything, nor did I. The first thing I wanted to do was numb these screaming muscles. While he had used the skill, he had also hit me hundreds of times, leaving marks all over my body, which made taking every step quite painful. Soon I reached my room and first used the numbing cream. Unlike the healing potion, it did not heal the strained fiber, but just numbed the pain. While the healing potion did give me relief, it was not wise to use it regularly. It healed the muscles quickly, which is not the purpose. The muscles need to recover slowly to strengthen. I lay naked for 5 minutes. By then, all the pain had vanished, and I slowly walked into the bathroom and showered before coming out and wearing a new set of clothes. A few minutes later, I reached my office. Carla was waiting there as usual. Had something happened in the barony? She asked, worry flashing in her eyes. Yes, one should never depend on anyone else for their safety, I replied, to which she arched her brow in question, but I did not explain. Instead, I took the file from her and began to read it. And the more I read, the bigger the smile on my face became. The establishment had made 312,000 crowns, most of which were made from food and drinks. Sometimes I feel like I am running a restaurant instead of a brothel. This is good, I said as I put the file down. These merchants do not hesitate to spend big, she replied with a smile. Our clientele had shifted drastically. In the first 3 days, our clients were mainly from the empire, but after the prince left, that began to change rapidly, and now over 60% of our clients are from the merchant cities of Meldhorn. Knock knock. I was talking to Carla when a knock rang out on my door. Mr. Remus, Miss Kane had come for her appointment, said George from the other side. Let her in, I said. A second later the door opened and a petite woman walked inside holding a big bag. Please take a seat, Miss Kane, I offered. Thank you, she replied softly and sat down before turning to me with anticipation. I have a business for you, Miss Kane. I hope you will be able to do it, I said. I could see her anticipation turning into excitement. You can count on me, Mr. Silver, no matter how big the order is. I am confident I will be able to complete it, replied a small woman with excitement lighting in her eyes. Seeing her, a smile couldn't help but appear on Carla's face. We will discuss it later, but first, let's see your designs, the best ones, I said, and her expression turned serious as she stared at me for a moment longer before taking out the folders from her big bag. Of all over 20 folders she had brought, she placed 4 in front of us. These 4 folders have my best designs and I can make them, she informed. I nodded and picked up the folder while Carla picked another. I opened the folder and began to look at her designs, and I have to say, they are good, very good, better than what she had sold us a month ago. I put the folder down and picked up another, one by one. Carla and I looked through all the folders, and after she did, she gave me a subtle nod, meaning she too had been impressed by Miss Kane's designs. So you can make them? I asked, though she had already said it. I wanted to be sure, as this order is large and important. Yes, she said, putting more emphasis on the answer. We have a big order, Miss Kane. About 120 dresses, and each one needed to be custom-made for every girl. I stated. The look this short woman gave me made me miss my phone so much. If I had it in my hand, I would have clicked her picture. The meme from it would have gone viral. How much time will I have to complete it if I take this order? She asked. A smile on my face couldn't help but brighten up a little. Most people would have asked how much I would pay them for it. She wondered how much time she would have. 2 months, but sooner will be preferable without compromising quality, I replied, and she nodded. I will need to hire people, but I can do it, she said softly, likely to herself, before turning to me. These designs are not cheap, Mr. Silver. They will cost you a lot. Roughly over 5,000 crowns per dress, she added and looked at me. I am sure we can agree to the 5,000 crowns, Miss Kane, I said with a smile. She opened her mouth but closed it again. I know the value of these designs. My father ensured I knew the value of what I see. The price I quoted would benefit us both. I could have quoted a lower price, and I am sure the woman would have accepted. She is still struggling and desperate for business. But I didn't do that. This woman is very talented, and I want to have a long-term relationship with her. Besides, the value of her designs exceeds what I am paying her. Depending on the store, they could sell for quite a lot. 5,000 per dress it is, She agreed after a few seconds of silence. You can start today, and before we move to the final contract, I would like to see at least 3 samples. If they are satisfactory, we will sign the full contract, I said, to which she nodded. I will pay more than double the price for the dresses than they last time, but the design makes it very much worth it. And I will require them as my business grows. I am taking a big risk by giving the contract to an unknown woman without any reputation in the business, but I am also reaping the big benefits. It is a big investment. With it, each girl will have 3 dresses, and Carla is around 10, tailored solely for them. While most girls could wear most dresses with the power of skills and look good, custom dresses, which are only made for them, create an entirely different effect. Yudo had given me the idea a few days before. Opening, he said I should try it after the business settled, but after researching it, I decided to do it as soon as I got the money. If I had the money, I would have ordered at least 10 dresses for each girl. I will if my business keeps growing at the speed it is. Miss Kane left after finalizing a few details. She will start the order immediately and tailor dresses for 3 girls, including Carla. By the end of the week, we have already chosen the designs, and she made a few changes according to our suggestions. She said she would have 3 dresses ready in the week and hire people to complete the massive order within 2 months. Carla had left with her to take the measurements and discuss the design adjustment with 2 other girls. As they left, I walked to my room and changed into better clothes before leaving the manor. 20 minutes later, the carriage pulled into the large compound of the Merchant Guild. As it parked, I got out of it and walked into the huge building of the Merchant Guild. It is filled with people. Hundreds can be seen in and out of the large lobby. Inside the Merchant Guild are offices of many guilds. From cobblers to blacksmiths, one will find the office representing nearly every trade. I looked around and turned before walking toward the magical elevator. A guard was there, but I flashed him my merchant badge, which stopped him in his tracks. The badge is different from the standard merchant's ID badge. It is purple and is only given to members of influential mercantile houses. In the center is a sigil of the House of Silver, and below it is a unique ID number that belongs to me. This badge is rare, even in influential mercantile houses. Only 2 children of my father earned. Me and my sister. Edvin also had it but got it by begging and crying to his mother. She then forced the father. After becoming noble, it had become invalid. I stepped into the elevator, which rose quickly. A few seconds later, it reached the top, and the energy cover surrounding it had disappeared. I stepped inside and walked toward Damon Hart's office. Remus Silver, I have an appointment with the guildmaster at 11, I said. And there were only 4 minutes left. The guildmaster will see you soon, replied the dark blue-haired receptionist. I nodded and sat down in a comfortable chair. Mr. Silver, the guildmaster will see you now, she informed, right at 11. Thank you, I thanked and walked to the office of Damon Hart, whose door had opened on its own. Soon, I walked into an opulent office with a great view and saw Damon Hart sitting behind the huge table. He was not the only one there. A man in his early 50s was sitting on the couch by the glass window. Guildmaster Hart, Vice Guildmaster Ramos, I greeted 2 of them. Young Silver, take a seat, offered Damon Hart. Thank you, Guildmaster, I thanked as I sat before him. Remus, you applied for the position of the guild's legal advisor, and we intend to give it to you as respect to your grandfather, he said, telling me why he gave me the job while making no mention of Soren Arin and the thing I did for him. I appreciate it, Guildmaster, I replied with a smile. I knew my grandfather's letter would do the trick. We might be merchants, but business and politics are deeply entwined. Denying me this harmless position would have been noted, and no one wanted to draw my grandfather's attention. Especially not over something as insignificant as a legal advisor's role. The position is yours, the man said, his tone matter of fact. John will take you to your office. He oversees the legal department. He gestured to John Ramos, who inclined his head in acknowledgement. More than just a legal administrator, he was also a leader in the Wool Guild, representing the weavers, dyers, and fullers who powered the city's textile trade. The trade might not be powerful, but like Silver and Hart, the merchant house Ramos is powerful. They deal in clothing. Mundane and magical. I thanked Damon Hart and walked out of his office with John Ramos. The legal office is on the 3rd floor, he informed. I knew that already but nodded. Soren Arin said quite a lot about you, that you helped him with his contract, he said as we walked down the stairs. I was just lucky, I replied humbly, to which he smiled. We are going to sign thousands of contracts in the coming weeks, and there will be a lot of work. If you can do what Arin had said you are, then you will be a great asset to our guild, he said. To that I smiled. He said nothing further, and soon we reached the 3rd floor. We walked through the hallway until we reached the door, which had legal written on it, before entering. Inside is a huge hall, with 50 people sitting at desks working on the papers in front of them. We have 52 lawyers in the legal department. They handle crafting contracts, finding loopholes, solving disputes, among other things. You will be responsible for the contracts, he stated, and I nodded without a word. As we walked, an old man in his late 60s came toward us. Vice Guild Master, greeted the old man as he appeared. Remus, this is Philip Oakley, responsible for the legal department of the guild, he introduced. Philip, this is Remus Silver, he will be the legal advisor, he introduced. Mr. Silver, it will be great to have a member of a distinguished mercantile house, said the old man, shaking my hand. It will be a pleasure to work with you, Mr. Oakley, I replied, shaking his hand back. Looking at the old man's expression, it was clear he did not want me here, a young upstart from a powerful house who could make a mess of things. You are the 5th and final advisor. I hope you will have a pleasant time working here, he said as he took us to my office. It is a small square space with a table and 3 chairs. But I have privacy, which matters most to me. Thank you for the tour, Vice Guild Master, I thanked. The man smiled and patted my back before leaving. When will you start working, Mr. Silver, tomorrow or next week? Asked the old man after the Vice Guild Master left. Today seemed to be as good as any, I replied and walked inside the tiny office. The old man seemed a little surprised but quickly controlled his expression. I will send you the contracts then, he said. He left while I sat down and closed my eyes for a moment. The legal advisor is a useless job. The position is created to oversee the staff of the legal department, but is filled with loyalists of powerful, mostly guild heads and vice guild heads. They look less after the guild's interests and more into their boss's interests. The vice guild leader oversees the department, while Mr. Oakley is the head and employee, like the rest of the lawyers. The advisors are independent and work directly under the overseer. The legal head has no authority over them. However, we could be said to have indirect authority over him, as our supposed bosses run the guild. The job of a legal advisor is to advise if we find any problem with anything Mr. Oakley and the lawyers have worked on and give advice, which could make their job difficult. Most advisors don't do anything. They look through the contract, and if they do not find anything that harms their boss's interests, they will approve it. Some will not even read it if it does not relate to their bosses. I have no patron here. I could do what this job demands. Knock, knock. Come in, I said, opening my eyes. The door opened. A young man in a ponytail in his early 20s came up with a pile of papers, the contracts. Mr. Silver, Chief Oakley had asked me to give them to you, he said, putting the pile on my table. Thank you, I said, and he seemed surprised. It is my job. Call me if you need anything. I am Kevin, said the young man hesitantly. I will, I replied. Okay, he replied nervously and left. I watched the door close and look at the contracts. I quickly glanced through their front pages, and a smile couldn't help but appear on my face. The contract they gave me is minor. There is barely anything important here. It did not surprise me, but I did not expect they would let me see those important contracts on the first day. There are 10 contracts here, each being 10 to 25 pages long. I picked up the first contract from the pile and began to read it. The contract does not include any skills, though I could still feel the effects of the skills used when creating it. Nothing in the contracts disrupts my reading and understanding of them. Those skills will be attached at the final stage. It makes things very easy for me, as I do not have to struggle against the skills. 5 minutes later, I took the stationery page and wrote something before I resumed reading. Every few minutes, I would stop, write something, and resume reading again. The first contract took 20 minutes. The second took half an hour. The third took only 15 minutes. And the fourth took 25. I read one contract after another while taking notes side by side, so 3 hours later, I was finished reading. Back on Earth, I could never have worked this fast, or even a few months ago, but now I can. My mental attributes and skills, combined with my knowledge, help me work fast. I looked at my notes before putting a piece of paper inside the typewriter. The typewriters of this world are magical. The one in front of me looked like a thick black square. Slate with letters and numbers carved on it, like a touchscreen keyboard. As I touched the keys, the letters would be printed on paper through the heat. I fixed the paper in the long seam of the typewriter and began to type, looking through my notes. Sometimes, I would open the contract to double-check. Half an hour later, I was finished. I took out the papers on which I typed, attached them to each contract, and stamped them with my stamp. Click. Kevin, I called out, and a few seconds later the door opened. Have you called me, Mr. Silver? He asked. Yes, take these to Mr. Oakley, I replied. Motioning toward the contracts, he seemed a little surprised but quickly took the contracts and walked out. Seeing that there is time, I decided to read the book. It was a good thing that I brought it with me. Even with me reading quite a bit on my journey to Blaine and the return trip, I was still quite behind my target. Knock, knock. I was reading my book when I heard a knock on my door. Come in, I said as I put the book down. The door opened, and Mr. Oakley walked inside with an expression of amazement lingering in his eyes. Mr. Silver, are you really the one to find these flaws? He asked as he put down the contracts in his hand. Do you see anyone else, Mr. Oakley? I asked back, which startled the older man. I mean no disrespect, Mr. Silver, just a little surprised. I shouldn't have been. He replied quickly and apologetically, with a faint hint of fear appearing in his eyes. I am joking, Mr. Oakley, I said with a smile and could see him visibly relaxed. The contracts were good. There is only a single flaw in a small severance contract, while the rest were fixing the lines with weaker meaning to be more precise, I added. You have done a wonderful job. Mr. Silver, there are few more contracts that I want you to look at, said the old man. To which I shook my head. Not today, Mr. Oakley. It is nearly time for me to leave, I replied as I looked at my pocket watch. There were only 5 minutes to 4. Will you be coming back tomorrow? He asked expectantly. Yes, I will come daily unless I am busy and stay for 3 to 5 hours, I replied as I picked up my book, put it into my bag and turned toward the door. See you tomorrow, Mr. Oakley, I said, leaving my office. A few minutes later, I was in the carriage riding toward the establishment when I heard the buzz in my mind. A text appeared before me, Lawyer LV. For skill gained, fast reading. Damon Hart. How was he? Damon Hart asked as Oakley walked into his office. He was not the only one in the office. 2 more Vice Guild masters were sitting inside. Very good, the praise of Vice Guild leader Arin was not empty, replied Oakley, which surprised Damon Hart a little. He did not believe Soren Arin's words. He thought the Silvers had asked him to say those things. It is tough to believe, he said, as those contracts were crafted by the level 20+ lawyers, and Remus Silver does not have that level. He knew he had gained the class a few months ago, and his base class was not a lawyer. Even if he has a lawyer class, it shouldn't be this high. Which means he is truly good. I was watching him all the time. I did not see anyone coming to his office or him leaving it, replied Oakley, seeing the doubts on Damon Hart's face. Here, these are the suggestions he made, he said, putting a pile of contracts in front of Damon Hart. Each had pages attached with a seal and signature of Remus Silver. He took the contracts and began to look through them, and the more he looked, the more changes occurred in his expressions. The other 2 Vice Guild masters also took the contracts into their own hands, and their expressions also changed. He is good, praised John Ramos. The person beside him had also nodded. Well, it seemed like he is talented. Give him the level 3 contracts. It would be good for us if he could strengthen them as he did for those contracts, ordered Damon Hart. This surprised the old man, but he quickly controlled his expression. The Merchant Guild classifies its contract from level 1 to level 5. Levels 1 and 2 were general levels and did not possess much importance, but level 3 and above contracts are important, and mistakes in them could have consequences for the guild. Yes, Guildmaster, replied the old man and left the office. Lawyer level 4. Skill gained, fast reading. I looked at the text before me, and a smile couldn't help but appear as the surprise wore away. It hadn't been even 2 days since I had leveled up before leveling up again, And this time, I had even got the skill, a good skill that would help me a lot. I was very excited to see the skill, so I immediately took out the book, activated the skill and started to read. Immediately, I felt resistance. It did not surprise me even a bit. The skill came from my lawyer class, which means it is for legal documents such as contracts or legal books and other legal stuff, but I am using it to read history books, thus the resistance. I did not deactivate the skill, but push through the resistance. Skills are not rigid. With enough practice and effort, one can mold them to work the way one wants. It is hard, but it is worth it to have a skill like this, which has many uses and could save me a lot of time. So I pushed and began reading. Immediately, I noticed that even with resistance, my reading speed had become nearly twice as fast, and I was reading fast and understanding it. Though the resistance is distracting, I must bear it until I can mold it to my needs. Soon the carriage walked through the establishment's gates, and a minute later I stepped inside. Walking through the hall, I saw preparations had already begun. Many things needed to be ready before the opening. How was fitting? I asked Carla as she walked into the office. It went great, she replied evenly, but I could see the sparks of happiness appearing in her eyes. Mrs. Rand also arrived an hour after you had. She had already started working, she informed. Did she say anything about working under Udo? I asked. They have applied for the same job, now he will be her boss. She did not seem to have a problem after she saw the difference in their level, but we will know for sure when they truly started working together, she replied. She stayed a few minutes before walking out while I wrote replies to my letters, including the one from Valentina. I finished with them in a few minutes before taking out the information and beginning to read it. Are we truly getting tailored dresses? Asked Ravenna the moment she entered the basement. The girl's eyes were burning with excitement as she looked at me. The teachers have left, and now there is a half-hour break before the ladies go to Udo to get ready. Nothing remains hidden here, does it? She asked as she looked at the girls, who were looking at her hopefully. Yes, everyone will have tailored dresses. But the order has not been finalized. Miss Kane first had to show us she could do it before we placed the final order, she informed, looking accusingly at Margox and Ine. They should have kept their mouths shut. Now, these women would not let me sleep calmly until they got their dresses. Does that mean the new dresses will be better than the first? Andrea, always the smart one, asked, catching the words I did not say. Yes, these dresses will be more than twice as expensive as what you have now, she replied with a sigh, and I could see a couple of girls gasping in shock. How many? Asked Andrea. She was a little angry this time. Enough with questions, you will know how many when you get them, she replied. Since it is Mrs. Rand's first day, you all will report early to the makeup room, she added. Without her saying anything further, the girls began to walk out of the basement until only Ina and Margox remained. You shouldn't have told them, she said irritatingly. She knew her friend enough to know that it was Ina who made the mischief. Margox did not do such things. Come on, it was hilarious, replied Ina with a smile. To that she glared at her even more intensely. It was funny for you, it will be a headache for me, they will not let me sleep in peace, she replied as she massaged her head. Have you read the letter from Lola? Asked Margox, suddenly feeling her headache intensify. Yes, I did, she replied, massaging her head tighter. Remus did not stop them from communicating. His only condition was that we did not say anything about the establishment. She made sure that happened. All the letters go through her before being posted out. She is really daring, said Ine. Rash may be the right word, she replied, making both smile mirthlessly. She had asked that girl to at least listen to the proposal before leaving, but she did not. Later she regretted it, pleading with me to ask Remus to take her back. But as Remus had said, once you leave, there is no coming back. She blames herself for her latest actions, which she wrote about in a letter. However, the letter unexpectedly gave her hope, and she took that drastic action. Still, I am quite impressed by what she did. If I had been in her place, I don't think I would dare to take such a step, said Ine, amazed by her friend's act. Carla did not say anything about that. There was nothing for her to say about it. Have you told Mr. Silver about what she is doing? Asked Margox worriedly. No, he does not need to know that. Her actions do not affect the establishment, she replied. She walked toward the stairs out of the basement, with Margox and Ina following behind her. It was 10, and the establishment was filled with people, so much so that we had to close our gates again. Seeing how much business we were missing, I wanted to bring more girls and expand the size of the establishment, but it was not time. It is not just a question of money, which I would need for both things, but many other things, most importantly, the brand and reputation. They are the two most important aspects, and I want to take the time to build the brand without compromising quality. Still, the expansion is inevitable, and seeing the rush, I have already started to prepare for it, as it won't be long before I act. I watched through the window for a while before walking toward the make-up. When I walked there were a couple of women mid-changing. Nobody reacted as I entered inside. They had gotten used to it. "Mr. Silver," said Miss Rand as she stopped working and turned to me. "Continue working, Miss Rand. Act like I am not here," I said. It surprised the woman, but seeing everybody doing the same, she nodded and focused back on the work. As I watched, I could see Miss Rand doing the heavy work, while Udo was focused on the delicate effort. It saves them a lot of time and effort while making the girls look even more radiant. I stayed for around 10 minutes before heading to my room and lying on the bed after changing into comfortable clothes. It is not even 10:30 yet, but I want to sleep early. I have to do many things tomorrow, and being well rested will make the day more productive. Thud. I fell down in the most awkward position. Instructor David's skill stunned my whole body before he gently tapped on my chest, and I fell to the ground like a log. "Just how many skills do you have?" I asked in exasperation. He did not answer. Instead, he smiled and walked toward the stone stool where he had placed his real sword. "Same time tomorrow, Mr. Silver," he said as he picked up his sword and walked toward the exit. I stayed in my spot for a few more minutes before slowly getting up and walking toward the mansion. I went directly to my room, applied the numbing cream, and stayed on the floor while the ointment took effect. The training session was more brutal than yesterday's, and since I asked, he has not held back. 5 minutes later, I showered and changed into new clothes before walking to my office. "Good morning," I said as I entered the office and sat in my chair before taking the file. In a few minutes, I put the file down with a big smile on my face. 317,000 crowns. The numbers have been good and were greater than yesterday. I plan to reach 400,000 crowns in the next 10 days and 500,000 by the end of the month. It is an ambitious target, but I will try my best to achieve it. It was my target from the beginning, but the time limit was longer. I had planned to achieve it by the end of the year, not the end of the months. Carla left, and I continued working until it was time to go to the Merchant Guild. Soon I was in the carriage, moving toward the Merchant Guild while I read the book with my skill despite its resistance. Now and then, I would look outside and marvel at the changes the city was going through. Before the inauguration, construction was happening around the city, but now it is everywhere. The trade with Meldhorn turbocharged everything. Trade is increasing by the day, and more ships are coming. They will increase even more now that the prince has gone to Meldhorn. The papers indicate that negotiations are progressing well, and we can expect to see the results soon. I would also need to move forward with my plans as the city developed. If I fall behind, I will lose, and I cannot afford that, especially now, as it is the prime time. I shook my head of those thoughts and focused on the book. It is about incursions, the events that change the world every time they appear. Around 20 minutes later, the carriage pulled into the Merchant Guild, and I got out and walked inside. This time I did not even have to flash my badge. My name had appeared in the large silver steel in the lobby, which notes all the positions, from guild masters to advisors. Click. Soon I reached the 3rd floor and walked to the legal department. I walked into my office and was about to call Kevin when the knock rang. "Come in," I said, and the door opened and Mr. Oakley walked inside. "Mr. Oakley," I said as I saw the old man enter. "You did a wonderful job yesterday, Mr. Silver," he said, and put the pile of contracts down. "These are for today. They are pretty important. I hope you will be able to find the flaws and any other discrepancies in them," he said, looking at the contracts. "I am sure there will not be many," I replied humbly. "I am sure you will be able to find some," he said, smiling, and walked out of the office with Kevin while I focused on the contracts before me. I pulled them closer, and before taking the first one out, began to read it and immediately couldn't help but become surprised. It is no simple contract, but an intra-guild contract for Deer Pond. the capital of the Renwell region. It is also rather important. I thought they would still hand me the basic contracts, but I impressed them enough that they gave me the important contracts. I checked others, and to my surprise, all of them were important. However, I noticed one thing. All these intra-guild contracts are with the guilds of the Renwell region. They did not give me the contracts of the guilds of the Empire Mainland or Meldhorn, but I am not worried. It's only my second day, and I already have these important contracts. With time, I will obtain others as well. Not to mention, these contracts are also important, enriching me with knowledge that I would not have otherwise acquired. I chose the first contract and began to read it. I could read it at thrice my normal speed and understood it just as fast. As I read and studied them, I would occasionally take notes. These contracts are way above what I had looked at yesterday, crafted even more meticulously, so I had to look through them carefully. I soon finished the first contract and started on the second and third. It was a little after 3 by the time I had completed all 12 contracts. Yesterday, I finished at the same time. But I started late and did not have fast reading skills then. The difference between the two contracts is vast. They are not only bigger but also more complicated, thus requiring more effort and time. Still, it's good that they don't include distraction skills, or I might not have finished with only 2 contracts by now. After that, I brought the typewriter in front of me, loaded the paper, and started typing. 20 minutes later, I finished. "Kevin," I called out, and a few seconds later the door opened, and the young man walked inside. "Take these to Mr. Oakley, and bring me Marmot's Laws of Harsoth number 37, I said. "Yes, Mr. Silver," he said, picking up the contracts and leaving. A few minutes later, he returned, bringing a thick book to me. I thought of some things when reading the contracts and wanted to check them. The laws of the Empire are excessively complicated, and one could interpret them in numerous ways. It should be easily simplified for the good of the people and the Empire, but there is always resistance. It is not surprising that few countries have laws that are consistent across the globe. Politics makes everything more complicated than it should be. Knock, knock. I was reading the book when a knock sounded on my door. "Come in," I said as I put the book down. The door opened and a person walked in, but not the one I had expected. I had thought it was Oakley, but a younger man had come in. "Mr. Remus, I hope you don't mind me coming unannounced to meet you," said the man in his early 40s. He is a short man with thick black hair and a genial smile that will make anyone feel comfortable. Of course, a skill is involved. Without it, I wouldn't feel so comfortable with anyone, especially with this man. "Of course not. Mr. Lucas, you must have something important for you to come to meet me unannounced here," I said with a polite smile. He is Norman Lucas, owner of Scarlet Pleasure, one of the high-class brothels. He is a member of the Lucas family, who runs thousands of brothels around the Empire. "Yes, I have something important to discuss," he said, and I arched my brow a little in question. "The House of Lucas is interested in buying your establishment," he said, and I couldn't help but be surprised. I had not expected him to say that. Still, there was no change in my expression. I kept a slight smile on my face without any change in it. "Thank you for your kind offer, Mr. Lucas, but I am not interested," I said. He seemed to have expected that as his smile had become a little brighter. "You're willing to offer 20 million crowns for it. It is more than double what you have invested," he said, and I could feel the power of his skill, so intense that I felt like the smile on my face was slipping away. "Not interested, Mr. Lucas," I replied, and I could see a faint surprise forming in his eyes. 25 million. Think about it, Mr. Remus. It is enough to open a good brothel in any city of the Empire," he said, intensifying his words so much that I stopped trying to maintain my fake emotion and showed what I was feeling on my face. A pure irritation. "Even if your house offers me 50 million, I would still not be interested in selling my establishment," I said. His expression stiffened momentarily, and I could see a hint of anger appearing on his face before he controlled it. "Still, think about it, Mr. Remus, and contact me if you feel interested," he said. "You will be the first person I contact if I feel like selling my business," I replied, smoothing my expression. "It's great talking to you, Mr. Remus. Have a nice day," he said, getting up before leaving my office. As he left, my expression became serious. The people from Lucas's family were dangerous. They had a relationship with gangs and assassins and dealt in information. If I had been any powerless business owner, he would not have been this civil. He would have threatened me with consequences if I had not sold my business. They have done that many times. It is their business style. Fortunately, I am not a normal businessman, but a member of the House of Silver. Still, I have to be careful. They wouldn't hesitate to use underhanded tactics if the establishment became too successful. Currently, they have one high-class brothel and a couple of mid-class and low-class establishments. But I heard they are opening another high-class brothel in a month, along with a few more mid-class and low-class options. It is not just brothels. A couple of new casinos, hotels, and inns are opening, and other businesses are also expanding, especially from the big business houses of the empire. I hope nothing bad happens to jeopardize that. A minute after Norman Lucas left, Mr. Oakley came. He wanted me to stay to review more contracts, but as I had said, I would not stay more than 5 hours. I couldn't spend all my time working in a place that pays me no money. I have to work on things that actually generate income. Sin Lord 32 taken. I watched as Prince Grelt's ship sailed away toward the deer pond, and a few minutes later, Lord Darrow entered his carriage and rode back to the city with the entourage of carriages. Carla and I also sat down in our carriage, but the carriage did not move. There is massive traffic. Thousands of people have come to bid farewell to the prince, and it will take some time before the rush of people and carriages clears away. I truly did not think the prince would be able to achieve it, said Carla softly. Even using her new privacy skill, such words could bring huge trouble if heard by the wrong people. He is an ambitious man and would do anything to achieve his goals, I replied. The prince's trip to the Meldhorn had been successful since he returned 4 days ago. Even more ships are coming from it, and there are whispers that Oxall might also begin to open up in the coming months. This would be great news as, like Meldhorn, the merchant city-state of Oxall shares a river and large land border with Renwell. I think the traffic has now cleared enough, Carla stated, and a moment later the carriage finally began to move. Still, it made us wait nearly 40 minutes. We talked about the business and other things before the carriage reached our destination, and we walked out. I had expected it would take me at least 4 months to achieve this, but I did it in less than a month. I said softly as I looked around the huge store. It is one of the largest in the city, and with the things they sell, it would require a big space. It is all because of your hard work, replied Carla. To that, I smiled and walked toward the blue metallic gates of Norton's carriages. It had been 20 days since the establishment opened, and 12 days since I returned from the harrowing trip to Blaine. Since then, I have focused on all my work and the guild, which I visited daily. Today is the first day I have taken a leave. The establishment is doing very well, so I have finally decided to buy the carriage. It is not just for convenience but also a symbol. We entered through the gate, and inside it was a vast space with different types of carriages placed around, with people browsing through them. Remus, welcome, said the voice as we had just entered. I looked toward the voice and saw a man in his late 20s walking toward us. He's a tall man with blue eyes and brown hair. His physique is thin, but his face is handsome. Ralph, I greeted, as the young man finally appeared before me. So are you finally ready to buy a carriage from me? He asked. That's why I came here, isn't it? I asked back with a smile. It's an enchanted one, right? Or I will just hand you to one of the salespeople and leave, he said, joking. Of course, the enchanted one, I replied with a smile. This way then, he said joyfully, and we followed. I know him because he is Ralph Norton, Valentina's friend. We met at a party before and at another one 4 days ago. He is the type of person who will quickly become friends with anyone, a precious skill that is very valuable in his business. Soon we entered another large hall. While the main hall also had some enchanted carriages, here were more, nearly the entire collection. We will start with this red beauty. It is right red rose. It has all the standard enchantments for your comfort. You will not feel even the slightest wobble, even if it runs through the potholes, he said, motioning toward the red carriage. It looked like a normal carriage, but if one looked closely, one would see the enchanted script. How much is it? I asked with a look. Not much, just 920,000 crowns, he replied with a smile. It was money that regular people could never earn even in their lifetime. And the thing is, it is just a basic model. The enchanted carriages are expensive. Their prices start at around 1 million and reach very high. Its scripts wore off too early. I said, "No, that's just a rumor spread by idiots," he refuted, but I just rolled my eyes. "If you dislike the right, how about this Santos pearl? It only costs 940,000 and has the stable enchantments," he showed as he walked toward the white carriage. "I have used the carriages made by House Santos. I had one in Redfawn, though it was a normal one. But it was reliable. You can always trust their reliability." "Show me something good," I said, to which he smiled brightly. "If you want good, I will show you good," he said, walking toward the violet carriage. This is Rain Mirage, came straight from Meldhorn. It had an excellent reputation in the merchant state, built quite solidly. He explained in flowery words before moving toward another. He showed 6 more before moving to another blue one when I stopped him, as it was above my limit. "1 million is my limit," I said. And he turned to me with a bright smile. "So, which one do you choose?" He asked. The bastard is very smart and picked up that I had already liked one. "I will take the Santos Black," I said. "The carriage cost 980,000 crowns, which is within my budget. It is a very good choice. It is most reliable among Santos's basic models and with scripts that don't require servicing for years," he said, "and it is true. It is a good carriage." "Do you take it as is or will you require some modifications?" he asked. "Some," I replied. For the next half an hour, we discussed the modifications I needed from the catalogs he had shown me. And I ended up spending 1,020,000, despite him giving me a 5% discount. After paying and signing the contract, I walked out of the store. I will get the delivery in a week, which is earlier than I had thought. I could have avoided the carriage expense, but one needs to keep the appearance, and the enchanted carriage is a must. Not to mention, I wanted the enchanted carriage. It makes travel quite comfortable. We sat in our normal carriage, and 15 minutes later, the carriage passed through the gates to the establishment. We walked out of the carriage and into the establishment, which now had a more varied mix of voices and musical notes. In these past 12 days, all the teachers we needed have begun teaching, so the establishment now has 19 teachers teaching the 39 girls, including Carla and the teens. These new teachers are teaching them many things, including music, dance, painting, mathematics, and other subjects, and the results have already begun to show. It increases their confidence. One can see this when they are interacting with clients. True learning begins when they start learning subjects they barely understand. Their self-confidence grows dramatically as they gain a foundational grasp. We walked up the office stairs, and to my surprise, 3 people were waiting by my office. One was Margox, who did not look to be in a good mood. The other was Frank, the driver I hired for the ladies. He would take them whenever they wanted to on their leave day. The last one was an unfamiliar middle-aged man, in a suit sitting with a professional smile on his face, while Margox stared daggers at him. "Margox, what happened?" I asked. "They kidnapped Leslie and Donna," she said, pointing the finger at the man in a suit. "You are completely wrong, miss. They have come to us at their own free will," he said without any change in my expression. My expression soon became serious. I don't know the whole thing, but I could guess what had happened, and to be honest, it had happened much earlier than I had imagined. "Margox, Frank in my office," I said, walking into the office with Carla while the other 2 followed behind. "What happened?" I asked as I took my seat. I was taking the girls shopping, but suddenly a couple of gentlemen stopped the carriage. "And the girls came out and went with them," he replied stutteringly. "Do they tell you who they are?" I asked the old man. "Yes, they said they work for Scarlet Pleasure," he replied, and I could hear Carla take a sharp breath, hearing that as all the pieces clicked. "Did they get out of the carriage of their own will?" I asked to be sure. "Yes, the moment the carriage stopped, both of them got out. I tried to stop them, but those men came in between," he replied, slightly scared. "It is not your fault, Frank," I said to the old man, and I could see him sighing with relief. "And that man is?" I asked Margox. "He said his name was Clark Chase, and Norman Lucas sent him," she replied. To that I nodded and turned to Frank. "Frank and Margox, take a rest." I smiled at them and turned to Carla, "Ask Mr. Chase to come inside." 3 of them left the office, and a couple of seconds later, Carla brought in the middle-aged man who still had a professional smile on his face. "Your boss had taken my girls, Mr. Chase," I sternly told the middle-aged man. "We did no such thing. Mr. Silver, They have come by their own violation. He defended as he sat on the seat I had offered. To that I smiled. And they have sent me to ask you to relieve them of their contracts, he said, taking out copies of their contracts. They were originals, and I could feel the effect of my skills on them. I am sure you have read the terms of that carefully, I said. Yes, and we are willing to pay the price as stipulated in the contract, he replied and placed 2 checks in front of me, each worth 2 million. Well, since everything is according to the contract, I will release them from the service to my establishment, I said, activated the skills, and released them. At the same time, I burned those copies and the copies I had, releasing the 2 girls from my service. Tell the girls I wish them good luck for their future, I said to the stumped face of the middle-aged man. He might have expected me to rage, and shout threats at his boss, but there was no need. As the girls did nothing wrong, they left my service by paying the price stipulated in the contracts. There is no hard feeling in my heart. Is there anything else, Mr. Chase? I asked. No, nothing, Mr. Silver, he replied, getting up and trying to school his emotions as he walked out of my office. Those ungrateful bitches, said Carla with gritted teeth after he left. They did nothing wrong, Carla, I said to her surprise. You have given them so much, taught them, given them the opportunity to earn what they could have never dreamed in their life before, but they betrayed you the first chance they got, she said, seething in fury. Honestly, she looked hot when angry. It made her more attractive. Calm down, Carla, they have done nothing wrong. They saw a better opportunity and took it by following the contract, I said. And I truly did not blame them. Such things happen daily on Earth, and I completely agree with the decision to leave when they did it lawfully. Carla opened her mouth to say something but closed it, and a moment later she began to calm down. Still, I did not expect them to leave. If they had any brains and eyes for the future, they would have stayed, she replied finally. I did not say anything. I had already expected it would happen with the success of the establishment. It just happened earlier than I had thought. We need to put our plans of expansion forward, I said finally, looking up from the ashes of the contract I had burned recently. I was going to wait until this month was over and I had a little more capital, but with this happening, I could not wait anymore. We do, but we have the fewest girls among all the high-class brothels. We need to increase the numbers before we do the expansion, she replied. All the high-class brothels have at least 100 girls, and that was when they started. They now have even more with the business booming. I have big expansion plans, and they would require money. The 4 million would help. But not much, I need far more than that. Contact Valentina and get an appointment for tomorrow, I said. What about the girls? Are you contacting your brother? She asked. No, someone else will, I replied. If I contact my brother, he will try to squeeze me, or might not even sell the contracts. I am taking the girls from Carla's old brothel. While it would be easier to get girls from here, Deer Pond, or even merchant cities, I like to get them from the old brothel, as these girls know each other and will work better. Not to mention, those girls are good. My father was meticulous about each woman when he decided to open a brothel a few years ago. Do I ask for the appointment from Repose and Bulwark? She asked. Yes, I replied. The expansion plans require huge money. I have a few million and 4 from the 2 girls, but it is far from enough. So it's time to hit the bank and secure that loan. Carla left after taking orders, and a few minutes later, I saw the messenger leaving the establishment. I turned back to my work, and now that I have started on the expansion plans, there are too many things to do. I have already made a plan for the kind of expansion I need, but my new ideas require some changes. Click. A few hours passed as I worked and did some reading when the door opened, and Carla walked inside. You have an appointment with the bank at 5, Carla said as she entered. Good, I replied. I have worked on the proposal and hope the bank will accept it. I am asking for a lot more money than last time, but unlike last time, my business is booming. So even if they don't approve the full amount I'm asking for, a slightly smaller loan would still work. During the expansion, the business will keep generating income either way. I worked till it was time for the appointment and left the establishment. 15 minutes later, the carriage stopped, and I entered the bank. Remus Silver, I have an appointment with Mr. Shaw, I said to the receptionist on the 3rd floor. Mr. Shaw will see you in 10 minutes, she replied with her usual professional smile. I nodded and sat down, while reading the magazine to pass the time. "Mr. Shaw will see you now," she said, opening the door for me. I thanked her and walked into the office where a big man was sitting. "Mr. Silver, welcome," he said as I came inside and offered me a seat. "Thank you for meeting me quickly, Mr. Shaw," I replied as I sat in front of him. To that the man smiled. "How can I help you?" he asked, leaning slightly forward. I said directly, "I need a loan. That's what we are here for," replied Mr. Shaw. "So how much do you need?" he asked. 25 million crowns, I replied, the same amount Lucas had offered me for the establishment. I could see the faint spark of surprise appearing in his eyes before it disappeared. "It is quite a large amount," he said a moment later. I felt a little relieved that he did not decline my request directly. "It is," I said back. "Well, your record is good. You paid our last loan in less than 2 months, but the amount you are asking is huge. We will need to look at all aspects before we sanction such a large amount to you," he said. "It is fine," I replied, and in the next few minutes I had signed the forms and submitted the proofs, all the things that I needed to do to apply for a loan. It all looked very good. "It shouldn't take long to study your profile," he said, looking at the papers before turning to me. "The bank will inform you of its decision in a few days," he added. "Okay," I replied, and a minute later I walked out of his office. When I reached the establishment, it had already opened. I entered through the back entrance and watched from my usual place while taking notes. I am quite relieved to see that business is going as usual. The girls' performance seems normal. They are doing excellent as usual. I watched for an hour and checked other things before returning to my office, where I worked till 10, before going to my bedroom to sleep. I have made a habit of sleeping at 10. It is a good habit and gives me enough rest to not get tired with all the things I need to do throughout the day. The next day I woke up early, as I had been doing for nearly 2 weeks. I freshened up before returning to the mansion and doing yoga for an hour before practicing with instructor David. "You are doing well, Master Silver. If you impress me today, then I will increase the difficulty of your training from tomorrow on," he said as he pressed me, using multiple skills one after another. Clang thap clang. I am also using my skills, the quick steps to move around and consecutive slashes, to attack rapidly when I can. After training hard with instructor David for more than 10 days, I have grasped my skills well. I've even begun using consecutive strikes for defense. The resistance is intense, but I'm pushing through it. While practicing with the instructor, I heard the steps and saw 4 people approaching us. One was Carla. 2 of the other 3 were familiar, while the third was unknown to me. I did not dare get distracted. Instructor David gets quite angry when I get distracted and hits places where it hurts the most. I don't want to experience that. At least not today. Thapu. Finally, the 2 hours were over, and instructor David had ended the training by hitting me on the knee, causing me to fall to the ground. Despite trying hard, he does that every day and I could not stop him. "Rest well today, Mr. Silver. Tomorrow I will increase the difficulty," said instructor David, walking to pick up his real sword. After he placed it on his waist, he nodded at the 4 before walking toward the exit. "Uncle Thompson, Captain Stephen." I greeted and nodded to one whom I didn't recognize as I got up slowly. After practicing constantly, my stamina increased, so now I didn't have to lie on the ground for minutes to recover. "Your grandfather would be proud to see you picking up the sword again," said the older man. "Thank you for the kind words, uncle," I replied. "He is Roe Thompson, our uncle. Even my father had also called him that, and so has every house member. He is grandfather's childhood friend, the person he trusts the most. He is sort of House Silver's fixer and cleaner." I was genuinely surprised to hear he was coming. My report didn't include anything that should have warranted his arrival. But in hindsight, I shouldn't have been surprised. I am sure I am not the only one he asked to report on what is happening in the barony. "You should clean yourself. We will talk more comfortably in your office," he said, looking at my state. "Carla, take uncle and the gentleman to my office," I said. "Yes," she replied and took them toward my office. I walked with them till the stairs diverged. They moved toward my office while I walked toward my room. In my room, I did not apply the muscle-numbing cream. I received much fewer sword slaps than on the first days of training, so the pain is manageable now. So I quickly showered, changed, and left my room. When I walked into my office, I saw Uncle Thompson browsing through the accounting book and occasionally asking Carla questions. I am not angry at him for looking at the files. I am happy instead. Whatever he sees and reads will be reported to grandfather, and I want that old man to know how I am doing. You're doing much better than the best scenario your father had imagined for this establishment, he said as he put down the binder. Thank you, Uncle, I replied. I am going to the barony, as you might have guessed. He informed. Are you interested in coming? He asked. To that I shook my head. I wish I could, but I cannot. There is too much work to do here, I replied. It is fine. Focus on your work. It is the most important thing, he said. We talked about general topics for half an hour, mostly about my business and the city. I did not ask him about his trip to the barony and why grandfather had sent him. I am sure I will know when he returns. One thing is sure, my brother is not going to be happy. People seldom are when he visits. This is why I need to be as independent as possible from the house while still being a member. My father went the same way and was able to enjoy great freedom in his business that many others didn't. Uncle, I have one thing to ask of you. I hope you can help me with it. I asked. If it is in my power, I will help you, he said. It is nothing big. I hope you will be able to facilitate a transaction between Reed and me, I said. He is selling the brothel, and I want to buy the contract of the girls in it. Sure, as long as you are willing to pay a fair price, I don't see him having any problem selling them to you, he replied. Of course, he will have a problem. But with this old man in between, he will not dare to reject the sale. They have already stretched the limit of the house's anger. After what they did to me, they will not want to do anything more, or they will have to bear the wrath of their grandfather. I think that is why grandfather sent Uncle to the barony. Edwin had crossed the limit. I am willing to pay 50,000 crowns per girl, I said, which lit up a faint spark of surprise in his eyes for a fraction of a second. It is more than a fair price. I will write to your brother immediately after I leave, he replied with a smile. Thank you, Uncle, I said happily. He stayed a few more minutes before he left. I walked him to the gate and strolled back toward the manor with a smile on my face. I assume the sale is as good as done, asked Carla. Yes, the deal is nearly done, I said with a smile. Carla looked like she wanted to say something, but ultimately she did not. I did not worry about it, as I am happy. I couldn't help but imagine my brother's face when he received the letter from the old man. I am sure he will break a few more vases today. He does that when he is angry, and he says the sound of them breaking helps him calm down. The carriage stopped in front of a huge 4-story building with huge glass windows that seemed transparent but were not. Carla and I walked out of the carriage and stepped inside the building, the office of the Nielsen. We walked through the lobby, entered the elevator which went to the top floor and exited. Remus Silver, I have a meeting with Mage Valentina, I said to the assistant, who looked to be in her early 30s. Yes, Mage Valentina has asked to bring you in as soon as you arrive, she replied with a professional smile and walked toward the door. Carla arched her brow at me as we followed behind. There were still 10 minutes to my appointment, but the personal relationship had its benefits. Click. The receptionist opened the door to the office and we walked in. Inside was Valentina, sitting behind a predominantly white, delicately carved table. It is not a normal table, and it is heavily enchanted. She is not the only one present in the office. There is also Chief Architect Davidson. Remus, Carla, take a seat, she said, and we sat before her. Thank you, said Carla as she sat beside me. So you want to expand the establishment? She asked. I told her what I wanted when I asked her about the appointment. Yes, if you do the job, I replied with a smile. The construction guilds across the city are swamped with work, calling more people in from the empire. Even then, it had become difficult to start new work quickly. People are one thing and material is another. When we went to attend the party a few days ago, Valentina said she was diversifying her suppliers. She focused more on suppliers from the cities of Meldhorn, as they are capable of providing what she needs much sooner, in larger quantities, with better prices and quality. For you, we will, she said, and tapped on the runes on the table a few times. A moment later, the emblem of Nielsen appeared. She tapped a few more times, and a huge projection of my establishment appeared. Seeing that, I smiled, and Carla handed me a file, and I took out a couple of pages with rough drawings from it. I want to expand the mansion to the left, right, and back. The basement also needed to expand greatly. I informed directly, making them both quite surprised as I slid the drawings toward her. If I am doing an expansion, I might do it big, which is why I applied for a big loan, but it will not be enough. I will need to pour everything I have and earnings from the next few weeks. After the expansion is complete, I will earn huge money. 1,000,000 crowns a day at least. You had said you were coming to discuss the expansion, but I did not expect they would be this big, she said with a smile before her eyes turned serious. It will be quite expensive, Remus, more if you want it quickly, she added. I have money, I said. I don't have it right now, and if the bank rejects me, I will have to move to another source, which I hope I don't have to. It came with strings attached. Let's begin then, she said, rapidly clicking across the runes so fast that I could not see her fingers as they moved. A little more than 2 minutes later, the giant projection of the mansion disappeared, and 48 small mansions appeared in its place. Each one of them has a resemblance to the establishment, but is bigger and looks more beautiful. All of them had the current building of the establishment in the middle, with them expanded left, right, and back, in a different variation of the Harsoth style of architecture. Some will require minimal changes to my establishment, while others will require a huge overhaul. I looked at each of them carefully, even asking Valentina to give me the view from all angles. Leave numbers 2, 9, 27. And 46 erase the rest, I said, and she obeyed. Moments later, only 4 mansions remained projected before us, each one now appearing even larger than before. I analyzed them further, discussing some things with Carla before turning to Valentina. Number 9, but I want changes to it, I selected. I have many ideas and I want to implement them. Of course, she replied with a smile, and we worked on the changes for the next hour. These are the big outer changes. We will work on the delicate ones with the other meetings. A single meeting is not enough for such a big project. We will need to have multiple meetings until it is finished. Do you want to change the garden and other things? She asked. Yes, I replied. The gate, road, fountain, and garden must all adapt to match the style of the mansion. It took around 45 minutes to finalize all those details. Now that we have finished with external changes, let's move to internal, she said, and soon the internal space appeared. What do you want to do with the hall? Do you want to divide it or leave it open? She asked. Leave it open, I replied. As the establishment expanded, the size of the hall also increased. I want it to be the size of a standard ballroom, which is neither big nor small. It should be a perfect size. After we decided on the hall size, we started with the rooms on the first floor. The makeup room and kitchen need to be much bigger right now. The bar will expand further, and Valentina showed me a few designs. I chose and made a few changes. The bar is critical. More than a third of our earnings come from the liquor sold through it. After finishing the hall, we started on the rooms. I wanted to make some big changes there. Currently, all the rooms have the same price. But I am going to change that. There will be free rooms and premium rooms of a different category, each with amenities that will elevate the whole experience to a different level. I am selling the experience in my establishment. I want it as such. They returned to it over and over. It had been 20 days since the establishment had opened, and it only took a few days for others to start copying things from me. Despite that, they could not achieve the kind of sales I have with my limited number of girls and a small establishment. Carla had been apprehensive since the 2 girls had left, thinking they had spilled all our trade secrets, but I was not worried. My competitors run the business through exploitation, and even though they want to make a profit as I do, they do not copy me in everything. I would put it in writing they won't give a 10% commission to the girls. They'll hire teachers, maybe even poach some of mine, but they'll never share the vision where I'm guiding the girls to learn. There are many small things such as this, and every little thing affects the picture considerably. So, copying my ideas, and even the business models, will undoubtedly benefit them. Still, if they want to make a considerable profit like me, they must forego everything they learned about this business. Which they will not do, I am confident about that. The internal changes took more than 1.5 hours to make. Most of it involved deciding on the enchantment. Some of them needed to be laid during construction, so deciding on them was imperative. Now only underground has remained, she said, looking at me. I want to expand it at least 3 times and have another floor below, I said. To that she nodded. It is not a problem. We will be able to do it with our geomancers, she replied. The underground will be the living quarters of girls, right? She asked. Yes, I want the new room and a few recreational places like a common room and library. I continued, and she wrote it all down. They were surprised to hear some of my requirements. Last time, I could not do much, except make the hall a little bigger and bring some new furniture, but now I have some money in my budget. Enough to make their living condition better than the simple bland. Soon, we finished with the underground. Valentina finally started on things I had missed. She successfully sold me many things, further increasing the budget. How soon do you want it? She asked, referring to the main question. As soon as possible, I replied. And you want it silent and hidden? She asked, and I nodded. I want to run the establishment while it happens. Such a significant change is difficult to hide, but they could do it. It will take 1.5 months, Remus, she said, and I had expected that, but I still hoped it would have been sooner. Can it be sooner? I asked with hope. I could do it in a month. But you will have to close down your establishment for that period, she replied. And a mirthless smile couldn't help but appear on my face. The original mansion took around 9 months to finish. Compared to it, this project is bigger. I know I am lucky to be Valentina's friend, which is the only reason she is willing to do it so quickly. If I had been a regular client, she would have taken at least a month more and charged me more than whatever she was going to charge now. So how much is it all going to cost me? I asked, hoping the cost would be within my budget. She did not answer immediately and kept looking at me, likely using her skills to calculate the cost. It is going to cost you 20,600,000 crowns, she said finally, and for a moment I felt relieved. It had not gone over my budget, but it was still a big amount. Let's agree to 20 million, I said, to which she rolled her eyes. 20,500,000, she said with her eyes twinkling. 20,050,000 crowns, I said, and immediately she countered with her price. We started negotiating, and this time no skills were involved. Despite that, it felt harder than the last time, when she drowned me with the power of her skills. 20,200,000 crowns, you drove a hard bargain, Remus, she said, and I could only smile. When will you begin? I asked. I will send my people for a survey immediately, and the work will begin tomorrow after your clients leave, she replied. 15 minutes later, we left Valentina's office. I have signed a few papers and paid a quarter of the price. It had emptied my reserves more than I had planned, but I was finally expanding with a smile on my face. A plan that I thought might take at least 6 months to begin had started in less than a month. It made me very happy. See, didn't I tell you he had potential? Said Valentina to the old man beside her. The project is not big. We should focus more on big clients, said the old man, hearing that a smile couldn't help but appear on my face. He is a big client. We are only doing some small work for him, she replied, and an old man just looked at her for a moment before sighing. He did have potential, and really, I hope he will not do something to lose your favor and friendship, said the old man, with deep meaning in his eyes, seeing that Valentina had looked away. I hope so too. It had been a while since I had found someone whom I felt like I could trust. She replied so softly that it was barely audible to herself. Sin Lord 35 level up. The 4 categories of rooms should work well, I said while writing in my diary, as the carriage moved toward our new destination from Valentina's office. If it had been a month ago, I would have said it would not work. People would not spend such money to eat and drink in a brothel, but the reality is in front of us. So there is a high chance that rooms will work, she replied as she looked through the window. I know they will work. People always pay if they find the services desirable, especially to impress women and feel special. This is not a new idea in this world. Many brothels use it, but with the changes I am planning, mine would be the biggest hit. Soon the carriage stopped in front of the 2-story building, which had a sign reading Elise Kane. However, that sign is now a bit dusty, as if its proprietor wasn't taking good care of it. With how big the order was, Elise had closed down her shop temporarily. She had no other choice, as every bit of time and energy she had, she was spending on completing the order. She is doing quite a good job. In the past 12 days, she has finished 10 dresses, and her pace is increasing. Click. The shop is closed. said a young man working on the cloth but stopped midway seeing us. Mr. Silver, he said, leaving the cloth he was cutting. Good afternoon, Jesse. Could you tell Miss Kane that we have arrived? I said to a young man. He was Jesse, Miss Kane's nephew. I will inform Aunt right away, he replied and left. I looked around and saw a lot more people than the last time, 14 people working on the different parts of the dress. Mr. Silver, you should have informed me of your coming. I would have been more prepared, said Elise as she appeared. There is no need, I said before looking around. Is there somewhere we could talk more privately? I asked. She was surprised but nodded. This way, she said, leading us to the upper floor into what seemed like a messy living room. Sorry for the mess, she apologized as she cleared the pieces of cloth. It is fine, Elise, I said as we sat down. Since you have personally come here, Mr. Silver, there must be something important, she asked. I smiled at that, and instead of answering, I took out the check and slid it toward her. Seeing the number on the check, her eyes couldn't help but widen. It is a check for 500,000 crowns. With it, I am paying her the full amount of the contract, despite her completing less than 10% of the order. I am increasing the order, doubling it, I stated, and I could see her faintly shake before she was able to calm herself down. The time, she asked softly. The same, but the order might increase even more, I replied, and her eyes became a little unfocused when she heard that. The new girls are coming soon, and I will not have them wear old dresses. They will also get their custom dresses. This order is just the beginning. It is going to get quite big, and she will have to do it in a limited time without sacrificing quality. I will need to hire a lot more people and a bigger space, she muttered softly to herself. She had a habit of doing that when she was thinking. So will you be able to do it? I asked her. Yes, I will need to hire a lot of people, but I will be able to do it, she replied a little loudly and turned to me. For such quick order, the old price will not do, she said with voice firm. If I decline, she will not do it, but I have no intention of doing it. Of course, about 5,500 crowns per dress. It is sufficient, right? I asked with a smile. I could have chosen the other boutique. With such a big order, even those snobby boutiques wouldn't have been able to turn me away, but Elise's designs are great, and most importantly, she captures my vision. I don't know if it is skill or instinct, but she is doing a great job. Those 10 dresses she designed are amazing, perfectly capturing the girl's natural qualities. 15 minutes later, we had signed a new deal. We got out of the shop. With Elise sending us off to our carriage, we had nowhere else to go but back to the establishment and wait. I will wait for the bank's and my brother's response. Even if the response is negative, I have other options. Soon, the carriage entered through the establishment's gates, and a few seconds later, we walked out of it. The guards at the entrance handed the letters to Carla as we stepped into the hall, where a handful of unfamiliar faces were already milling about, some holding conventional tools, others gripping strange, unconventional objects. They were from the Nielsen, conducting surveys and taking measurements. I talked to them for a few moments before going to my office. Carla handed me the letters intended for me. 4 letters have come, but 2 of them are the most important. The first one is from the bank, and the second one is from my brother Reed. Rip. With my heart beating fast, I opened the second letter from my brother Reed. If he rejects my offer, I will likely have to go to one of the cities of Meldhorn for the girls. I began to read the letter, and the more I read, the bigger my smile became. He agreed to transfer all the girls' contracts. A total of 62 girls, with each contract costing me 50,000 crowns. A total of 3,100,000 crowns will empty nearly all I have in the bank, leaving less than 10,000 in my account. I immediately begin to write the reply. I want to finalize the deal today. After writing, my brother and I wrote to my man in Red Fawn, asking him to handle everything, including giving freedom to those who want to leave, with severance pay, which I had hiked to 5,000. It might seem like too much, but it is not. I need the girls who are all in. And it has benefited me a lot so far. Those 2 who left were not the only ones the poachers approached. More than 20 have been approached, but only 2 have left despite the promise of huge money, and I count that as a big win. After I finished that, I moved to the letter sent by the bank, which brought an even bigger smile to my face. The bank had agreed to give me the loan, and they have not even halved the amount as I thought they might. It is such big news. Click. I was smiling ear to ear when Carla walked in. When she saw me smiling brightly, she arched her brow in question. I did not say anything and just handed the letters to her, and she read them. Her eyes had also gone wide. "These are the best pieces of news we could have hoped for," she said, reading the letters, but then, for the briefest moment, her expression shifted, before settling back to normal, making me feel like I had imagined it, but I knew I hadn't. "I am going to the bank," I informed her before getting up. It hadn't been half an hour since I had returned, and I was going out again, but it was important. I needed to have the money in my hand. It took me 1.5 hours to return to the establishment. It felt good to have money again, and with it, the expansion will begin smoothly. I returned a few minutes before the establishment's gates opened. I went inside through the back entrance before going back to my office. Soon, the gates of the establishment opened, and I watched from the windows as usual. I made my rounds through the establishment before going to my room to sleep. Soutenur Merchant Level 7. The text appeared before me as I woke up, bringing a large smile to my face. It had been a while since I had leveled up in my base class. I immediately opened my class window without wasting a moment. Class: Soutenur Merchant LV 7. Lawyer LV 5. Warrior LV 2. Charisma 10. Intelligence, vitality, strength, skills 1. Trusty presence, 2. Worthy goods, 3. Contract, 4. Shop open, 5. Quick steps, 6. Consecutive strikes, 7. Fast reading. Attribute points. In the past week, I had leveled up on both my warrior class and lawyer class. The lawyer class was just 1 level behind yesterday. Now, it is 2 levels behind. I don't know if this is true, but it is said that base classes should always be higher than other classes. If any classes exceed it, it slows down the progress of all classes, especially the base class. All 3 of my classes had leveled up in these 7 days, but not a single one had given me a new skill. The last skill I got was from lawyer class, and that was nearly 2 weeks ago. Now that the base class has advanced, I have got an attribute point, and I desperately want to use it on strength or vitality, but I know intelligence would be wiser. I did not waste any time and added the attribute point to the intelligence, taking it to 10, the same level as the charisma, and immediately I felt its effect. Class: Soutenur Merchant LV 7. Lawyer LV 5. Warrior LV 2. Charisma 10. Intelligence 10. Vitality, strength, skills 1. Trusty presence, 2. Worthy goods, 3. Contract, 4. Shop open, 5. Quick steps, 6. Consecutive strikes, 7. Fast reading. Attribute points. I felt my thoughts getting faster. Thinking had never felt so effortless as it does right now. I took the book beside my nightstand and began to read it. Despite the resistance, I read it at 3 times the normal speed, the same speed at which I read the legal documents. I am sure now I will be able to read legal documents even faster, and my other skills will also benefit from this. All of them, even combat skills and faster thoughts, help react faster. It is common knowledge. I stared at the screen for another minute before getting up and going to the bathroom. I have yoga to do, and after that, I will train with Instructor David. Seeing that he is taking a notch higher today will be painful. Thud. I hit the ground hard, with every part of my body screaming in pain. I had not felt such pain, even on the first day of training, as I am now. Unlike the first day today, there were not only hits but also cuts, hundreds of them across my body. It looks pretty bad, but it isn't. Instructor David had said that they would heal on their own. Quickly, it is one of his skill that heals the injuries he caused to his student heal fast. You know, you could have been a little merciful, I said to Instructor David as I lay on the grass without having any energy to move. Even talking is quite a struggle. I told you what you will suffer and you accepted, he replied. Do you want me to take it down a notch? He asked with mirth in his eyes. No, I declined with the gritted teeth. The pain was temporary. I could bear it given the benefits I am having. Not only am I regaining ease with the sword quickly, but I am also quickly mastering and stretching my skills beyond their limit. The progress made me happy, as I would have to depend less on others protecting me. As my business grows, so will the danger. Even my father was assassinated, and my grandfather survived more than 10 attempts on his life. It's the cost of doing business in this world, a brutal, unavoidable hazard. The more your business grows, the more enemies you will make. It took 15 minutes for all the cuts to heal, and only after that did I get up, nearly collapsing due to jelly legs. As I stood up, I limped toward my room, with pain coming from every movement I made. It will be hell to climb the stairs. You seemed uncomfortable, Carla asked as I slowly sat down in my chair. The muscle-numbing cream had helped with the pain, but not the damage. It will take a few hours to heal from all the damage. The training was a little intense today, I replied and opened the file. A minute later, a smile appeared on my face. Yesterday there was no increase. I was just happy there was no decrease due to the loss of 2 girls. Today, there was an increase, finally crossing the mark of 450,000 crowns. If it keeps increasing in this way, then there is a good chance that the earnings will reach 500,000 a night by the end of the month. After reading the report, I turned to the letters before me. I opened the first one from my man in Red Fawn, whom I had handed the responsibility of the girls. He had offered them freedom from their contract with severance pay, as I had told him to, and 9 decided to leave while 51 were coming. They have already started the journey and will reach here in 3 or 4 days. There is a list of names coming, along with their information. I began to read it, but soon stopped at a familiar name. I stared at it briefly before resuming reading and finishing it a minute late. Care to explain how Lola Monet ended up back in Red Fawn? I asked with an arched brow, like she did when she wanted to ask about something silently. Her expression became serious before a sigh came out of her mouth. I did not say or imply anything intentionally to give her the way to come back, but I accidentally wrote something that made her join the old brothel in the hopes of returning, she replied. I did not say anything about that, as the thing is quite complex. I had said that I would not take back any girl who left, and I would not, but I have already brought this girl back, which created a loophole. It was a frustrating choice to make, especially given the risk or daring the girl had shown. Going back to the old brothel in those horrendous conditions, at least compared to the establishment. Most importantly, she had needed to sacrifice her freedom, as one could not enter the brothel without a long contract. Not to mention the ingenuity she would have needed to make my brother take her in, as he would have definitely thought she was a spy I sent to keep an eye on him. I hope you will be careful what you write in the future, Carla, I warned. I like her and am attracted to her, but to me, business comes first. It was a mistake, it wouldn't happen again, she replied. I nodded and turned back to the other letters. After finishing the letters, I read the papers, which were always filled with news of conflicts. The Empire had few skirmishes on its border, nothing major like Mayhurst Island, where the undead were causing the destruction. It had already swallowed one kingdom and was moving to swallow all. Looking at its progress, the undead kingdom might be able to swallow the whole of Mayhurst Island, and that would be a bad thing. It is in a strategic place. The Empire, merchant city-states, or any other coastal nation wouldn't want the undead to control it. The papers said that they are preparing large amounts of aid. The Renwell region is currently much safer. The merchant city-states never expand beyond their borders and never has been silent. There have been a few skirmishes with Tabe's forces, but Dusthorn Fortress has handled them. After reading all the papers, I focused on the work. With expansion, there were many things to do and new ideas to search for before it was too late. I worked for some time before I got up to go to the guild. I had not gone to the merchant guild for 2 days, so there must be a lot of work for me waiting. When I reached the hall, I began to hear all manner of sounds, not the sounds of music as I usually do, but other sounds. As I left the hall, I saw many unknown people around the mansion. The people from Nielsen are setting up their instruments, and some have already started working. Soon I spotted the familiar old man and walked toward him. Mr. Silver, he greeted as I appeared beside him. Mr. Davidson, how is the progress? I asked. By evening, everything will be clouded, people won't be able to see anything, and we will be able to do our job in peace, he replied. I have no doubt you will, I said, talking to the old man for a few minutes before walking into my carriage. Knock, knock. 15 minutes later, my carriage pulled into the merchant guild, and I walked out. Soon, I entered the legal department on the first floor and walked into my office. I was about to call Kevin when the knock rang out. "Come in," I said. The door opened and Mr. Oakley walked in. "Mr. Silver, the guildmaster wants to see you at 2, he informed. "Did he tell you what it is about?" I asked. "No, but he sent a note asking me to tell you about the appointment if you arrive today," he replied. "Thank you, Mr. Oakley," I told the old man. "It's no bother," he said. "I will send you the contracts for your review. There are quite a lot." He left before I could say anything, and a minute later, Kevin came bringing 20 contracts. I activated my skill and began, and immediately I was impressed by the shocking speed with which I read and understood what was written. Intelligence increases thought speed, which acts as fuel to power up the contract and fast reading skills, which also aid me in quickly understanding what I read. I began flipping one page after another while taking notes on a notepad. I quickly read through the second contract and began on the third before starting on the fourth. By the time it was 10 minutes to 2, I had completed more than 10 contracts. I locked the contracts and notes in my desk before getting up and leaving my office. "I have an appointment with the guildmaster. I don't know what it is about, but it must be important if he calls me into his office instead of sending me a note." "Remus Silver, I have an appointment with the guildmaster at 2, I told the assistant. "I will inform guildmaster about your arrival," she replied and tapped on the runes of the plate in front of her. "You can go inside," she said as she looked up. And the door of the guildmaster's office began to open. I walked toward the office, and soon I entered inside. For the first time I saw Damon Hart alone. "Guildmaster, you have called for me?" I asked as I stopped. "Yes, take a seat, Remus," he said. "Thank you," I said as I sat. "I have called you here because I want you to go with the delegation leaving for Namdar in 6 days," he said, surprising me. Namdar is an island and also the name of the city. It is a very strategic place for the Empire and one of its most prosperous cities. Making connections with it will help the Grelthaven tremendously, considering there is a waterway route to it from Grelthaven. "My apologies, Guildmaster, but it is impossible for me. I have just begun the expansion of my business, and I want to be present," I replied, declining the offer directly. He seemed a little surprised by that, but quickly controlled his expression. "It won't take much of your time. You will be able to return in less than 10 days, he said, but I shook my head. "If it involves reviewing the contracts, I will do it, even if I have to stay an hour longer, but I will not leave the city. My business is the most important, and I took this job because it will benefit my business. Consider this as a favor to me," he added, and I immediately stopped my open mouth from uttering the word. "Namdar is too important. I want every contract we sign with them to be perfect. There will be some negotiations. I want you to be part of them too," he stated, and I wanted to decline it, but the words stopped in my mouth. "Favor?" This word made me hesitate. One does not use this word carelessly, and if he says he will owe me a favor, then he will, and a favor from the guildmaster of the Merchant Guild is very valuable. "Since you asked, Guildmaster, I will do it. I just hope it will not take more than 10 days, I said finally. With a sigh. "That's good, start making the preparations. You will leave in 6 days, he said. I nodded and walked out of the office. Soon I was back in my office and closed my eyes. I didn't want to go, but there was no choice. The favor would help me greatly, and I could not let it go. I should be able to return within 10 days, and Carla is more than capable of handling everything in my absence. I opened my eyes, took out the contracts, and began reviewing them. By the time I finished, it was already 4. It took me another half an hour to arrange my notes, type them and stamp them. Then I called Kevin, handed over the contract, and got out. I stayed longer than I usually do, but was able to do 2 days' work. The skills make everything easy and efficient. Soon my carriage left the Merchant Guild, and 50 minutes late, reached the establishment, which had changed thoroughly in the few hours I had been out. Aside from the walkway and the mansion, everything is covered in a silvery pink mist. The garden, the back of the mansion, everything. It gave the establishment quite a mysterious look. I had worried about the appearance of the establishment, as it was what first attracted the patrons, but now that I have seen it, I am no longer worried. Without special visual skills, nobody would be able to see what is inside the mist. As I entered inside and walked through the mist, I saw many people and cargo carriages coming from the back entrance, and unloading the stuff. They have started working. I could see that many workers have already begun digging, with the geomancers handling the delicate stuff. They will create an underground tunnel and build an outer covering. The old and new will become one in the next few days. I will need to close the establishment for the last part, but it won't be for more than a week. How are you liking the progress, Mr. Silver? Asked Architect Lloyd as he approached me. It is happening quite fast, I replied as I looked around. Your work is a priority. The head wants to finish it within 1.5 months, so we are working fast, he said, showing me the progress they had made in a few hours. Looking at the progress, I don't have any doubt about them finishing the work on time. You have become quite nervous since you have seen the port, said Della as she saw the small port getting closer and closer. It is just excitement, Lola replied, but she could tell it was a lie. She did not pursue it and looked at the small city in the wasteland. It is their destination, her 9th brothel. She hoped Carla was right. She had decided to believe in that little girl and chose this over her freedom. The severance they offered and her meager savings would have been enough for her to live without any worries for some time. Finally, the ship reached the port and began to dock on the pier. All the girls, including Estelle and Mira, who were seasick, began to come out of their bunks. Even though they did not know this little fact about themselves, having never been on the ship before this. You broads line up, said the rough voice. The ship's captain, a pot-bellied, bearded man with a foul mouth, looking at all the women like meat. She thought he might force himself on them, given what they were, and he even came close to doing it, but stopped every time at the last moment for some unknown reason. They lined up on the deck, and he began to count them. All 52, not a single one of you jumped off the ship secretly, he said, and walked off the ship. As he did, one of the carriages parked by the pier opened its door, and a beautiful woman in an enchanting blue gown walked out with the grace that only rich ladies have. She is immaculate, everything about her is perfect, especially her walk, which feels more like a glide than a walk. Even the rough captain stumbled on his spot as he saw her coming toward him. Is that Sister Carla? Selma asked beside her, shocked. Only then did she focus on the girl she had known since. She was born, but despite that, she was unable to recognize her. It hadn't even been a year since she saw her, and she had changed so much. There is no way this could be Carla, said Barb, like the others, also having a problem recognizing Carla. She looked at Lola, who had seen Carla less than 2 months ago, only to see her hand gripping tightly to the railings with her eyes flashing in deep regret. What is happening here is a complete mystery to her, but reading the letters of Carla and the other girls, she knew they were happy, ecstatic even. She had asked them many times, but they always avoided talking about it, even Carla. She sometimes even doubted the validity of the letters. Carla reached the stunned captain and began talking with him. She could not hear what she was saying, but a minute later, he turned toward the ship. Bring them down, shouted the captain. Walk down nice and slow. We don't want you to fall and get injured right before the delivery. It would tarnish the image of the captain, said the shipman, and she felt a feeling covering her as she walked down the ramp. Soon she was on solid ground, walking toward Captain and Carla. The closer she got, the more shocked she became. Carla had transformed entirely since the last time she had seen her. Auntie Della, welcome to Grelthaven, she said in a voice that seemed like a chime of bells. She hugged her, and she sensed the perfume, which was better than even her richest clients had. Carla let go of the hug and turned to Lola. You have given me quite the trouble, you know that, she said with a playful, hard voice before hugging her friend. I am sorry, said Lola as tears streamed down her face. It's okay, just don't make any rash decisions. Anymore, consoled Carla, with all the hardness in her voice disappearing, and turned to the girls coming off the ship. Girls, step into the carriage with your names on it, instructed Carla. She turned to the carriages lined up and saw that, other than the first carriage, all the carriages had paper sticking to them, with each paper having 4 names. The girls had many questions, but they still followed the instructions of Carla, who had become unrecognizable within a short time. Soon everyone sat in their respective carriages, and the drivers pocketed the papers and sat in their seats, waiting. Thank you for bringing the girls to Grelthaven safely. Captain Hanks thanked Carla. It is my job, Miss Carla, he replied, completely enamored by her charm, his eyes filled with lust. He might have acted on his emotions, if he had not sensed the guards standing by the carriage. Giving him a final nod, she walked toward the carriage. The driver opened the door for her without saying anything, and she gracefully entered inside. Della and Lola entered the carriage after and sat down, and a second later, the carriage began to move. "You have changed so much, Carla. I didn't almost recognize you at first," said Della. And Lola nodded in affirmation, the regret in her eyes growing deeper. A chime like laughter rang out from her throat, and she moved her head gracefully toward the window. "Yes, I did. So much has changed in these past 2 months, even I sometimes don't recognize myself in the mirror," she replied. Her smile became smaller but genuine as she looked at the passing scenery of the port. "It seemed to be a good change. You seem happy," she said. She had never seen this girl happy as she was right now. "I am," she replied and turned to her. The ride passed pleasantly as she talked with Carla. They talked about past and present, those who came and those who didn't. Carla talked about many things, but was always deflective when she asked about their new brothel, only saying she would know soon enough. "We have arrived," said Carla with a smile, as the carriage turned toward a beautiful mansion clouded in silvery pink mist. The building had a mysterious feeling. She also noticed many people coming and going through the mist. "We are expanding," explained Carla when she turned to ask the questions. Soon the carriage stopped. They came out and waited for other girls to come out of the carriages that were coming from behind. Soon all the girls came out of the carriages and gathered in front of the fountain, with Carla in front of them. "It will take some time for Master Silver to come back and sign your contracts, so I will give you a tour of the place," said Carla with a smile before her expression became serious. "Follow me silently as you can, and if you have a question, don't ask it too loudly," added Carla, and she felt a feeling covering her. "Why?" Ravenna asked. Carla smiled again. "You will know soon," she replied mysteriously as she walked toward the mansions. The girls followed behind as silently as possible, like she had asked. Soon they reached the door and walked inside, and a couple of things happened. First, a different kind of faint music reached their ears, and then they saw a vast hall. In it, an old woman seems to be instructing 12 familiar girls on walking. It seems strange to her until she notices them wearing strange shoes. Those shoes had metallic balls attached to them, and to her shock, these girls were walking gracefully, wearing them without falling, but that did not satisfy the old woman. "Back straight, Andrea," said the old woman, and the next second, a thin cane in her bony hand hit the girl's bottom, making a sharp sound. She thought Andrea would definitely fall. Some girls beside her even gasped and closed their eyes, but to their shock, Andrea bore the cane with only a slight change in her expression, before she straightened her back as an old woman asked and continued to walk. The girls practicing spotted them, but barely glanced at them, as they focused on what the old woman was teaching. "This is Mistress Elmi. She teaches etiquette. And if you girls sign a contract, be sure to remember never to talk back to her and do as she says with maximum effort," warned Carla as she resumed walking. "Teaching." These words shook her, and she wanted to ask more, but she decided to let Carla show what she wanted before asking any questions. "In the Velvet Garden, you will be taught lessons on etiquette, speech, language, mathematics, musical arts, litter." Carla began naming things as they reached upstairs, where she saw girls taking lessons in the different items Carla had noted. She saw Lenore painting, and in the next room, saw Anna reading aloud beautifully. In a few rooms after that, Margox held a big string instrument, a cello, as she listened to the instructions. In every room she passed, she saw the girls doing something she had never, in her wildest dreams, thought they would ever be able to do in their lives. It shocked her and everyone who watched. Tears started dripping from Lola's eyes before she wiped them away. "See, can we also learn these things?" asked Lydia, the question every girl was thinking, including her. "Yes, it is a prerequisite. Without learning them, you will not be allowed to do the business," replied Carla, using the word she had only seen her learned clients use. "Who would want to do business after learning these amazing things?" said Henna. "This young girl has a habit of opening her mouth when she shouldn't." She also seemed to understand she had spoken aloud, drawing the girls' glare at her words. Carla turned, and there was no anger on her face as she had expected, but a bright smile. "You will want to do the business so much that you will beg for it," replied a familiar voice, sounding far more cultured than it was a few months ago. She turned and saw Danielle walking toward them. She had seen her a few minutes ago, learning something she couldn't properly guess. "Why?" asked Henna. This time it was not only her. Every girl was inquisitive, and so was she. "Money, darling, you will earn so much that you have never dreamed of in your life," she said, with a voice sweet like honey. It immediately attracted the attention of every girl. They turned everything toward Danielle, looking at her carefully. At first she looked like she was wearing a normal dress, but as she looked carefully, she saw that her dress was finely cut and fitted her perfectly. Her hair is bound in a perfect bun, her nails are expertly clipped and polished, and her skin is visibly glowing. She is smiling, with a genuine smile on her face, which is quite rare in their business. "How much do you earn?" asked Lola. Danielle smiled and turned to Carla, who nodded gently in permission. "I will not say how much I earn, but I will tell you that every girl here earns at least 1,000, she replied, and once again the girls let out audible gasps. Even she was shocked. The amount is genuinely huge. 1,000 crowns a month, it is such a huge amount of money, said Peyton. And for a second, Danielle's expression became weird before an even bigger smile appeared on her face. "No, darling, it is thousands of crowns a day," she said, and a couple of girls literally fainted. She even felt like her head was spinning hearing those words, but she calmed herself and turned to Carla, who nodded before her expression turned serious. "Yes, the girls are earning a lot of money, but they are working extremely hard for it," said Carla to the girls before they helped the fallen girls and resumed the tour. Soon they climbed another floor, and she heard a sound that made her pause. She saw a middle-aged man playing the flute in front of a group of girls. The beautiful sound of the man pulled out memories so old that she had buried them deep in her heart. An image of her father playing the flute and teaching her couldn't hold back surfaced in her mind. Unlike most girls here, she does not have a prostitute-type base class. Her main class is a flutist, the most cherished legacy she had received from her dearest father. Carla seemed to have noticed a change in her as she turned toward her and smiled. She wiped away the tears that welled up in her eyes unconsciously and smiled back. If there is a chance, she would very much like to learn the flute. They reached the top floor before finally coming down and stopping at a room that widened the girls' eyes. "This make up such beautiful dresses," gasped a couple of girls, instantly making the large room crowded. The dresses were really too beautiful. Even she felt an intense urge to take one off the rack and wear it. "Are these dresses you all use for the business?" asked Henna. "These dresses, those shoes, and everything else you see here," replied Carla. "If you are shocked by these, then you will faint if you see the new custom dresses. They are amazing. It is quite a regret. We would not be able to wear them before the expansion is finished," she added, and the girls went mad. They have not left Danielle and Carla alone about the dresses for nearly 10 minutes, making Carla glare at the petite girl. It took quite an effort for those two to bring the girls out of the makeup room, and they once again returned to the hall, where the old woman was still teaching, walking on strange ball shoes. Carla then took us to their basement living quarters, which were far nicer than she had expected, although it did not surprise her after what she had seen in the past hour. "Sister Carla, when will Master Silver return? I want to sign the contract," said Lydia, and once again the eyes of all the girls focused on Carla. "In a few hours, but before that, I want you to fill out these papers," she said as she distributed the papers and pens to the girls. "It is not necessary to answer all the questions in the papers, but it is better if you do and be truthful, as many things you will do and things the teachers will teach you will depend on your answers," she advised. Carla handed her the papers, and she looked at the questions. The first few were normal, like name and where they were originally from, but soon they became strange. Like what type of men they usually serve, what kind of sexual positions they like, and what things their clients want to talk about before and after sex. Even though she had the most experience here, her cheeks were burning at these questions, but she had answered them all honestly. Writing down all the answers took more than an hour, and she was talking to the girls when an unfamiliar young woman entered the basement. "Madam Carla, the lunch has been set," she informed. "Thank you, Lucia," she said to the young woman before she turned to the girls. "Girls, it is time for lunch, I am sure. You must all be feeling very hungry," said Carla, getting up. She is right, they are feeling hungry. They had a light breakfast in the morning, but that had been digested long ago. They went for lunch at tables set in the hall. and Carla had the most delicious meal of her life. Once again, they marveled at how graceful Carla looked while eating. It was not only her but all the girls working in the establishment, as they referred to it, this brothel. It turned out they had been taught how to eat too. Sin Lord 38 excited. Soutenur merchant level 8. Skill gained, price is right. I was riding from the guild toward the establishment when a text appeared before me. I had leveled up in my base class and even gained the skill. It couldn't help but surprise me, but soon that surprise morphed into a smile. I have finally got it, price is right. It is a staple skill of merchants. Every merchant above level 10 has this skill. More than 50% of people gained it when they gained the mercantile class. With this advancement comes an attribute point. Class: Soutenur Merchant LV 8. Lawyer LV 5. Warrior LV 2. Charisma 10. Intelligence 10. Vitality. Strength. Skills: 1. Trusty presence 2. Worthy goods 3. Contract 4. Shop open 5. Quick steps 6. Consecutive strikes 7. Fast reading 8. Price is right. Attribute points 0 1. Earlier I wanted to spend the attribute point on vitality, but after some deep thinking I have decided to use it on strength and did not waste any time doing that. Class: Soutenur Merchant LV 8. Lawyer LV 5. Warrior LV 2. Charisma 10. Intelligence 10. Vitality. Strength. Skills: 1. Trusty presence 2. Worthy goods 3. Contract 4. Shop open 5. Quick steps 6. Consecutive strikes 7. Fast reading 8. Price is right. Attribute points. The moment I did, I felt the change. I felt the power coursing through my veins. I knew I had gotten a little stronger. Strength has increased, as have nearly all physical attributes. Strength and vitality increase one's constitution, agility, and defense. People allot points in combination to focus on any of these things. Old Remus had focused on agility built, but I find balance more suitable for me. So I need my vitality and strength to be nearly identical. Soon I reached the establishment and got out of the carriage. When I reached the door, Carla was there. "Everything is ready," she said, and I nodded in thanks. A minute later, I walked into room 11, which was filled with girls. One of them I recognized from the last time. She looked away as I glanced at her. My office is not big enough to accommodate all the girls, and since I did not want to talk to them in batches, I put a small table in room 11 to finish it all at once. "Hello, I hope you all had a pleasant journey to Grelthaven," I asked, and they smiled nervously. "I will come straight to the point then," I said, and looked at 2 piles of contracts. One was the old ones and the others were the new ones they would have to sign. "Today, you will sign the contracts and become an employee of the Velvet Garden. I am sure Carla explained every point in the contract to you and told you that you still have a choice if you want to leave with severance," I added and looked at them. In return, I got looks like I was mad for asking these questions. "This is the last chance. Anyone want to leave?" I asked directly to be sure, but no one had opened their mouth. "Since all of you agree, we will begin signing the contracts," I said, and turned to look at Carla, who nodded and took the first contract. "Della Sharp," she said, and a woman in her late 50s walked forward. She was a little nervous, but after her name was called out, she quickly came forward and began to sign the contract. She likely feared I might not accept her, and her fear is valid, as most brothels did not use women over 50, and some high-class ones did not use those over 40, but I have no qualms. I wanted women of her age. Certain people like them, and since I want to please every taste, I will use her. 2 more women than her looked over 50. One seemed to be in the early 50s, while the other was in her late 40s. "Esther Rees," Carla called as Della finished signing the contract. The second woman came and began to sign the contract. As she finished, the third woman was called, and then fourth. One by one, they began to come to the table as their names were called and began to sign the contract. And soon, 51 women had signed the contract. "From today, you are the employees of the Velvet Garden. You will follow the rules in the contract and will receive all the benefits according to it. I hope we will have a pleasant working relationship," I said. To that, they smiled nervously and began to walk out of the room until only Lola and I remained. She looks at me with nervous eyes. I have never seen anyone as nervous as her. She is so nervous that she is shaking. I fear that if I touch her, she might fall down. Miss Lola, you have put me in quite a dilemma, I said as I looked at her. It was not my intention, Mr. Silver, she replied. Her words were clear despite all the nervousness. I have told you before that I will not take back those who leave, but now I have bought your contract. It has put me in quite a dilemma. You understand it, right? I asked as I looked at her. I will accept your decision, she replied. And I continued looking for a couple of seconds before finally sighing. Fine, I will give you one more chance, but I truly hope you will not disappoint me, I said, pushing the contract forward. I could see joy lighting up in her eyes, and at the same time, tears started to stream from them. You will not regret giving me a second chance, Mr. Silver, she said as she wiped her tears. I hope not, I am not, I replied with a small smile, and I genuinely hope I do not. Carla was one reason I accepted her, she had asked me that personally yesterday, and while I could have easily said no, I decided to agree to her request. I clarified to Carla that any mistake Lola made would be her responsibility, and she accepted. She quickly signed the contract and I felt it click. The headache increased slightly, but it was minor unlike last time when it was quite bad. The levels in my class and the mental attributes have helped me a lot. Without them, signing so many contracts at once would have been impossible. Lawyer level 6. I had just gotten up from my seat when the text appeared before me, and immediately I felt the headache lessen. Seeing the level up, a smile couldn't help but appear on my face. I have leveled twice today, once in my base class and now in my lawyer class. This day just keeps getting better. Though the smile would have been brighter if I had received the skill, I am still happy with the level. It will help me greatly in Namdar. Things will be difficult there, as it is not a tiny city like Grelthaven, but one of the Empire's most prosperous cities. A place in which those monsters of the S-class reside. Auntie Della, big sisters, you all need to be quiet when we enter the manor, Gloria said as she led their 5-person group toward the building. There is huge construction going on around the mansion. And while Carla had informed her of it, she was still surprised. Nearly 100 workers are working on different things. She had even spotted mages laying the enchantments into the ground. Carla said they were building around the mansion, making it bigger when the construction is finished. The mansion will be big enough for 100 girls to do business easily. She even said there would be a big, underground residential area for them all, for which she feels very grateful. Currently, their living arrangement is tents, which, by the way, is the most comfortable arrangement she has ever lived in, with the softest bed she has ever slept in. It even has a temperature disc to adjust the temperature according to their needs. Still, she would like to live within the solid walls. Whether they are underground or above ground will not matter. Soon, Gloria led their group of 5 through the small entrance, and they made the steps as silently as possible. It had been an hour since the establishment had opened. She wanted to watch from the start, but Carla declined as Mr. Silver started his rounds in the first hour. Since every girl was excited to see how the establishment worked, Carla had divided them into groups, and each group would get a tour of the establishment and see how it worked. They only have half an hour, but that would be more than enough time to see how the establishment works. They reached the tiny room with a small window and a chair. Seeing the window, every girl ran toward it, ignoring Gloria, who was asking them to take turns looking through it. Soon, all 5 of them squeezed themselves and looked through the window, and what they saw shocked them to their core. She looked over the huge hall, which was mostly empty a few hours ago. Now, it is lit with the most beautiful lights and filled with tables, where the girls were sitting wearing beautiful dresses, which now looked more enchanting on the girls' bodies than on the racks they had seen them on earlier. She is not shocked by the clothes they are wearing, but by how they are behaving and how the clients, or patrons as they call them, are behaving with them. They do not look like whores, but women from wealthy families, the way they are talking, the way they are moving. Every movement of theirs is graceful. Every word coming from their mouth would be captivating, and the men in rich clothes would talk to them with smiles and praise them with flowery words. She could see the lust in the eyes of men, but it was not desperate or forceful. There is restraint in them, which she had seen very few times. Every table was filled, and every girl was occupied with patrons. She even saw a few men sitting alone, drinking at the bar as no girl was available to accompany them. It is so different from the brothel she had been in, where she needed to use everything she had to attract clients, but they would come to the girls here. It had been 10 minutes since she had been looking, and since then, only one pair had gone to the pleasure rooms. It is so different, Lola whispered, and she couldn't help but nod. If I had not seen with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed what Carla had said, she said softly, and the girls nodded. They watched for another 5 minutes before Gloria took them to the makeup room, and it was a sight to behold, just like the hall. 2 beauticians, one woman in her mid-30s, and the most beautiful man she had ever seen, were working on Lenore together. She's standing naked as 2 brushes slide across her skin while the woman works on her face. She was so engrossed in watching that she did not notice the man's lack of hands. She did not react to it and looked at the 2 girls staring at his stumped hands. Dress from the 13th hanger, lingerie from the 24. T-edge. Hanger shoe. He gave the order and 2 young girls brought them quickly. They began to float as they had brought them, just like the brushes. Lenore seemed to know what to do as she raised her hands forward and the blue bra slid through them. At the same time she lifted one leg and another, and the panties slid through them. In a few seconds, she is in blue lingerie before the indigo dress comes floating toward her and slides across her skin. A second later, the bright red shoes come floating and fix themselves on her feet. They watched with gaping mouths as Lauren got readied in a few seconds, in what was supposed to have taken her minutes. She smiled, looking at their wide-open mouths, and gave them a nod before walking out of the room. "Madams," said the man, and within a minute, they found out how easy he was to talk to. It is quite regrettable that they needed to leave soon, as their half-hour was coming to an end. She did not remain sad for long when she remembered she would be working here. She would experience everything these girls were experiencing, and for the first time in decades, she felt excited. It would have been nice if I had more than a day with this beauty, I sighed as I gently massaged the brown leather seat. I got the delivery of my enchanted carriage yesterday, and it is perfect. It is not the best one, but it is excellent for me currently, especially with the LV-20 driver I had hired. It is comfortable, and I could even make a long journey with it. If we are not attacked directly, the carriage will not suffer any problems. You can use it as much as you can after you return from Namdar, said Carla. I will, I replied. In the past few days, I have handled everything I could, and now everything is on Carla's shoulders. I am confident she will be able to handle everything perfectly with the directions I have left behind. Use guards if any problem occurs, and if it is something you cannot handle, then send a message to Damon Hart. He owes me a favor for this, I said. To that she nodded. Since the girls came, I have increased the number of guards to 25, but there was a minor incident 2 days ago when an inebriated construction worker sneaked inside the tents. The guards had stopped him the moment the girl screamed, but I hated that something like this had happened, despite the precaution. I hired 10 more guards. Now the area around the tents is better protected. It still didn't stop me from worrying. Don't worry, everything will be fine, said Carla as she pressed her hand to mine and froze. She relaxed and kept it there because I did not pull away. Soon the carriage entered through the gates of the Merchant Guild and stopped. Take care, Carla, I said as I slowly pulled my hand from hers and was about to leave the carriage when I found her beautiful face in front of mine, and before I knew it, I felt her soft lips on mine. It was for a brief moment, but I felt everything before she pulled away, leaving behind the most wonderful feeling on my lips. Return safely, Remus, she said, and all I could do was nod as I got out of the carriage while trying to process what had happened. I wanted to go back to the carriage and would have, if not for it leaving. The feeling felt addictive, and despite that, I want more of it. Soon I reached Damon Hart's office and cleared my thoughts. I will think about it in my free time. Now it is time for business. Mr. Silver, the guildmaster had asked me to let you in as soon as you have appeared, informed the secretary. A moment later, the door opened. I walked inside and saw people, a lot of them. Damon Hart was sitting in the chair, along with John Ramos, the vice guildmaster, and 4 guild masters of various sub-guilds. Aside from them, there is Mr. Oakley and the people from the legal department. "Remus, have you made all the preparations?" asked Damon Hart. "Yes, Guildmaster," I replied. "Good. As I had told you before, Vice Guildmaster Ramos will lead the delegation. There will be 4 heads of sub-guilds and 7 people from the legal department, including you, who will be going there," he said, looking at the people. "Rip Daniels will lead the legal team. You will advise him on the matters," he added, looking at the tall, raven-haired man in his early 40s. I nodded at Rip. I know the man, and he is quite good. If Old Man Oakley leaves the job, he will be the next person to get his position. Namdar is a hub in continental trade. It is important we form good relations with it, he said, his expression turning serious. "We will try our best," said John Ramos. We discussed the specifics for the next hour. I largely remained silent, speaking only when asked while observing everything. This is why I have taken this post. The topics discussed here are confidential and important. This information will give me an edge and help me shape my business. Best of luck to all of you. I hope you will bring the good news when you return," he wished. We nodded with a smile and walked out of the office. Soon we stepped into the carriages, which began to ride toward the port. "Things will be tough. The people from the Merchant Guild of Namdar will eat us up and not even spit out the bones," said Loch Hercule, the leader of the Stationers' Guild. His words made everyone smile. We obviously knew they would have an edge, which is fine, given that it's a massive city with big bucks and powerful people. They have their advantage, but we also have ours, and ours are bigger than theirs. We have direct trade with a merchant city-state of Meldhorn, and they did not. They used to trade mainly with the coastal merchant states of Belnan and Nerheim, but that stopped with the trade blockade. So we are the only ones with access to the merchant city-state. They need us as much as we need more than we need them. It will be a success, even if we can only sign the lowest priority agreements, said John Santos. We have a massive number of contracts to sign. Agreeing to them all within the limited time is a serious challenge. However, as John Santos said, even securing a third of the priority agreements would be a major success for us. Soon the carriage passed through the gates and entered the port. We reached the pier where our ship was waiting. The ship is named Constance. It is neither big nor small. It is around 100 feet long and has blue enchanted script painted across its hull and masts. This ship is the city's property, given to the Merchant Guild for this trip. The ship's crew used to be part of the Imperial Navy, and the city's guards provided security. Still learning a lesson from last time, I had brought my own guards. Damon Hart declined at first, saying the city provided security for the trip, but I directly stated that I would not leave without my personal guards. He finally accepted, but only a single guard. Dan was already waiting by the ship, and as I walked out of the carriage, he followed me as I climbed the ship's ramp to the deck, where a man in his mid-60s and a man in his early 30s stood side by side. "Welcome to Constance, gentlemen. I am Angus Perry." "The ship's captain," said the slightly plump man in his 60s, and turned toward the lean man in his early 30s. "I am Captain Julian Pierce. I will be responsible for your security," said the man in the city's brown uniform with the captain's insignia on it. He was quite handsome, with blue eyes and light brown hair. He wore a sword at his waist and a shield on his back. "All your things have been sent to your cabins, and the staff will take you there," said the old man, and just as he said, the staff took us to our suites. Click. As I walked into the suite, I found it small, but it had all the amenities I needed, including the attached bathroom. I will be here for nearly 2 days. The ship will travel through the river route until we reach Inem, which will be by tomorrow early afternoon. After that, the ship will enter the sea, where it will take around a day to reach Namdar. We will return to the Grelthaven within a week, if everything goes well. I had just sat down on the bed when I felt the ship moving, and it was moving as I looked out the window. I lay comfortably on the bed, watching the ship sail out of the port. I looked at the small clock in my cabin, which showed exactly 5. By 11, we should be able to reach Deer Pond, the capital and biggest city of the Renwell region. From there it will be Riverbell, and then Amman by the afternoon. I watched till the city left the view before picking up the book. There will be a lot of work later, so I should read whenever I have time. Soon an hour passed, and I walked out of my cabin onto the deck, which was mostly empty except for sailors and security at their positions, including Captain Pierce. He nodded at me. and I nodded back as we turned to watch the beautiful sunset. There was nothing except for the wasteland around us and the disappearing sun. In a few minutes, the sun had disappeared entirely, and a beautiful moon appeared through the clouds, lighting the world in its silver light. I looked at the peaceful wasteland and sighed. The Renwell region is really a wasteland. Nothing grows here except for the sparse green patches, which is why it was not fiercely contested like the other places. Even resources-wise, it is not great. There are no big metal deposits or precious ores, although it does have something. Magic crystals are everywhere. They are the resources required for the power of every enchanted thing, but they are not exactly rare resources, especially lower-grade magical crystals. They could be found in every corner of the world. There are a few middle-grade crystal mines, but cities control them. Processing them is also essential, like processing rare earth metals on Earth. Processing them requires specialized tools and know-how. It becomes harder as the grade increases, so most places only mine them and ship them elsewhere to process. The merchant city-states and the empire had a few cities that were famed for their crystal purification industry. Inam is one of them. The city of Inam was part of the Renwell region 300 years ago, before the empire conquered it. More than 50% of the crystals mined in the Renwell region are now processed there. I heard that Lord Darrow has signed a contract with Owlspring to send the middle-grade crystal there for processing. The city is also opening a crystal processing facility in Grelthaven, though it will only process the low-level crystals, which is, I think, excellent news. The city should have the capability to process the only thing it has in abundance. I stayed on the deck silently for an hour before returning to my cabin, and this time picking up the contracts. I have already studied them, found the loopholes, and corrected the language, but I decided to study them further. The negotiations will be tough, involving powerful individuals and challenging skills. The better prepared I am, the easier the negotiations will be. To the safe journey, we said and clinked our glasses as we drank before turning to a sumptuous meal. We have been invited to the dinner by Captain Perry. It is a tradition and a chance for the captain to befriend the wealthy merchants from the powerful mercantile houses. The dinner was good. It included some dishes I had not tasted before. The captain showed great flair. I mingled with them, laughed when I needed to, spoke when I had to, and even told a few accolades and jokes from Earth which made them laugh hard. It was essential for me to establish strong connections with these influential people. Just now, I made a deal with Loch Hercule about the books I need for my collection and the small library I want to create for the girls. I even got a good discount, but it's not as important as the connection I made, which led him to invite me to his birthday party, which he's throwing at the end of next week. There are numerous ways it will benefit me, but the most obvious is that if he needs anything that I sell, he will come to me, as I will go to him first if needed to make any large order of books again. I need to have more friends for the business I am in. It is not the most respectful business, and the pressure comes from all sides. These people help a lot in bearing it. Back on Earth, mingling was part of the job. I had to mingle to get clients, and I was good at it, had even learned to enjoy it. "We will reach Deer Pond soon," said the captain as he looked at the watch. As I got up to leave, the rest stayed to enjoy more drinks and smoke cigars. While I drink, I can't bear the smoke. I bade good night to the captain and others and walked toward my cabin, wanting to finish studying the few more contracts before turning off the lights for today. I was about to reach my cabin when suddenly the warning bells rang out through the ship. Dan behind me immediately became alert as he quickly drew his sword, and I did the same. I got looks when I took the sword to dinner, but I am glad I did, as I might need to use it now. "Rogue!" Dan shouted in warning and leaped forward with a speed that I could barely catch. He clashed against a figure that came out of the shadows, revealing a man completely covered in black cloth, holding a long dagger in his hand, who disappeared after the first clash and appeared behind Dan, who reacted immediately and swung back with his sword. I was watching the battle when I noticed a shadow moving through the wall toward me. I stepped forward and swung my sword without wasting the moment. Clang! My rapier clashed against a short sword that came out of the shadow of a short woman. As I clashed, I nearly threw my sword as I got the shock through my body, but I did not. All the hellish training with Instructor David had got me used to these kinds of attacks. Though I needed to take a step back, the power behind the blow was nothing to scoff at, and now she was coming at me. I used the quick steps to dodge the attack, but my opponent seemed quite skilled as she changed the direction of the attack as I dodged it. This time I was ready. Clang! My rapier clashed against her sword, again taking a step back while dodging the coming strike, before ducking again to dodge another attack, before moving my rapier to defend. The rogue is not allowing me to relax, attacking me without wasting time, using different skills. I am quite used to such strikes. The instructor used many fighting styles, and his quick ones landed hundreds of strikes on my body within minutes, but it had also forced me to do better. Hun! Suddenly, her figure became blurry, and the daggers multiplied as she approached me. Fuck, I curse. I hate this kind of attack. It makes dodging hard, but dealing with it is not impossible. This is one of the trickiest skills the rogues have. And I have the practice to deal with it, so. Instead of stepping back, I moved forward with quick steps and attacked with consecutive strikes, clang, clang, clang. My rapier begins to clash against her short sword fast. Each strike of hers would have a numbing shock attached to it. It made it very hard to counter her. Not to mention that her strikes were also powerful. I needed to move continuously to divert the power of the strike through my body, or I wouldn't be able to move my hand. Even now, it has started to get numb. Rip, rip. Suddenly, she increased the speed of her attacks, and I defended, but two still touched me. One had ripped suit from the stomach and the other my shoulder. The second strike touched my flesh, drawing a long cut but not deep enough. "You're very good, but your level is too low to do anything to me," she said in a hoarse voice, which was obviously not her real voice. As she finished, she came at me again, and I pushed the consecutive strikes to go even faster and stronger than they were. I am disadvantaged in this fight, not only as her level greater than mine, but she also has more skills, and most importantly, this space is perfect for her. Rogues thrive in these kinds of small places. I am just glad that Dan is keeping that powerful rogue at bay, not letting it forward, no matter how much he has tried. He had experience fighting on ships, which is why I chose him instead of Jonah. Rip! Another of her strikes hit me, which I was barely able to avoid, though her sword had torn my jacket and shirt vertically, sending buttons flying everywhere. "You have ruined my suit," I said as I pushed forward. "I am sure you have money to buy another," she replied in a hoarse voice, which had a hint of smugness that was not there before. "Ready?" She again moved to strike me, and suddenly jumped back when a sharp whistle rang out. "See you again, rich boy," she said, and began retreating toward the exit with the powerful rogue, who also stopped and began retreating with the girl. We did not follow them. Still, being in one piece is already a great fortune. "You have improved tremendously since last time, Mr. Silver," he praised, looking at me intently. "If you had fought that rogue at the level you're fighting the orc, she would have carved you into pieces," he added, and he is right. "It is all thanks to Instructor David. He is training me hard," I said before my expression turned serious. She was holding back. I did not feel her intent to kill which the orc had when I had fought him. I added, to which he nodded. "This is likely a loot raid. They just wanted to loot and escape," he said. To that I couldn't help but nod. These rogues were thieves. Killing would have made things complicated for them. We are no simple merchants. Half of us belong to powerful mercantile houses. A single death would have a massive witch hunt for them. Suddenly his expression changed. "Mr. Silver, check your money pouch," he said, and I looked into my pocket and found the pouch gone. "That bitch," I cursed. I did not even know when she took it. No wonder that bitch had sounded smug. "Let's go," I said, and walked toward the direction of the deck. "It would be much safer to stay in your room, Mr. Silver," advised Dan, but I did not listen. The pouch contained a couple of imperials and a few crowns, a total value of 5,000 crowns. I am not angry because she stole the money, but because she could do it without me noticing. When I reached the deck, I saw spells flying and rogues jumping in the river, with one fighting against Captain Julian. It was a battle to watch. They are fighting so fast that I can only see a blur. Even mages and archers are having trouble targeting the last rogue. At first glance, Captain Julian seemed to have the edge, but the rogue was too agile as he resisted. It dodged most of Captain Julian's attacks. The battle had only lasted a couple of seconds after I arrived before the last rogue jumped into the river, dodging the spells and arrows thrown at him. There are no injuries on Captain Julian like some of his men, but he is in a bad mood, and I would be too if I had been in his place. And I am angry. Mr. Silver, my apologies that you had to suffer the attack, he said, looking at my state and Dan. It would have been great if the passageways had some guards, Captain, I said with evident anger, walking back toward my cabin with Dan following me. I have made the best decision by not backing down when it comes to guards. If I had listened to Damon Hart's assurances about security, then I would have been completely defenseless against the rogues. Who knows? They might have even kidnapped me. It is common knowledge that the House of Silver pays ransom for their kidnapped members. It is also common knowledge that after the ransom is paid, the house pays mercenaries and hunters many times more to hunt down and kill the people who did the deed. The house had put a colossal bounty just to find leads on people who killed my father, and once they do, grandfather is going to increase that many times to kill those bastards. Warrior level 4. Skill gained, weighted strike. I had closed the door behind me when the text appeared in front of me. Unsurprisingly, I had leveled up. I would have been surprised if I had not leveled up after the incident. What is surprising is that I have the skill weighted strike, which increases the power of the attack. It is a great skill. If I had it when I was fighting against the rogue, I wouldn't have been at such a disadvantage. I looked at the class and skill for a few seconds before removing my clothes and applying a healing potion to the cut across my shoulder. Then I lay on the bed to rest. Such attacks are not good for my health, but they are a hazard in this world. I am just happy that at least I have gained some level and skill from them. Nothing had been stolen. Though it turned out the thieves had come for something expensive, John Santos had. Something he shouldn't have brought into the ship. The thieves have got to know about it somehow and come to steal it. They had failed to get it, for which John Santos had thanked Captain Julian many times. The man still seemed quite angry, even if he tried to hide it. He is not the only one who is angry. I am too quiet angry, and so is everyone. This is an official trip. He is not authorized to bring such expensive things without prior permission, but he did not get it. It not only put his safety at threat, but also the rest of us. I shouldn't be on the deck after what had happened, but I wanted to clear my mind after I learned the reason for the attack. So I am on the deck. I am not the only one. Others are present too, and like me, they too are silent. Nobody seemed to be in the mood to talk after what had happened. Like me, those people were safe. They were surrounded by guards in captain's quarters the moment the horn had rung out, not to mention the rogues had not gone for them. By the time they have walked out of the captain's quarters, all the rogues are gone, but they are still shaking in fear. The only reason they are on deck is that many guards are on it, and we are near Deer Pond. We could see it from the deck. I looked at the biggest city in Renwell region. It is over 1,000 years old and has been destroyed many times and rebuilt again, the latest 3 years ago. First, the undead had at it before the Empire attacked and conquered it in one go. It is a city surrounded by huge walls, bigger and thicker than those of the Greltheven. It is not only big but also has a huge population, 400,000, more than 10 times of Greltheven. Still much less than the capital of such a large region. Renwall region is bigger than any 2 regions of the Empire combined. It is the size of the Standard Kingdom, but does not even have a fifth of the population compared to the smallest region of the Empire. Every regional capital of the Empire has at least 1.5 million people, but here, the whole region has that many people. It is all because of the wasteland. It does not have the resources to sustain the large population. Still, the region at a very important place, and if managed wisely politically, it could thrive. Trade could transform everything. Finally, the ship appeared in front of the Deer Pond, and it is beautiful. Even at this time, the port is busy with ships coming and going out of it. As I was watching the city, I saw 2 boats coming toward us while us showing down, but not stopping entirely. Soon, the ship named Deer Pond Patrol 27 came beside us, and a middle-aged man jumped out of it and landed on the deck without much shaking. On Earth, it is impossible to take such a high jump, but here with high levels and skills, it is very much possible. I am Patrol Leader Carlson. Your message said that your ship had been attacked half an hour ago, asked the middle-aged Captain Angus and Julian. Yes, Captain Julian had fought with them, and he can explain to you in more detail, said Captain Perry, and Patrol Leader Carlson turned to Captain Julian. He began to state the details, while the middle-aged man noted them down. At the same time, the second ship had appeared on the other side, and people on it began to climb on it through the ladder. With how things have changed, Captain Julian had asked for more guards since John Santos had been unwilling to drop that expensive thing here. So more security. These people are from the Grelthevin's office in Deer Pond. My apologies that you had to suffer such an attack. I have noted down all the details which I will send to the city, and they will start an investigation about it immediately, said the patrol leader Carlson. He may be saying those words, but it will be hard to find those people unless they have put in the effort. The rogues are slippery, they are careful and have skills that help them remain undetected. I hope the great city Deer Pond finds those damned thieves, said Captain Perry angrily. Don't worry, Captain, we will find them, said the patrol leader Carlson, and jumped out of the deck into his small boat. After he left, the ship began to speed up again. I stayed out till we passed the Deer Pond before going back to the cabin, which now had 2 guards guarding it. Aside from Dan, there is 1 extra guard posted at my door. It couldn't help but make me feel relieved. I went inside my cabin and studied it for an hour more before sleeping. By the time I woke up in the morning, we had passed the river bell and now moving toward the inn. I freshened up and had my breakfast with everyone, which had been silent. The only thing we had talked about was work, and after we finished, each of us went back to our cabins. After I returned from the awkward breakfast, I read a little before again starting to study the contracts. I only stopped when we reached the inn, and the city, without a doubt, was huge. It had 2 walls. The central wall held about 200 people who were rich to well off, while the other wall held millions of people from middle class to poor. It is the last city wasteland, but is part of the Halsad region. It is really a wonderful city, said Loch Hercule as he saw the city. You have stayed here for a long time, right? I asked. It seemed to surprise him, but a moment later smoothened his expressions and nodded. Yes, for a decade, he replied, looking at the city with reminiscent eyes. If you don't mind me asking, why do you shift to a small and dangerous place like Grelthevin from huge and prosperous Iman? I asked. He did not answer me immediately. I thought he might not, and I opened my mouth to apologize for the intrusive question when he opened his mouth. You know how things are in our big mercantile houses, he said softly, still looking at the city. Here everything belongs to house. While I had control over great wealth, I do not have the independence I need. I could do nothing to leave my mark here. So when I saw the opportunity, I packed my bags and moved to the Greltheven, investing every penny I had in my name there, he said with a smile. The house gives great power, but it also constrains us. Greltheven is a place where we can have the best of both worlds with a small dose of risk, I said, and that brightened the smile on his face. Well said, Remus Silver, well said, he said and patted my back. Soon the ship passed through the small canal and entered the sea. As it did, the sails opened up further, and half of the runic enchantments which had been silent till now had lighted up. A few seconds later, I felt the ship picking up speed, and within a few minutes the speed of the ship had near doubled than what it had been on the river, which was already greater considering we were moving with river and had activated enchantments for speed. Have you been to Namdar, Remus? Asked Locke, to which I shook my head. Then you are for a great treat. It is unlike any city of Empire, he said. I said with a smile. I have heard a lot of things, and one of the greatest things about it that some of the laws of the Empire are not strictly followed there. It is a lot more independent and open compared to the other cities of the Empire. One can see things there that are not allowed in the Empire. I am quite excited to see it, as it will give me an idea of how far I could stretch things when I moved to the gray zone. Currently, I am doing everything by the book. But I do not plan to. In a year or 2, I plan to move into the gray zone. But before I do that, I need to see the limits of the Empire. In these things, one needs to be very careful. One wrong step, and I would end up in jail, and even all the power of the house would not be able to help me. Sigh. I sighed and looked at the endless Addle Sea. It immediately made me feel serene. I stayed on the deck till it was time for lunch. I had lunch with others, which was less awkward than the morning. After lunch, we had a meeting with lawyers and John Santos, where we discussed the business. The Namdar city is very important. Our success will increase the trade to the city, which will benefit every merchant here directly and indirectly. We have our everything for the success of this trip. Soon the day passed, and the night came, which looked even more beautiful. In the night, I stayed on the deck reading for more than 2 hours before I went inside my cabin. The morning came, and we started the work right after breakfast. We will reach the city of Namdar today and begin our work tomorrow. Our plan is to stay for 3 days, where we will the general contracts and then negotiate on important ones, signing even a third of those would be great for the merchant guild and the city. Hours passed when we finally began to see the islands. There were thousands of tiny islands. Some were small as a few hundred meters, while others were miles long. The merchant houses of people on the ship owned at least one island here, including the House of Silver. We owned 2 islands here, and one was grandfather's private island. He comes there every year and spends at least 1 week. Being invited there is considered a great honor in the family. 1.5 hours passed when a huge island came into view. Through it, thousands of ships could be seen coming and going to the empire, and many kingdoms and continents. Gasp! A few more minutes have passed, and the island became clear. I could finally see the city, and as I saw it, I couldn't stop myself from gasping in wonder. All the praise I have heard about it pales compared to what I am seeing right now.